Good morning, Misfits. I think you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. We had technical difficulties a few seconds ago, but we have fixed them, I'm pretty sure. All right. Um, you know, I I have this, I'll show you. I can show you. Okay. So you see, here's my computer. I have a little mount underneath. I have a little mount underneath my computer, and it keeps it underneath the desk. It like slides under. It has like a little bracket, and I bought this extra memory storage thingy, and it's meant as you can see, the computer's meant to sit on top of it. So the other thing would like dangle. So I was messing around trying to. I'd use double-sided tape, and I used double-sided tape, and the double-sided tape apparently wore down, and it started dangling. And obviously, when it dangles, it pulls on the cords. And somehow it pulled on the cord. And that's why we had technical difficulties yesterday. And then today, I just moved my little swing arm thing here. And I bumped it, did it again. So 2 days in a row, right before the show starts, I'm unplugging and plugging everything in. All right. Loud and clear now, Mr. Zach. Thank you. MD USMC. Yeah, I think I replayed the show yesterday, and I think you guys had a point about somebody said a few days ago the volume of the show was always low. Now, in my defense, I'm looking at my levels, and it's always in the yellow, but I think I was in low yellow, so I think I'm in better yellow now. So if once again, let's do. You guys are just basically my my assistants. So tell me if volume's good, perfect, a little bit louder, a little bit lower, and I will adjust. But I think I have it set up, and I think I know what I need to do to keep it that way. There's a button on my audio thing. If I put a little mark on it, then it's always going to be where I want it. So. Nothing duct tape and baling twine can fix. That's correct. That is correct. Okay. Good volume and equal. Love it. Love it. I am going to get the Sean's, the one that the soundboard that Sean uses, but after taking a very big gamble on Spencer Pratt's rigged election, I do have to hold off on that again. I knew I was going to lose that. It was too good to pass up. Anyway, let's get to the show. All right. So, sore loser. Now, I think that this is my fault because I sent Eli the thumbnail description, and then I put under it, I don't know why I put it into a second paragraph. I go, by the way, I want us to be standing in front of a riot, right? So I think he only read the first one. He's probably reading it and he goes, got it. And then he ignored the second one. But this is good enough. This is good enough, right? Sore losers. Today is TDS Tuesday, and we are talking about people who have TDS. That's the theme of the day. We do a theme of the day on the Daily Breakdown. We also do the Daily Breakdown, where I go on the internet, I type in the word news, and we break it down. So we're going to cover these stories, but we're also going to cover what happened, not even just last night, but yesterday and the day before. I don't know if you guys know this. All right. I could be delivering some breaking news to my audience. Okay? I might be. I hope I am, because if you do believe this, you're kind of silly. Okay? Trump being at the game was not the reason why the Knicks lost. Based on the actions of the fans, I think the Knicks deserve to lose. All right? We'll get to it if you haven't already seen it. After the game, they did what a lot of people thought they would, but hoped they wouldn't. They basically just started rioting. Yeah, and it's like, I think they would have done that if they won. I think they would have done it if they won, lost, doesn't matter. That's their city now. Their city is it's, well, if we just saw Paris after the World Cup game, the soccer game, they did the same thing. There's this, go full screen for a sec. There's this pattern, right? There's a pattern. And I think that a lot of times people will just try to explain what the cause of the pattern is, right? And I think they know that they're lying. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're in complete denial, but I think they know they're lying. The pattern is not black people. The pattern is not, it's not, ICE. It's not cops. It's not capitalists. It's not white people. It's not billionaires. It's Democrats. The problem in this country, everywhere you effing go, is it's always happening in Democrat-run cities. It's almost always. Almost every single time. It's either it's either in a Democrat-run city or it's from a Democrat, right? Because I don't know, I don't think the Charlie Kirk assassination in Utah was a Democrat-run city. I think it was definitely a crazy radical liberal. And this is the thing. We have this willful, I'm talking about us, the people who are trying to argue these. We have this tolerance, I think you might be able to call it, where we talk to them and we act like they're just misled. And I said this the other day. I'm done having conversations. We've done this, guys. At a certain point, you need to stop having conversations. I'm not saying you should stop talking. I'm saying you should stop having conversations. Stop treating these people like they are redeemable or that they are just misinformed. They're lying. They're lying. And if they're not lying, prime example, let me give you a prime example, okay? I've actually told you this story before. My brother was a junkie, right? He died of an overdose, obviously. My brother was a junkie, okay? He was a heroin addict, and he was... I liked him. He was a nice person, but he was a thief. He was a liar. He was a junkie, right? And I had this knife. I have very expensive knives. I have very expensive things, right? I like expensive things. And I was missing a $200-something knife. And sure enough, I see my brother, who's a junkie, doesn't have money for a $200 knife. And if he did, he would sell it for drugs. And I see it in his pocket. All right, I see it in his pocket, and I grab it out of his pocket. I literally walked up and I go, Sal, and what the fuck are you doing with my knife? No BS. He goes like this. He goes, I thought that was mine. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I didn't go, oh, please explain to me how you thought that this was yours. That's a conversation. Please explain to me, walk me through this. You walk me through this. That's a conversation. I didn't have a conversation with him about it. I said, you're an effing liar and a junkie and blah, blah, blah. And, my mom and my dad, my other brother, there was a lot of denial and a lot of tolerance throughout his, 10-plus year addiction. He used to be very fat. He lost all the weight, and he looked like he had no teeth in his head. He's just junkie. There were so many people that wanted to have a conversation with him. I didn't. I drew a red line. I said, if you continue this, I'm not talking to you anymore. Then he stole from my dad, and I went to his work, and I physically, I did something. I jumped over a pizza. He worked at a pizza place. Didn't care. He stole from my dad for one too many times, and I just went, walked right in, jumped over the counter, started throwing him around, and yeah, no conversations. There is a certain point where I'm done with conversations. All right, I'm done with conversations. Where I think we're done with conversations. I'm not saying you should be done talking, because I'm not talking about getting physical. I'm not talking about getting violent. I'm saying be done with conversations. These people know. They know, and they are liars. They know, and they're lying. They are not misled, misinformed. No, they're effing liars. Treat them like liars. You ever seen a guy who catches his girlfriend red-handed cheating? Where he's like, what's going on? What do you mean what's going on? Your best friend is inside of her. Why are you asking questions? Let them ask stupid questions. Let them do stupid things. Stop having conversations. And if you're asking, what are you talking about? If we're not having conversations, what do we do? Yell at them. Call them stupid. Call them dumb. Insult. What did I tell you guys before? Miso. Who remembers what? All right, let's see if anybody was paying attention. Let's see if anybody was paying attention the other day. I said I created a strategy for this. Okay? I'm just going to write it down again because I can't find it. Okay. I created a strategy on how to deal with these people. Miso. Right? M-I-S-O. Who remembers what this stands for? Who remembers what this stands for? Miso. Pop quiz. Pop quiz time. Who remembers what this stands for? M-I-S-O. Let's see. I'm pulling up the chat. I want to see how many people are paying attention in my show. And then I will say hello to all of you. All right. Let's see here. Rumble chat. Come on, guys. I know one of you got to get it. Like the soup, miso. Horny? Come on. I will, if I don't see it, if I don't see any actual answers, I will start giving you clues, or I will go one by one. Okay, you guys, I'm a little disappointed in you. All right. First word, mock. Okay? Mock. What's the next one? Mock. Anyone? Okay, insult. Mock, insult. What are the last two? Come on. Damn, all right. Insult, there we go. Hans got it. Insult, okay. What are the final two? Mock, insult. There we go. Eden's got it. Shame. Mock, insult, shame. And then the last one is sodomize. That is not the strategy. We do not do that. That is not the strategy of Miso. You do not sodomize people. Ostracize. Look. Thank you, Hans J. I knew that there's a delay, so I know you got that. Look, here's the strategy. Mock, insult, shame, ostracize. All right? What does that just mean? That just means, hey, mock. Hey, you're an idiot. If anybody's paid attention to my my social media, what's my favorite word? We're not going to do another quiz of. There's a delay, so it makes it retarded. Thank you, T. Hodges. You got it. T. Hodges, right there. Mock Amanda Collins, T. Hodges. You guys got it. My favorite word's retarded. All right. My favorite word is retarded because what people are saying is retarded. I'm not going, hey, you know what I'd like to have a conversation. Now, like just yesterday I was talking about how I'd like to have a conversation with somebody every once in a while. Like moderate case, when I see, somebody who I think deserves a conversation. But the vast majority of people, miso strategy, where it's, hey, you're an idiot. You deserve to be shamed. Um, like the first three letters are kind of the same letter, but it sounds better when you say miso. And then ostracize, get him out of the movement. Say, hey, screw you. All right, you're America first. Fine, F off. Go be America first. All right, you guys stole the title. You're so unoriginal. This is mock, shame, insult, ostracize. You are so unoriginal, you guys couldn't even think up your own name. This little Mexican twink, Nick Fuentes, heard Donald Trump say America first, then he created America first, hijacked it, and pretended it was his own movement. It's kind of similar how the Nazis took the peace symbol, and they were like, we're going to make this suck, right? It's like, that's what happens. That's what they're doing. So mock them, shame them, insult them, and then say, get the out of my tent. That's all. Stop having conversations, right? Because a lot of you're like, I bet you I could change. I'm so smart that I think that I could change their mind. You're not. I mean, you're not dumb, but you are dumb if you think you're smart enough to change the opinions of these people. What is it, Mark Twain? No amount of evidence will ever persuade an idiot. Okay? From my speech at CAM, how do we combat, like, I hate the word anti-Semitism, but it was an anti-Semitism summit, so I used it. How do we combat anti-Semitism in a world where most people aren't motivated by the fact that they actually hate Jews? The answer is you can't. You can't reason the racism out of somebody who's not a racist, right? These people aren't racist. They're grifters. They are acting like racists. They are acting like socialists, like communists. They're NPCs. You ever play a video game and you try to convince the NCP character to have a conversation with you? No, it's pre-programmed responses. You can't have a conversation in GTA 4 with a non-player character. Do you understand? It's pre-programmed. They're pre-programmed. Right? There are other people who are not pre-programmed. You can have conversations with them. But you understand why I'm generalizing. And we're going to take a look here at some of the behavior. But it's so pre-programmed that you can predict it. For instance, I said that, I think it was Spike Lee? Oh, shoot, I don't have that one queued up. It might have been Spike Lee. Somebody was like, Donald Trump, if we lose, it's going to be Donald Trump's fault. It's like, Donald Trump, how? How is Donald Trump being at the Knicks game going to change the outcome? I think it was on here. And Dave Rubin posted, I must not have, yeah. So my bad. I didn't get that queued up. It's fine. I can just explain it. Yeah, but Dave Rubin showed like Donald Trump at the Knicks games in the 1980s. They didn't lose when he was there last time. No, it's not Donald Trump's fault. You people are crazy. You people are insane. You're absolutely insane. But yeah, we got vibe killer. So for the record, guys, I was gonna end up I didn't even agree to this, but I would have. I just didn't see the reply. I was actually supposed to, according to Will, cover Will's show today, but I'm actually going to be covering Kevin's show. His mom's going through. I don't know if I should give any information. He's got something going on. I don't know him well enough to know if I should be putting anything out there. He's not here today, but keep him in your thoughts because we are. And I mean, I'm sure he'll be fine. But yeah, I'll be covering Loud Majority at 3 p.m. Eastern today. And the title for the show later today is going to be Vibe Killer. So if you want to watch that show, it's going to pretty much be very similar to what we're talking about this morning. I will, change up as much as I can. But here's a clip of AOC talking about how Trump's attendance is going to be a vibe killer. And we're going to get to this later in the show. Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't Trump that killed the vibe. Anyway. All right. That was a pretty long intro. Sometimes we do that. But let's actually do the Daily Breakdown. If you guys have never seen the Daily Breakdown before, here's what we do. We break down the news. I go and I type in the word news. We break it down. Jeremy told us Kevin's mom. Okay, so, all right. So somebody in the chat here. Let me, that's, okay, just so I know we can talk about it. Jeremy told us Kevin's mom is having a lung transplant. So yes, Kevin's mom is having a lung transplant. So everybody pray for Kevin's mom. I hope everything goes well. I'm sure everything will be fine. And he won't be here today, so I'm going to cover for him. I'm supposed to be working, but that's very important. So I wanted to make sure I helped out as much as I can. It's a good thing I work for myself. I am my own boss, so I have to set a shower wall today. So as soon as this show's over, I am going straight to work. I'm gonna freaking stack some tile, kind of come right back, and I will give you the 3 p.m. spot. But yes, everybody, please say a prayer for Kevin's mom. She is going in for a surgery, double lung transplant. It's very serious. That's a very serious operation, and I'm praying that she will come out of it okay, and I think she will, because the power of prayer is real. It is very real. I prayed for my mom when she was sick, and my prayer was answered. I wanted to get a certain amount of time. I got that time. I wanted to get certain things done, like get her into an impossible hospice that was amazing. And I got that done. I prayed that people would help out. They all donated. Last year of her life, there was nothing we could do about her diagnosis, so I didn't pray for a cure. But I prayed for certain things, and I asked my followers to pray for certain things, and those certain things came true because my followers prayed. So if we can do the same for Kevin, that would be great. Appreciate you. Okay. Now, back to the news. The Daily Breakdown. All right. Typed in the word news. This is what popped up. Let's try to have a fun show today. We've had a couple of heavy shows. I'm trying to get back to the vibe of the Daily Breakdown. All right. So, progressive. Nithya Ramen Noodles advances to runoff. Did she? Sons of... All right. Progressive Nithya Ramen advances to November runoff against LA Mayor Karen Bass. If you guys are listening on audio, you can't see the smirk on my face. But this, look, I said it yesterday. I forgot to give you the silver lining yesterday when we were talking about this story. Look, the silver lining, and look, I've been one of the unapologetic. The 2020 election was stolen, and I don't care how crazy it makes me sound. And other elections have been stolen. I think that John Fetterman stole the election from Dr. Oz. I think Ossoff stole the election. I think there were many elections. Arizona, Carrie Lake's election, that was stolen from her. There have been some elections that have been so blatantly and brazenly stolen, and there has been fraud that has happened in them over the past few years, or a few election cycles, where I think the Democrats just keep getting away with it. The left keeps getting away with it, so they just keep doing it. And now by the way, I'm saying I believe those other elections were stolen. Other people don't agree with me, right? Like, and I'm like, because I'm one of those people where if my presumption will be that an election was stolen if there are irregularities and then a Democrat wins. That's my standard. I don't need the facts. I don't need the statistics. I don't need anything. I'm not saying that it's 100% definitive. I say I think it was stolen. It's my opinion. I can be wrong. However, when I see any irregularities, for instance, like in Arizona with Kerry Lake, when they were like, "Oh, the polling stations are closed," you stole the election. Did they? I don't know, but I'm saying you. No, I think you did. There it is, right? Like John Fetterman, guy's literally brain dead, and we like him now, right? We like him now, but at the time when John Fetterman was running, you remember that? Do you remember John Fetterman? I don't know why I still have this on the screen. Do you remember when John Fetterman was running? I know we like him now. I mean, he's still a Democrat. He's still a progressive liberal. I don't agree with him on policy, but I do like John Fetterman as far as being a person. I would never want him in the GOP. But John Fetterman was retarded. Not even like in the cool insult way, like in the actual you're brain dead way. Like, and we watched him beat a doctor. All right, come on, dude. John Fetterman was like, "Hey," oh, I can't remember what he said. He said so many things. He's literally walking around in a hoodie and shorts. He's a slob. Yeah, and I don't think he won legitimately. I don't think that Katie Hobbs beat Kerry Lake. I think they stole that. I think they stole multiple elections from Katie Hobbs, from Kerry Lake. There were a couple others, but I think that there was a lot of fraud. And I think that the Democrats have gotten away with it so many times where now they have just gone, well, we can just do it. Who cares if it looks like fraud? Like, like they, inch turns into a mile eventually, right? And so what I think we're seeing with the election, the LA mayor's election, is they just went, I don't care. I don't care if it looks like fraud. We'll just say it wasn't. We'll just lie. And what did I tell you yesterday? I go, this is a big problem. This is a very big problem because it means that your elected representatives are not afraid of you. They should be. They're supposed to be. They're not. They don't care. At least in California. They don't care. They think that they are so powerful that they can just rob you right in front of your face. And there is nothing you can do about it. That's a problem. And when that becomes a problem, when tyranny becomes policy, rebellion becomes duty. I believe that was the saying. I believe that's one of the founders. This is tyrannical. And now the duty is rebellion. I'm not saying violent, by the way. I said this yesterday. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying go and start stacking bodies. We're not there yet. But we need to rebel. We need to, your duty at this point is rebellion. And I think the best way to do that, I told you yesterday, all right? Do it like they did in Virginia. Go peacefully protest, but wear your guns, all right? But the law in California says, I don't care. That's the thing. It's like, you have a Second Amendment. You have a constitutional right. I don't care what the law in California says. Have you heard of the Supremacy Clause? Supremacy Clause says you can walk around with your gun. Right? There is a constitutional right to bear arms. You have that right. Now, did some states make some rules and regulations that have criminalized your Second Amendment? Sure. But you could just be like, I don't believe in that. Like, yeah. And if it were me, if I was putting together a coalition, and by the way, we're gonna do we gotta talk about something today. Hopefully, I don't forget. I'm gonna write it down because I got some potentially very big news. Not big, not very big, pretty good. I'm just writing that down. But yeah, if it were up to me, let's say I was like the leader of, the Misfit Army, I would just say, all right, guys, get 10 of your friends, tell them all to get their AR-15s, their sidearms, and we're all going to wear them just like they did in Virginia. We're going to go to the Capitol and we're going to stand there and we're going to say, here are our demands. Knock it off. Yeah, no. Spencer Pratt advances, or for a multitude of things, right? Every time they create these, these unconstitutional laws, I think that you should just protest with your guns, not use your guns, with your guns. Let me remind everybody what the Second Amendment was created for, right? A well-regulated militia being necessary for the free people of this country, right? So well-regulated mean well-equipped, not regulated by the government. That's what that means. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed due to the fact that a well-armed militia is necessary for freedom. That's the Second Amendment. So a well-regulated militia, a well-armed militia is necessary for freedom in America. Everyone understand that that's what that means? Okay, good. So what would a well-regulated militia do to make sure that America remains free? A lot of people think it means you go and shoot people. No, the right to bear arms. Bear just means wear. Bear means wear. I'm wearing an arms right now. I'm wearing, what am I wearing? Oh, yeah, I'm wearing my bodyguard. Because I was walking the dog. I like to put my light one on when I'm walking the dog. I'm wearing my bodyguard. All right. If tyranny becomes policy, rebellion becomes duty, and a well-regulated militia is necessary for rebellion. So, if so facto, you wear your guns to the Capitol and you say, hey, don't do that. If you do, we are a well-regulated militia. The Founding Fathers wanted to stop you from doing the shit you're doing. Have I explained this properly? Did I tell anybody to be violent? No, I said don't be violent several times. But I did tell you what the Second Amendment was for. And I did tell you that the government is not afraid of you anymore. And I did tell you how to make them afraid of you. Because they're supposed to be. I'm not saying we should threaten them. They should already feel a threat. If they don't, we're fucking up. Got it? They won't do that there, Zach. Then don't leave it up to them. Who the hell said Californians had to do it? This is the United States of America. United, which means they don't need to be from California. Do you see all the protests going on riots? You see all the riots going on the left? You think all those people are from those places? No. Why is it that they have figured out that if they want to affect change, they can bus people in from other country or other states. It's not illegal across state lines. Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't from where he shot that guy, and I'm not saying that he did anything wrong. I think it was all self-defense. No, you take all the people in the Virginia protest in 2020. They weren't all from Virginia. It was 100,000 people. You think 100,000 Virginians did that? No, it was people from all across the country. And we need a well-regulated, armed, peaceful militia that stands there every time one of these dumb dickheads in some authoritarian sanctuary state pulls some shit to walk up and go, no. That's what you need, maybe, at this point. Do we have the conviction? I don't know. I know how it goes historically if we don't stop it peacefully now. Because what's going to happen is, just like they're escalating, what they are creating is a reactionary, revolutionary, violent army of vigilantes, not a peaceful militia of well-armed patriots. You have peaceful, well-armed, patriotic militia, or you have angry, violent, armed vigilante mob. Which one do you want? I'd rather see, like, the Proud Boys with AR-15s, with Enrique Tarrio telling all of them, I know he's not the leader anymore, but you get what I mean. With somebody telling them, don't shoot nobody, unless obviously they shoot at you, but don't shoot anybody. But let them know we're done. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just reading the tea leaves here. I'm not wrong. There is a third option. I'm not hopeful, but I am cautiously optimistic. Trump can fix this. Maybe. I'm not sure if he can. I don't think one man can fix this. I don't think one administration can fix this. Maybe. If he can do some things and make some laws and change some things, maybe he can plant a seed that long term will correct the problem. It'll be long term. Trump won't be alive when the MAGA movement fixes this country. It'll be decades. But I also believe that it would just start over again, just be a vicious cycle. No, I think the way to fix this is the way people in Virginia in 2020 fixed it. That's the way I think, but I could be wrong. And if anybody watches this video and goes, look at Misfit, he's calling for... I'm not Nick Fuentes. I'm saying this. This is a very pragmatic and very reasonable call to action that I am suggesting. See, just a bunch of peaceful people with guns standing in front of Capitol saying, stop it. That's me. They don't duel anymore. Maybe. The president can shut down the... I have never heard that. That's... Look, I'm sure that this is not true, but it's also maybe and hilarious. That might actually be pretty hilarious. Dude, imagine this. Look, I'm not saying that this would be something that you should do. I'm saying there would be way more downside to this than there would be upside. It would be hilarious, and theoretically it could actually be true, right? The president can shut down the post office till the elections are done. No mail-in ballots then. That would be funny. I don't think that you can actually do this, but I wanted to give you kudos for that thinking outside of the box suggestion. Holy shit, it's 8:42. Damn. All right. I went a little I went a little crazy there for a minute. Um, anyway, here's the breakdown. They stole the election from Spencer Pratt. It is what it is. It is what it is. Crew, New York Times, not going to let us read it. Crew is rescued after U.S. helicopter goes down near Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Not immediately clear what led to the incident, which came when the ceasefire tensions had grown. Okay. You know me, at this point, I'm kind of tired of talking about the war in Iran. Yeah, it is what it is. It'll be over when it's over, and nobody's really dying on either side, really. I mean, well, you know, on one side, yeah. But it's really, it's kind of it's a stalemate right now, and it'll be fixed with diplomacy, or it'll be fixed with a barrage of bombs, and I'm fine with either. I just hope it's over soon. I just hope it's over soon. I gave 6 months. I said 6 months was my thing. I meant it. After 6 months, I'll probably start being like, wrap it up, dude. Wrap it up. I'm tired. Wrap it up. Gas has been coming down, though, so that's nice. All right, Maine state race. Okay, Plattner. Oh, wait, no, this is Maine's Senate race, yeah. Okay, no, it is. It's Plattner. Graham Plattner facing a series of controversies. Look, at this point, if Democrats vote for Plattner, it's just par for the course. At this point, nothing is shocking me anymore. Graham Plattner there could be a video of Graham Plattner setting a baby on fire and kicking him down a stairwell, and the Democrats would probably vote for him because they're a cult, and I'm done having conversations with these people. Again, I'm done. What do you want me to do? Do you want me, like, look, let me explain this to you, because you are not retarded like a Democrat or a woke right? My chat, you guys, the people who watch this show, they're educated. They're not stupid. I can explain this to them. I can't explain it to a Democrat who wants to vote for Graham Plattner or Jay Jones or, James Tallarico. I can't explain it to you. I can sit here all day and I can try, but it would be a waste of both of our times. But I do like explaining it to them. Graham Plattner is he's just a body, right? They don't care. They don't care. He's a number, right? He could kick a on fire baby down a hallway, and some asshole on the internet would try to explain to me why that was a good thing, right? It doesn't matter. There is no line anymore with them. Why do you think I fight so hard against the woke right, the reactionary right, the Marxist right, whatever the F you want to call them? Why do I fight so hard against this? Because just like I told you, what they're doing in California, where it's inch, 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 and eventually mile, it works the same on our side. If we allow this behavior, eventually we will have our own Graham Plattner. We will have our own AOCs, Jay Jones, Joe Biden. We will lose our moral compass if we continue to just look the other way and blindly just ignore the fact that we have a problem. Because if we ignore it long enough, it's not a problem. Right? If we ignore it long enough, we become hypocrites. We become liars. We become the bad guy. And the left already, they already are the bad guy. So what are we going to do? We're going to have two bad guys? I prefer a country where at least one of us is a good guy. So I'm going to call out my own side. But yeah, I'm done explaining to them. I'm done explaining it. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to go to like somebody else. I'm gonna be like, you know, Graham Plattner clearly had a Nazi tattoo that he intentionally put on his body, cheated on his wife, speaking to up to a dozen women, multiple women come forward. He said that a Purple Heart recipient for the United States military, a war hero, should have died. He said the Taliban's poor aim is the only reason that hero is still alive, and he's upset about it. He would have preferred the Taliban murdered an American soldier. He preferred that. I'm supposed to explain why those are bad things. I just said them. Any rational, reasonable person would go, those are bad things. Anybody who says, no, they're not, fuck them. No. Why are you having conversations? Why are some of you still having conversations? Call them retarded. Tell them you're an idiot. Feel free to post the evidence as to why they are an idiot, but do not explain things to them like you are in a conversation between two equals, because then you're an idiot. All right? Are we clear? Remember what we're doing here. This is not an educational program. This is a training camp. I'm arming you with the ammunition that you need to put into your weapon, which is your voice, and fire it at people. I'm not giving you peace talks. I'm not writing down a list of negotiations. You are an army. Fight with your voice. All right, 8:50. Let's jump into sore losers. All right, so we'll be talking about this on today's show. This will be more of a focus, but let's listen to AOC 1 minute long.
It already has been a vibe killer because now the city has to shut down all the MSG watch parties that happen outside of the arena that have been the source of like so much fun for everybody.
Pause. These MSG watch parties are the source of like so much fun for everybody. These MSG watch parties, they're like so much fun. They're a source of so much fun. They're fucking source of a lot of freaking broken bones and missing teeth. Source of so much fun. Look, there it is. This is right. Hold on. Chaotic scenes as massive amount of NYPD attempt to disperse crowd of Knicks fans outside Bryant Park NBA Finals watch party in New York City. Let's play it. Who is this? Who is this? By the way, imagine somebody coming up to you in a freaking superhero costume like, hey man, you back up, back up, back up. Dude, what are you doing? I would just get into a karate pose. I'd be like...
Back up! Back up! No, back up! That's a Martin! Back up! Back up!
It would have been great if that guy was like... just like... It's so... Back up! This is my city. Dude, actually, he's Spider-Man. I'm the unfriendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Like he's wearing a cable. Like, look at this guy. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Let's go!
Okay, so
Both if you're there. So much fun for everybody. Both if you're there.
okay. Hey, thanks, AOC. That looks like a super good time. See what I did there? Super. Oh, God. What are we doing here? Yeah, it's Trump's fault. Trump's fault. He tried to, because Trump was going to show up because of the heightened security, we weren't going to have our riots, but we did it anyway. I legit called this prior to it happening, but Stephen A. Smith. Oh, it wasn't Spike Lee. It was Stephen A. Smith. That's why I was confused. Two different people, right? Both of them black. Both of them have an S at the beginning of their name. That's not racist. That's just my autism. But Stephen A. Smith said he'd blame you if the Knicks lost. Let's listen to Trump. Let's listen to Trump's response.
It was very enthusiastic.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy. But you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
I love the way Trump deals with people. Stephen A. Smith said he would blame you if the Knicks lost. I think he's a nice guy. So that was it. No. Bad Moon in the chat says, was that in San Antonio? That, you know what? Actually, right before we get out of here, hold on. Let me make sure I don't. Oh yeah, no. This is Spike Lee. Spike Lee's like jumping on the court, like he's in the game. Freaking idiot. Okay. Yes, we got everything. Okay. Real quick, I don't know if you guys know this. I live in San Antonio. I live here. And I was out with my friends the other night. I may have posted some drunk videos on X if you want to go watch them. They're fun. I always leave them up after, no matter how embarrassing they are. I did like a weird clapback. Long story short. So I was in San Antonio, I believe it was Wednesday. Because it was karaoke night. Yes, it was Wednesday. I think. I might be wrong. One of those nights. For game one of the finals was in San Antonio. And the Spurs lost. The Spurs were winning at halftime. They were crushing, and the Knicks came back, and it was a bad upset defeat where, like, it was rough. I'm basically in a bar. I don't really care about basketball, but yay Spurs. But I'm telling you, there were so many people there, and the way that it works at the Spurs games is they give everybody T-shirts. Like, they give you color-coded T-shirts, so when you're watching the game, you see the sections. The sections are all colored. And after the game, multiple people came in from that were at the Spurs game. We knew because they were wearing the T-shirts. Not one fight. There were people that were sad. There were people that were a little depressed. But nobody got violent. Nobody flipped cars over. Nobody in San Antonio destroyed any property. It was, we just took our L like adults and we didn't burn shit down. That's because in San Antonio, even though we have pretty liberal, leadership, it's more independent. And we just have a Texas way of respecting property, right? It's just the way that we do things here. I don't think that we would ever start destroying San Antonio. It's so historic and beautiful here. Somebody would get the shit kicked out of them if they tried to mess with any building in San Antonio, because San Antonio is very historic and people love it here. I love it here, even though I live in kind of a liberalish neighborhood. I like it here. I love it here. But yeah, that's the difference. And not tonight, tomorrow night, whenever game 4 is, that's going to be in San Antonio. And I'm sure me and my buddies will probably go out and watch that. And same thing. If we lose, we'll be fine. If we win, we'll be fine. The problem is not like Knicks fans. It's New York. It's the culture of, we get away with so much crime that we can just burn our shit down, and we beat up people and freaking assault people and fuck the police, and that's really what it was. So anyway, let's do some shout outs. Sean Farish is coming up next. Almost every show that I've done lately has just felt like it's just flown by. I'm going to run to work as fast as I can. Not run, I'll drive. I'm going to drive to work as fast as I can, and then I will be back at the 3 p.m. hour for Kevin's show, and I'll see you guys then. Let's go. Don B's Automan reboot. Make sure to like and share this, guys, by the way. Amanda Collins, Bumba, One Sandman, Bad Moon, 001. Thank you. Bye, Zach. Have a blessed day. Winky Winky Nod Nod, Miss Mocha Power. There it is, 9 a.m. All right. Enjoy Ungoverned with Sean. I will see you later this afternoon. Wish me luck. I am going to have to hustle to make it home in time, but I will be here. I'm the boss. I can do what I want. All right. We'll see you later.
Primary day in Maine. To the Ungovernables, the captain's crew.
The LFA family, McGraw Nation, we're coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. I see a lot of people popping off in the chat today. I know Bongino's off today, so happy to have you here. I see Queen Anita's in the chat. Cool. Bomber Bob says, Sean, the killer. I'm a killer. If you ask the fire ants, yes. By the way, to every single, Queen Anita will like this, to every single hater out there, you're never going to get rid of the fire ants. Shove it up your ass. Okay? I got rid of them. They're gone. They're not even on the whole block. They've been obliterated. They've been eradicated. There's no more fire ants on the entire block. We took care of them. We took care of them. They're gone. The queen is a loser. The queen is dead. The queen of the fire ants is dead. All of her friends are dead, too. They're gone. Oh, don't worry. They'll be back. Probably not till next year. Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, good morning to everybody. It is Maine Day today. It is Maine Day. The Bongino Army is storming our chat because Dan is off today. And from what he said yesterday, everything's fine, but he's off and is doing something. He's going to be off again next Monday also. So I hope to see you all back then. Happy to see a lot of people in the chat say, hey, I'd love to see him live. But we always watch later anyway. Good. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to talk a lot about Maine today. This Graham Plattner, he is going to be nominated today to be their next Senate candidate, the Democrats anyway, out of Maine. And I see a lot of this. Like, this is one thing I don't like to see. I just don't want anyone to get demoralized, It's like yesterday we talked about the California election fraud situation. And I always said, I've been saying this since after 2020, actually. Because there's the selections, not elections crowd. I get it. There is election fraud. It's like you have to be all or nothing. I have to genuflect in front of Lynn Wood if I'm to be taken seriously as an election fraud guy or election integrity guy. No, okay? I've been saying this since 2020. When we talk about election fraud, when we talk about, mail-in ballots and election integrity, it is very, very, not just for the folks behind a microphone, but everybody, the force multipliers out there, everyone who talks about this issue. It is very important when we're talking about election fraud to make sure that we're not, even if you don't intend to do this, like if we're not making voting sound like a process that is pointless, right? That's strategy is important when we talk about a subject like that, right? It's like you're on a baseball team and the umpire sucks and you're just talking about how much the umpire sucks in your dugout. You don't want, your guys on the team to feel like it's pointless to get in the batter's box and actually take a swing because the umpire sucks, right? Or because the other team's abusing the rules. You still have to try to win. We still have to try to win. So when we talked about election fraud yesterday, I said this is it's a fine line. It's a tightrope. We have to navigate it intelligently. Yes, we have problems with our elections, but yes, we can also outvote those problems in the short term. Not every time. But 2024 proves that we can outvote it, that we can be, what was the phrase that I sat up and screamed in my sleep the day before the 2024 election? That's a true story. Brennan will tell you. That's a true story. The day before the 2020 election, the night before, I sat up, Brennan, in my bed, right? And we were in spring. I sat straight up the night before the 2024 election. I said what?
Too big to rig.
In my sleep.
And then laid right back down.
And then laid right back down. So in the short term, we are too big to rig. In the long term, we work to make those election integrity fixes that we all want to see, right? One day of voting, not a month of voting. Looking at you, California, and a lot of states with the early voting stuff. Stop sending mail-in ballots to every house. Stop allowing dead people to vote, right? And a lot of this stuff you could find in the Save America Act. But I've got good news out of the state of Ohio because they're taking matters into their own hands. And this may actually help Vivek Ramaswamy in the 2026 gubernatorial election there. So we will get to that. We got Maine, Graham Plattner. Guys, after years, like a decade plus of being called Nazis, raise your hand in the live chat if you've ever been called a Nazi by a leftist. I mean, it has happened to me a lot, right? And why? I don't have a Nazi tattoo. I don't like the Nazis. I'm not one of these woke right idiots who are like, the Jews. It's like, this. I'm not one of those people, right? But they call me a Nazi. I've been called a Nazi. I don't know how many, like, so many times to count. Look at all the hands. I haven't called Nazi directly, but, they call Trump a Nazi. They call his supporters a Nazi. If you wear the red hat, you're a Nazi. If you are a Republican, you're a Nazi. If you're a Catholic who goes to a Latin mass, you're a Nazi. You like, no matter what you do, if the left doesn't like you, you're a Nazi. None of you have Nazi tattoos, I'm assuming. Meanwhile, here's Graham Plattner, this dude in Maine, with a Nazi tattoo and a laundry list of other problems. And they're like, well, he didn't know what it meant. Except he calls it his Totenkopf, which is exactly what that symbol is, which the high-ranking officers of the SS who guarded the concentration camps had on their bodies as well. He didn't know what it meant? Now he knows what it meant. Why won't he get it removed? Well, there's people. It's a reminder of how far he's come. You really want a Nazi tattoo branded on your body? I would say, you know what? Take a picture of it and hang it on your fridge. And right, like, don't do that. To remind yourself how far you've come. No, he left it on his body. He's getting nominated to be the next Democrat nominee for Senate out of Maine. And that's going to be the bulk of what we're going to talk about this morning. I see a lot of people in Maine, they're like, yeah, but it's between him and Susan Collins. So, like, there really is no good choice. No, there's no good choice, right? This is like what Dan refers to as one of those level 10 decisions. You have a bad decision or a worse decision. He uses a little bit more of a colorful descriptor. And boy, was he colorful yesterday talking about Tucker Carlson and his brother. That was some funny stuff. But you have a horrible decision or a less horrible decision. It's either Graham Plattner, he's the horrible decision, or it's Susan Collins, who's the less horrible decision. And what is the number one utility that Susan Collins has that Graham Plattner doesn't have? What is the number one utility? She counts as a Republican, which means we hold the committees, we hold the leadership positions. I know, the cynics and the doomers are going, what's the matter anyway? Save America Act still can't get passed. Folks, take the Save America Act right now. Understand that's going to be a problem no matter who's in leadership. But you're not getting ICE funded, which is getting funded. You're not getting anything through the Senate if the Democrats take control of the Senate. You're going to get nothing but impeachments and investigations and subpoenas and all sorts of crap. So you have to make the less bad decision in Maine and vote for Susan Collins in the 2026 midterms. I can't do it. I'm not in Maine. I'm not enthusiastic about her, but I don't want to see Graham Plattner with the Nazi tattoo and all the other stuff that he's got going on. He honks his hedgehog in porta potties, allegedly, right? He's a little honker, okay? He's an oyster farmer. Yeah, we know where you're farming those oysters, buddy. In the Porta John, right?
Hell no, to the no. Who do you think you are?
There it is. That's got to be one of my favorites. The Tucker Carlson, who do you think you are? That's him and Greta Thunberg duel.
How dare you?
Who do you think you are?
You like this one too.
Which one?
Mustard.
Yes, little Ron DeSantis mustard. There it is. Brennan on the soundboard. So, Plattner, that's going to be the main story. Get it? The main story, because it's in Maine.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh,
we have a rim shot? Yeah, we got every sound. We got every sound in the game here. Including, I haven't played that one in a while either. All right, so we're going to get into the Democrats making excuses for this guy, openly admitting that their standards for Republicans are different than their standards are for themselves. Many of us, I saw the chat going wild. Many of us have been called Nazis. None of us have a Nazi tattoo. I don't have any tattoos. So no Nazi tattoo here. I've worn a red hat. That's why I get called a Nazi. Some of you folks have worn the red hat. You've been called the Nazi, the MAGA hat. None of you have Nazi tattoos, I hope. And but Susan Collins, this may be the way she survives yet again for another 6 years. People are like, how does she keep surviving in Maine? Because they keep running people like Graham Plattner. Now, this does not mean he can't win, but Democrats are very nervous about his chances because of everything that's coming out. And I don't think we're done hearing about Graham Plattner and the crazy stuff. Hakeem Jeffries, what do we call him? Hakeem.
Dollar-stove.
Dollar-stove.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
There he is. That is not Obama saying cock-a-doodle-doo like a rooster. That is the great Hey_Berg on Instagram. He did Obama as a rooster. It's one of my favorite things. Dollar store Barack Obama. Hakeem Jeffries is defending all of the Democrats' crappy candidates. All of them. Whether it's Graham Plattner, whether it's James Telefrico, or this guy, Hamawi. Have you heard about this guy, right? In New Jersey?
No.
He's a terror. He's like linked, like he was a character witness in a trial against the blind sheikh. He was the guy who coordinated the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. This guy who just got nominated to run for Congress in New Jersey was a character witness in favor of the terrorist. And it says,
How does that?
how does that happen in New Jersey, you guys?
Ugh.
Where like 9/11 happened across the freaking river. And they're like, yeah, let's nominate this guy. So, but then there's Hakeem Jeffries, dollar store. You gonna F around? Remember DeSantis? They say, you gonna F around, you're gonna find out, right? Like, Jeffries is defending him like, well, Republicans are bad too. Yeah, but we don't endorse freaking terrorists. Al-Qaeda people. All right. Jeffries, it's cat hair all over the place. Jeffries also is putting together an affordability agenda you're going to love. You're going to love who's in a leadership role over in that Sugar Honey Iced Tea show. Ohio Senate, we talked about that before. And a very interesting, now I take a lot of this with a grain of salt, facial recognition, because it's been wrong before. But a very interesting development with facial recognition technology and a connection to Newark, Minneapolis, Portland, etc. So we're going to get to all that. But before we do, I want to talk to you about our friends over at OFP Farms. They are a great operation in California. One of the few good people left in the state of California. They've got a beautiful goat farm, beautiful goats, and amazing skincare products. That's right. Skincare, lip balm, beard products. This is my favorite. Anybody in the chat use chapstick? You should probably stop. Why? Because it's owned by Pfizer. I didn't know that. Brennan told me this a couple of years ago. She's like, chapstick's owned by Pfizer. And we opened up the window, the second story window, a heave and a hoe, and away we go. We threw it out the window in favor of OFP Farms Goat Kisses Lip Balm. And they have great soaps. And they have great lotions. Brennan can't sleep without the lotion, the magnesium lotion. It's good stuff. And they have great gifts on tap for Father's Day, which is 10 days away. Father's Day is approaching and Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is extremely excited. It's Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms to welcome new arrivals, which means they're clearing out the final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. They are not your typical gifts. These are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they're not going to be restocked. Use the code Sean, that's SHAWN, to get 25% off your entire purchase at OFP Farms. It's Oscar Foxtrot PapaFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. You see it on your screen, OFPFarms.com, 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 promo code SHAWN. All right, let's go to Maine and Graham Plattner. I don't love the whole lists. Oh, we're going to make a list, right? The left loves to put me on lists on X every day. I'm put on a list of Nazis, or they call me a pedophile, or they the worst people on earth. You know, they just what they do. And then you block them and you come off the list. But anyway, a list was made over here by Brad Slager on Red State of some of the left-wing media people, right? Some of the left-wing media people who are lining up to endorse and support Graham Plattner, the Nazi tattoo guy. That's right. That's the Nazi tattoo guy. He's the one with an actual Totenkopf tattoo on his body. The Totenkopf was a tattoo that many Nazis had, the ones who were guarding the concentration camps had. And you can see this picture. Eli used it in the thumbnail. I'll show you. It's Bernie Sanders. We are going to fight the oligarchy together. We are going to make sure that Graham Plattner becomes the next senator from Maine with his Nazi tattoo. What are you, Bernie? You got a Nazi tattoo? I have 3 houses. I do not have a Nazi tattoo. But if I had a Nazi tattoo, it would cost a lot of money and it would be fighting the oligarchy. We were at dinner a couple of weeks ago, and Bernie was on a TV screen, and Brennan just goes, he's still fighting the oligarchy? Maze Moore has a really good clip. Everyone knows Maze on X. And it's like 20 years of Bernie Sanders from when he was younger and less crusty to like peak crust now. We have to fight. America's turning into an oligarchy. You're the oligarchy. You're an old rich guy. You fly around the country on a private jet. And Brent Baer asked him about it. Don't you think it's a little hypocritical, Green New Deal, and you're flying around? No. You expect me to stand around and fly United? Yeah. Otherwise, you're the frickin' oligarchy, you crusty commie.
Crusty.
I love calling him the crusty, cranky commie. Bernie Sanders.
I like feel the burn.
Feel the burn. Feel the burn. That was his old phrase. So here we go. Graham Plattner, not only with the Nazi tattoo, by the way, the bizarre messages on Kick. We don't know the age of the girls that he was messaging on Kick. And even John Fetterman, Wubba Dubba himself, even came out and was like, hey, I'll wear a suit every day to the Senate if Graham Plattner can prove that every woman he messaged on Kick was of age. That's Sasquatch Fetterman, the Yeti of Pennsylvania, challenging Graham Plattner. So it's not just the Nazi tattoo. That's a big part of it because it's there. It's still there. But it's also the bizarre messages he sent on Kick, the weird story about, honking the hedgehog in a porta potty, the fact that he's a quite literally white privileged guy. Like, don't use that. It's like the left. It's not a real thing. But if there was an example of it, like he's a pretty good example of white privilege. He grew up with a lot of money, prep school, all this stuff, whatever. It is what it is. The left is supposed to hate that stuff. I don't really care. He can't help it when he's a kid. He's going to go to school where his parents put him, right? I mean, whatever. The weird picture of him with no shirt on as his profile picture and on that Kick messaging platform. The laundry list of women who were like, yeah, he's strange. The stories that came out that said if someone broke into his house, he'd try and rape them to prove he's dominant. Like, this is just a weird person. And I ask this, like, seriously, that's the best you could find in Maine? Like, I get it. He calls what Israel did in Gaza a genocide. So people are like, ooh, he's saying the things you're not allowed to say. Really? If you're not allowed to say them, then why is he saying them? And why is he leading in the polls? Because you are allowed to say those things. Just because some people don't like that you say those things doesn't mean, oh, no, you're not allowed to say that. Nobody said you're not allowed to say it. I just say, if you do say it, I now immediately think you're a dumb person. Where is it?
You are not a smart person.
You are not a smart person. All right, so here we go. The Bulwark came out and said that it's critical that Democrats figure out how to win working class people if they ever want to have power again. That's why they're backing Graham Plattner. Abby Phillip of CNN actually compared the Nazi-adjacent man to Jesus. That's nice. Chris Hayes brought on Graham Plattner to address each of his accusations in a scripted softball interview. Pod Save America platformed Plattner on their show to clear the Nazi tattoo controversy. Jen Psaki gave the man a tongue bath interview to platform his campaign.
What?
A tongue bath, just like she spoke very nicely about him. Oh, and it's soft, basically.
I don't like that term.
Tongue bath. Molly Jong Fast tried to sound concerned about the various problems with Plattner, but could not push the man away, saying that ultimately it's about what he's going to do in the Senate. Joe Scarborough from Morning Joe puffed up Plattner in a promo interview. Charles Blow, I'm not joking, that's his name. Whoever goes up against Susan Collins, I'm for. At the end of the day, I'm going to support whoever comes out of the primary. Time Magazine. Even in his anti-establishment political moment, Graham Plattner's rise has been remarkable. His candidacy is forcing the party to come to terms with what it's willing to risk in exchange for a fighter. Graham Plattner, Nazi tattoo. Jessica Tarlov, the infamous queen of the Karens, says, essentially, Mainers want Plattner, so it's all good, no worries. Jennifer Welsh, who looks like one of the fish heads from the show Falling Skies. Of course, the Democrats' latest podcasting crony has gone all in for Graham Plattner. The Zoo, while they pretended to wag their fingers, the bickering bovine on the Zoo, they're behind Graham Plattner. Mehdi Hassan is, of course, behind Graham Plattner because Graham Plattner is anti-Jew and Mehdi Hassan is a radical, rabid, anti-Semitic Islamist guy. Jill Filipovic strains a lot. She's strained to explain how Graham Plattner's problems are not disqualifying. Adam Mockler, another one of these clowns, still supported Graham Plattner even after the kick sexting news broke. Let's see. Justice Democrats, the morality of the Senate is something I don't think will be brought down by the addition of Graham Plattner. I believe, in fact, the morality of the Senate will come up a notch by the addition of Graham Plattner. Yes, the guy who honks his hedgehog in public, Nazi tattoo, not nice to women, that's going to increase the morality in the Senate. Yes, very much so. Here's James Carville. You guys ever see, what movie is that from? Is it The Nightmare Before Christmas? Jack Skellington? This guy looks just like him. Ooh. He's the Raging Cajun. Here, take a look. This is him defending Graham Plattner. And it's essentially saying, if a Republican candidate ran and had a Nazi tattoo, he would be all over it. But because this guy's a Democrat, he's just not going to go and hold him accountable. Watch this.
But what would you say to a Republican who says, James, if there was a Republican combat veteran who had a Nazi tattoo, a Totenkopf tattoo, you wouldn't be so forgiving? What would you say to that?
That's true. I would say you're exactly right. If that person was a 4-time combat veteran, I'd say I'd never vote for him, or maybe it's her now. We have women in combat. But you can't, but I wouldn't vote. I think the greatest danger we face right now is from Donald Trump.
That's it. Everybody see the pivot? You guys saw the pivot? What would you say if if a Republican was doing that? Would you say, people say that you would not be so forgiving? Yeah, that's true. Because we got to do something about Donald Trump. That's Jack Skellington, by the way. There's Jack Skellington on your screen. That is James Carville, okay? See? There's Skellington.
But what would you say to a Republican who says...
Skellington.
But what would you say to a Republican who says...
Skellington.
But what would you say to a Republican who says...
Same person!
But what would you say to a Republican who says...
Same person. Quite literally a clone. There it is. So you have these Democrats and media people making excuses as to why the Nazi tattoo guy is actually, it's not that bad. It's just a tattoo. Oh, okay. Remember Chief Spitting Bull?
Oh my gosh.
That was a war
Don't
cry.
do that again.
That was a war cry.
Don't do that again.
That was the Pocahontas.
You're going to get the cats all
No.
wound up.
That was a Pocahontas Chief Golden Eagle war cry. Remember when Chief Golden Eagle is Donald Trump. Remember when Chief Spitting Bull Elizabeth Warren was grandstanding about Pete Hegseth's Christian tattoo? Well, this is troubling. Here, you look, New York Post. Just so you know, I'm not pulling this one out of my rear end. I don't stick things there. My name's not Pete Buttigieg. Okay, look. Happy Pride Month. Senator Warren harps on Pete Hegseth's Christian tattoo as she rails against his anti-woke policies. Christian tattoo? She has a problem with the Christian tattoo? But not a problem with Graham Plattner's Nazi tattoo?
Imagine that.
Elizabeth Warren strongly suggested there are concerns that Army veteran Pete Hegseth could be an insider threat due to his Christian tattoo, and seethed over his crusade against woke military policies in a blistering missive to the defense secretary designee. She said, I am deeply concerned by the many ways in which your behavior and rhetoric indicates that you are unfit to lead the Department of Defense. She also latched on to concerns over the Deus Volt tattoo on Hegseth's bicep, which is a Latin phrase that translates to God wills it. So he's got one of these Christian tattoos. It's the Jerusalem cross, and he's got the phrase Deus Volt. It means God wills it. Quote, you were also removed from President Biden's inauguration because of concerns that you were an insider threat after reports that your Deus Volt tattoo was a Christian expression associated with right-wing extremism. We cannot have a defense secretary whose fellow service members feel concerned enough about to report as a potential insider threat. But the Nazi tattoo guy in the Senate, totally fine for Chief Spitting Bull. You guys paying attention to what we're up against? Are you paying? Do you understand when you look across the political battlefield and you see them lining up what they're up against? Now, I am all for exposing hypocrisy, and we're going to do that in just a second. I'm all for exposing hypocrisy because it is important for the third party who's watching that. I'm not trying to change the minds of an Elizabeth Warren or a cranky commie Bernie, right? Like I'm not looking to change because I'm not going to change their mind. Old dogs don't learn new tricks. We're going to continue to fight the oligarchy together. Okay. I'm not trying to change AOC's mind. I'm not trying to change, insert left-wing person here's mind. There are people that are watching the debate from the outside. And they're like, okay, the left has the Nazi tattoo guy, but didn't they have a problem with Hegseth's tattoo? Or maybe they don't know. And then we're like, hey, they had a problem with Hegseth's Christian tattoo, but they don't have a problem with a Nazi tattoo. And you've got people going, that seems a little hypocritical to me. Independents, moderates, the swayables, the malleable middle. You can mold this group of voters. The goal is to reach them and show them the hypocrisy. So again, millions of conservatives were called Nazis. Millions of conservatives were called extremists and white supremacists with absolutely no proof. None of us have Nazi tattoos. And yet the guy with the actual Nazi tattoo is being embraced by all of the driving figures and forces of the Democrat Party. Those are the people that we're up against. And like it or not, if you're a moderate, an independent, an undecided voter somewhere, those are the people you're up against too, even if you don't know yet that you're actually up against them. Because they don't have any guiding principles. They don't have any standards. Period. James Carville admitted that. If this Graham Plattner guy or another Republican candidate somewhere was running and had a Nazi tattoo, he wouldn't be as forgiving. He admitted it. They don't have standards, and this is a pretty serious issue. When we expose the hypocrisy, we're not going to change the minds of a Bernie Sanders or of Elizabeth Warren, but there are people who will consume this content, who will hear about this stuff. If you guys share it, we'll get even more people, to hear about this stuff. And they'll go, all right, one side of the aisle looks like they don't have any standards, and the other side of the aisle, they got some problems over there too. But it ain't as bad as the group that's quite literally circling the wagons around the Nazi tattoo guy, Graham Plattner. I'm going to play for you a very interesting video from one of Maine's residents as to why Plattner's okay. It's unbelievable. Where she literally says, if it was an Israeli tattoo, like an Israel flag tattoo, she'd have a bigger problem than the Nazi tattoo that's on his body. Isn't that nuts? And that's going to take us into this Israel derangement syndrome group of people right now, who, if you check off that one box, you could be pro-open border, you could be pro-abortion, you could be pro-H-1B, you could be high taxes, you could be a defund the police candidate, you could have a Nazi tattoo, you could honk your hedgehog in a porta potty, you could be a radical leftist, you could be an anti-Trumper. As long as you say something bad about Israel, all the woke right political prostitutes who we see online, these people are basically OnlyFans. When you look at these people as if they're OnlyFans cam girls, it makes a lot more sense. Folks like this who are doing the anti-Jew dance, they're doing the anti-Jew dance and the anti-Israel dance because it pays. Because that's the dance the audience wants them to do. Because that's the dance that gets them the most money, right? They're basically online virtual whores for the cause. And just look at them that way and you'll never look at it any differently. Okay? For these people, because they're now pro Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden. Since when did that guy become our friend? Since he said that Israel was a problem, he's like, cool. He's like, based. Based. I guess you guys forgot about the laptop and all the stuff that he did. Oh, so all of those prior misgivings are forgiven because he said something critical of Israel? Give me a break. So what you're basically telling me is you would join ranks with anybody. You would surrender all of your other values, your values on immigration, your values on abortion, your values on taxation, your values on a small central government, your values on a secure border, your values on the Second Amendment, as long as somebody says something critical of Israel. You people are deranged. You're just sick. Sick. All right. Quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. You're going to want to get yourself one of these. Remember the Flint, Michigan water crisis? It was a pretty big deal, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Lead in your water is a problem. There's no safe amount of lead that you can drink. No, there's not a lot of lead. I'm good. No. Listen, Flint, Michigan, the lessons that we learned, we should continue to reinforce those lessons. If that taught us anything, it is that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. And Flint wasn't just a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we purify all of our water in our home with Cove Pure. The government does not tell you a couple things. They don't tell you that the testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. And the scary part is that there is no safe level of lead exposure at all. None. Even low levels of lead are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, irreversible developmental harm in children, and many other very, very bad things. You don't want to be exposed to lead. Cove Pure removes it. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants. That includes lead, but also PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And the setup could not be easier. You take it out of the box, you screw in the filters, you plug it in, you fill up the tank, and it does the rest of the work for you. Brennan loves the hot water feature on the Cove Pure. She's actually cooked with it. You can dispense instantly boiling water. She made mashed potatoes with it. It was so good. Your city tested your water and said, it's good. Trust me, bro. So did Flint. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. So go to Cove Pure, CovePure.com/Sean. Because you're a listener of this show, you get $250 off for a limited time. That is Cove Pure, CovePure. CP16.com/Sean. Get yourself a CP16 today. You will not be unhappy. You will be very, very excited that you did it. All right, here we go. Next. Here's some hypocrisy in Maine. I want you to listen to this resident. This video has been all over the place. I was going to play it yesterday, but since today is primary day in Maine, I say, you know what? Let's hold all the Graham Plattner stuff till today, and we'll go through it today. Here's a resident in Maine who, on camera, actually says, and she, openly, hey, at least she's being honest, right? That if Graham Plattner had an Israeli flag tattoo, she'd have a bigger problem than him having a Nazi tattoo. Watch.
Totem pole tattoo, the Nazi tattoo. How do you kind of...
Somebody said that they talked to somebody who had seen one of those or wore one of those, and it was silver, and it didn't even occur to him that it was the same thing. I think people are making as much of it as they can because they don't have a lot of substance around anything else. And if they did, we'd hear about it, believe me. They are trolling for dirt.
What if he had a Israeli flag tattoo or something? Would that be a deal breaker?
For me?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
That would be
Israeli? Yeah, because I don't support genocide, and he doesn't either. And that would show that he was being inconsistent. And he's been very consistent about that. Straight across the board.
Did you? I still can't believe she said that. Okay, let's just say she doesn't like the country of Israel. That's fine. You don't have to. I'm not the biggest Netanyahu fan. I'm not. I just, why? We'll get into why another day. I just don't like him much. Not my favorite person. He's not, I don't have to like him. He's another country's leader. It's fine. I don't hate him either. And I don't hate the country of Israel either. Okay? So if you don't like Israel, maybe you don't like some of the things they do, maybe you don't like the fact that they have a lot of liberal policies, maybe you don't like Bibi, maybe you don't like, whatever. That is fine. You can have that opinion. It's all good. But how can she say, well, if he had an Israeli flag tattoo, it would mean he supports genocide when he has a... Brennan, can you help me out?
Maybe. We'll see.
What was the Holocaust?
What was the Holocaust?
Yeah, what was it? Who? First of all, who facilitated the Holocaust? Who?
The Nazis.
The Nazis.
Yeah.
Okay. The SS, the high-ranking Nazis with the Totenkopf tattoos, guarding the concentration camps where the Holocaust took place, you would say were probably complicit in the Holocaust, right? Would you say the Holocaust, which was the extermination of millions of Jews and other people, but primarily Jews, was a genocide? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you a history major?
No.
No, you're a smart person, but not a history major, right?
No.
Okay. All right. So the Nazis actually did a genocide where millions of people were killed. I love these people, the, Holocaust deniers, or, no, it wasn't millions of people. Then where the f did they go? They all went somewhere? Where'd they go to, a parallel universe? Where did they go if they weren't killed? Find them. Tell me where they went. I mean, this is like one of these. Okay, so the Nazis actually did a genocide. They committed genocide. Millions of people were killed at the hands of the Nazis, some of whom had the same tattoo that Graham Plattner has, the same one. They were guarding the concentration camps, the Totenkopf tattoo. So on one hand, she's like, well, I hope he doesn't have the Israel tattoo because that would mean he supports genocide. He's got a tattoo from the Nazis who actually did a genocide. You may not like what Israel did in Gaza. First of all, that was not a genocide. How do I know that was not a genocide? Because Hamas still exists. And even if they eliminated Hamas, that wouldn't mean it was a genocide. They didn't just go in there and indiscriminately slaughter and round up a bunch of Palestinians, did they? No. But her whole justification of the tattoo is, well, if he had the other tattoo, an Israel tattoo, it would mean he supports genocide. He's got a tattoo from the Nazis who actually did a genocide. I heard that and I was like, but look at her. She believes what she's saying is true. Watch her one more time.
Toten Coke tattoo, the Nazi tattoo. How do you kind of...
Somebody said that they talked to somebody who had seen one of those or wore one of those, and it was silver, and it didn't even occur to him that it was the same thing. I think people are making as much of it as they can because they don't have a lot of substance around anything else. And if they did, we'd hear about it, believe me. They are trolling for dirt.
What if he had like a Israeli flag tattoo or something? Would that be a deal breaker?
For me?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
That would be...
So it's a deal breaker to have an Israeli flag tattoo but not a Nazi tattoo? You don't have to genuflect in front of Israel. I'm not asking you to worship that country. I'm not even asking you to be a Zionist. I don't care what your opinions are of that country. I truly don't. I truly don't. You can have whatever opinions you want on geopolitics. It does not matter to me. We may agree, we may disagree. But if your justification for being critical of Israel is that you believe they're committing genocide in Gaza, but then at the same moment, you're like, well, but the Nazi tattoo is fine. When the Nazis actually committed genocide, it tells me that you are a wholly unserious person. Unserious. My point in all of this is the Democrats are voting for this guy. Period, full stop. They're voting for this guy. And I don't like to play the guilt by association game, right? Like, oh, if you're a Democrat, you're automatically a Nazi because the rest of your party is supporting Graham Plattner. What I will do, though, is find the people, like we had the list there, who are actually associating with and propping up Graham Plattner's campaign, and we will call them out endlessly because they are all a bunch of hypocrites. And we call out hypocrisy everywhere. Just like the bunch of absolute, just embarrassing fools on the internet right now who are cozying up to Hunter Biden. As if all of the posts that they had out, and you could do this with anybody. If you see somebody who, purports to be on the right and are like, oh, Hunter Biden's right about this issue, and they start cozying up and they're propping him up, you can go in there and you can search their profile and they despise Hunter Biden, or at least they did. But then their audience started throwing money at them. So, Hunter's based. Now take off another article of clothing in favor of Hunter Biden. And that's what they're doing. These are OnlyFans skanks that are masquerading as political analysts. That's what these people are. Look at them that way. It makes everything so much easier. The hypocrisy is astounding. And you have the woke right and the woke left. It's Pride Month, so there's a warm embrace going on right now. All right. We're going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to get to word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com/Sean. Do me a favor, big crowd in here today. We know that Bongino Army is in here representing, so we appreciate that. Do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button on our show. Appreciate that. Helps us fly up the charts. And if you can subscribe to us anywhere you get your audio podcasts, we've seen a big uptick in audio listens there. If you're listening on audio after the fact, rumble.com/LFATV. That is home base. We're here every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Folks, silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals. They're fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the craziest part about it is they're supposed to ask for your data. They don't. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. They make Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same tech that's trusted by special operations teams all around the world. used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean to get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent, SLNT, Sierra Lima, November Tango.com/Sean, SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. And for those of you who know what's coming, silence the chaos. Go silent today, SLNT.com/SHAWN.
It's hog honking time.
Okay. It's been like a month
long time
since I've been able to honk my hedgehog live on air. That's gross. No, it's actually a dog toy. And we honk him whenever we get to 800 likes.
We're almost to 900.
We're almost to 900, and if we get to 1,000, we're supposed to bring in Clover, but she's had a rough couple days. So we're just going to honk our hedgehog today. There it is. That's Mo. Everybody say hello to Mo. The chat's going crazy because we've had a Mo sighting. Here is Hakeem Jeffries. Dollar Stowe! Do I have a dollar? I don't have a Dollar Stowe clip, do I?
I don't think so.
That sucks. Well, we have him.
Goo.
All right. Dollar Stowe Obama defending this Hamawi guy in New Jersey. Now, it's an interview with Jackie Heinrich. I'm not her biggest fan on Fox, but she did a good job here. Credit where it's due. She's, I believe, engaged to the Rhino Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, who's like really, really pro-Ukraine, and she was kind of annoying last year during the Trump-Putin summit. But this is not the time for airing grievances. This is the time for commending good work. She did really good work with Hakeem Jeffries in this interview, pushing him and saying, how come you defend this Hamawi guy out of New Jersey who's like pro-Al-Qaeda? And she gives the receipts, and Dollar Stowe Obama does what you would think he would do. Watch.
You just congratulated Adam Hamawi for becoming the Democratic nominee in New Jersey. Despite his past, volunteering as a defense witness for Omar Abdel Rahman, the blind sheikh who was convicted in connection with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. And according to trial transcripts obtained by Fox, Hamawi admitted under cross-examination that he did hear Rahman talk about jihad. He said, it was a struggle in the sake of God. Yes, it was a jihad. When the prosecutor asked if he heard Rahman talk about how America is the enemy of Islam, Hamawi answered yes. And when asked, did you hear about how Muslims had to do jihad against the enemies of Islam before the arrest in June 1993, Hamawi said, of course, that's what he always talked about. He talked about jihad, Hamawi wants to represent the 12th district in New Jersey. That's where Todd Beamer is buried, the passenger who fought off the hijackers on United Flight 93. That doesn't concern you?
I haven't spoken to him. He's going to have to speak for himself and address these allegations, and I certainly haven't read the transcript that you just presented to me. But what I can say is that we, as Democrats and Republicans, particularly in an environment right now where this is day 100 of Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice, have to be focused on ensuring, one, that we always, at all times, protect the national security interests of the American people. That's not what's happening right now as it relates to what's going on in Iran. In fact, Iran is stronger now than they were before this reckless and costly war of choice was started, and life is more expensive, particularly as it relates to gas prices. And so
I can't even take him seriously. The question was about Hamawi, the candidate who was used as a character witness by the defense in the trial of Blind Sheikh, who was, one of the men responsible for the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. What's a reckless war of choice? Get F around, go find that. Do I have that clip? DeSantis? Yeah, we got to do this.
our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out.
He's like,
We gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you gonna find out.
I love it. They say what you want about DeSantis 2024. He's back to being himself, and I like it. He's He's not mustard Ron anymore. He's like old school. He's like old school Ron. Folks, the Democrats have no standards. We know this, right? That's why they're behind Hamawi. That's why they're behind Graham Plattner. That's why they're rallying around James Telefrico. He's tame compared to the rest of them. He just thinks God is non-binary, and he's like vegan-ish in Texas. I don't know. He's like, hey, we're going to run a meatless campaign. Somebody was like, dude, you're in freaking Texas. It's like the barbecue capital of the world. What are you going to barbecue a corn on the cob? Come on, guys. Plattner, Telefrico. I'm missing one. The Hamawi guy. There's another one out there that's just, Abu al-Sayed, that one in Michigan. The Democrats got a crazy slate of candidates. That's probably why the midterms are still within reach. Do not surrender the 2026 midterms. Don't. All right? All right. Quick break. Word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA with Jeremy Herrell, who is up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. So all of you guys and gals who are here because Bongino is off, stick around. Jeremy Herrell is up next at 11 a.m. with Live from America. Here's a little bit from Jeremy and Golden Crest Metals right now.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
There's goldencrestmetals.com, and we've now reached Magamo territory, which means we bring on a big hog.
Oh.
That's because, you know why?
He's rusty.
You know why? He's rusty. Because we don't get...
It takes the Bongino army coming in here and doing the job of the LFA people that they won't do.
Yeah.
LFA people should be embarrassed.
Well, be nice.
Because it takes somebody else coming in here and doing what you're supposed to do.
Brennan's wagging her finger. We're gonna have to go, Brennan, we're gonna have to go full Karen.
I can't believe it takes someone else to come in here and do what you're supposed to do. I'm clutching my pearls.
You guys like my Karen
It's a little
voice?
dramatic.
Yeah. Just a little on the drama side. It's all right. It's all good. Folks, I want to leave you with a little bit of, they're all like, Brennan yelled at us?
Who do you think you are?
Oh, Tucker Carlson going on. I want to leave you with some good news, a little inspiration. We're having a problem in the Senate, right? Passing the Save America Act. And I'm not telling you to forget about it or move on or stop demanding that the Save America Act gets passed. I'm asking you to walk and chew gum. Some states are taking matters into their own hands, including the great state of Ohio. Ohio is putting voter ID on the ballot this November, just like Wisconsin did last year during those Supreme Court runs, right? The Wisconsin Supreme Court. The Ohio State Senate passed a bill last week putting a constitutional amendment that would mandate voter ID in Ohio elections on the November ballot. Trump responded to the bill's passage, commending the Republican lawmakers behind the push, adding Democrats fought hard against this, presumably so they can cheat. The Ohio Senate passed Senate Joint Resolution 10, sponsored by State Senator Jane Timken and State Senator Teresa Gavarone. which would put a constitutional amendment on the ballot to enshrine Ohio's voter ID laws in the state's constitution. With AI being easily able to generate items like utility bills and bank statements, it is essential to constitutionally protect voter ID requirements, said Senator Timken. This resolution ensures that it is easy to vote, but hard to cheat. Some of the forms of ID that would be accepted: a driver's license or state ID card issued by the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, a U.S. passport, a U.S. military identification card, an Ohio National Guard card, or an identification card issued by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. If you want the SAVE Act passed because you want it to have national implications, I'm with you 100%. But at the same time, and I get it, in a place like California or a place like New York or a place like Minnesota or a place like Illinois, you're probably not going to get this type of thing passed, okay? But in a place like Ohio and other places that may not have the strongest voter ID laws, you can get this passed because you're in a friendly state with a friendly legislature. And if you make this change at the state level, you won't even have to worry about it happening at the federal level. And you could protect all of your congressional seats, all of your Senate seats. If you have a swing district in your state, you can protect all of that with a voter ID measure like what was just passed in Ohio and will be on the ballot. And you know that if it goes on the ballot, it's such a common sense issue. 80+% of Americans believe it's fine. And as a matter of fact, it should happen that you're asked for ID before you go and vote. Get this done at your state legislatures. Because then it basically renders the SAVE Act, at least in your state, irrelevant. Not that I don't want it passed. I want it passed, but this is a good way to have a little bit of a fallback and a safety net in some states. I get it. Washington State and, California, New York, Minnesota, Illinois, and these other blue hellholes, they're not going to pass it. I get it. Jersey, they're not going to pass something like that. But if you live in a state like Ohio, which is a red state but could be kind of swingy, you can pass a voter ID, and then next thing you know, you're never going to see Democrats get elected en masse in places like Ohio again. So you can also take matters into your own hands at your state level, and I encourage you to do so, especially with voter ID, which is incredibly popular and not controversial. All right, thank you so much for everybody watching and listening. I appreciate you guys and gals for coming in here in the absence of Dan Bongino. Remember, Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast. You can listen to this show audio only. If you're driving, you're working out, you're doing whatever, you can listen to this after the fact. We greatly appreciate you all being here. So hit that thumbs up button, hit that follow button before you leave. Hope you enjoyed the show today. Hope you had some fun. I know I did. And we'll be back here tomorrow, same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Hope to see you then. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. See you tomorrow morning. Jeremy Herrell up next. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. See you tomorrow morning. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
What's up? You're locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America. And I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And as always, we are broadcasting live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa, where 98 out of 99 counties, went red in the last election. So what makes you think that there's any chance that it could ever go blue now? Introducing to you the man, the myth, the legend, producer Eli. How we doing, sir, today?
What is going on, LFA TV family and patriots? I don't know what's going on. We're almost up to 3,200 people already. I'm not going to question it because I love it. Let's keep sharing. Hit that Rumble like button. Let's get the news out. Let's get to work, baby. I want to see this up to 4,000 too. Let's go.
You see that? He wants to see 4,000 people in the live chat today. So let me say hello to some of those people in that live chat, shall we? Here on our home on Rumble. Cat Lover, Sean Maga, Suzanne Vermontes, Bad Moon, Pat, Kat Danes, Big Mama Campbell, Erica Falconberry, LFA Family, JC, LJ Sin, Pennsylvania, excuse me. I believe that may be Cindy. Stubbs McGrowan, Lifty's mom is in the building. Wiser for it. Parker is here. Angie Barnett, DeCluse, how you doing? Man, the chat's going so fast I can't even read it. Leslie is here. True International Depression. Deb Graham is in the building. Real Fringe is here today. Christine Mosier is here. Lindy, how you doing? Good to see you. Cynthia and Carol. Terry, good to see you today. Now we got a big, large Bongino army here today. How about Jackie? How you doing, Jackie? Thanks for joining. Angel, grandmother, show me how. Jeremy, not sure what you mean, but still want to shout you out. Monkey Mom in the building. Kat is here. Nick, MJ Randall. Just already got a donation from Sean Maga. TD Hodges is here. And one more. Let's give it to Kathy from the Central New York Finger Lake region. God bless each and every one of you. Let me say hello to some of the people over there on YouTube. We're starting to get a growing YouTube audience over there. So, Jason, how you doing? Another one, Bites McGrowan. God bless you for being here. Shin Jin is here. How are you? Austin, good to see you. And James over there on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much for being here. And Real Fringe just gifted a subscription to one of the Rumble family members here, so that's great. It was Sundancer. Sundancer, you were just gifted a 1-month subscription by the individual, so make sure you say thank you. And let's see, MAGA Georgia, MAGA GA, MAGA Georgia is here, ready to rumble. Raw 9, RM Elliott is here as well. Eli, it looks like we got a lot of new people in here because of the absence of Dan Bongino today, and that's great. We thank you for being here. God bless you. Big shout out to Sean Farish here on LFA TV. Started LFA TV with us in the very beginning. It was Sean, myself, and a few others. Mike Crispy and Kevin Smith. I want you guys all to understand, too, that Kevin will not be here today. Kevin's mother is having an unsuspected surgery today. Didn't expect it to happen so soon. They expected to do a lung transplant, but I guess today was the day. He found out yesterday. So his mom is in the hospital today, and she's going through through surgery today for a lung transplant. So please keep Kevin Smith in your prayers that she comes through successfully and is home recovering before you know it. Swamp Stomper said Dan Bongino rated your show. Awesome. Big shout out to the Bongino Army and a big shout out to all of you. All right, as we get ready to start here this morning, remember LFATV.us is our website for LFA TV. Anything that you want to do, whether you want to shop on our store, whether you want to watch the current live stream or the past live shows that we had here, uploaded videos, short clips, and more, you can do that. You can read updated and current news, and you can become a one-time or a monthly donor. We've always been built on the power of the people, and we will stay that way. Thank you all very much. And thank you all who shop with our sponsors as well. All of it is a little bit of revenue for LFA TV. Also, if you want to listen to the podcast, LFA TV's podcast for my shows anyway, Rise Up and Live from America. As you can see, there's yesterday's shows, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Android, whatever it is, Pandora. Get yours. Get your fix of LFA TV's Live from America and Rise Up right there. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, wherever you get it, okay? All right, let's get this show on the road. Democrats who started the party of racism, who tried to kill every Republican president that ever came their way that threatened their power, and who funded and started and founded the KKK, continuing to fund it through the SPLC even today, Democrats doing racist stuff. Here's Don Lemon and Bill Maher.
It's the same thing that when I see not all black Republicans, but when I see a black MAGA person who is carrying Donald Trump's water and they know that he's lying, it is the shortest line to the front. Because if you're black and you're whatever, you're just in line with a bunch of other Democrats that are doing the same thing that you're doing. But if you become a black MAGA person, it's like, whoa, let's book this person, let's put him on television.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA person?
No, I just said, I don't think that, I just said, I think there can be sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere black Republican?
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be black and be a rational MAGA person. I think you can be black and be a Republican.
I think they would find that very insulting.
Well, I mean, the truth is often insulting. It's the same.
Yeah. The truth is often assaulting, isn't it? Offensive and assaulting. Right? I mean, look at what happens every single time this party gets called out for its hypocrisy and its lies. You know what I love, Eli, is when they bring up racism or when they bring up, Donald Trump separating their parents from their kids, or when they bring up anything that Donald Trump does, and we say to them, well, what about, if that's your claim, what about this? And we say something about Biden or Obama. And why didn't you have a problem with X, Y, or Z then? You know what they say, Eli? We're not in the business of looking backward. We're in the business of looking forward. Why do you always bring up Obama and Biden? To show your hypocrisy, to put truth right out in the open so everybody can see it, so they can show how one-sided and biased and how much hate you actually have for this country. But yet they continue to be racist. That right there was a very racist thing to say. It was right there along the lines with Biden saying, if you don't vote for me and you ain't black. I mean, how do people not see this? Or maybe they do. I don't know.
Hey, Don Lemon, you're a race-baiting scumbag. Was that truth hard for you to hear?
Yeah. Hey, Don Lemon, you have charges brought against you for what you did in Minnesota. Hey, Don Lemon, you're facing jail time right now. Hey, Don Lemon, you're a homosexual. Why would anybody listen to you about having a moral compass? I think you could be a black Republican, but you can't be black and MAGA. Well, what happens if you are, Don? Eli, what's Don Lemon going to do if he comes across one of the millions of black people who do support President Trump? Are you going to yank their black card? Are you going to tell them that they ain't black? Or are you going to tell them that they're brainwashed and stupid? Because shouldn't individuals be able to think for themselves?
He'll only speak his mind if it's like somebody his size or smaller, but I'd love some huge, muscular MFers to come up to him. What'd you say? What'd you say? What? I can't believe in this because what? I didn't mean it. He'd back down.
Oh, yeah, he would. He would back down in a heartbeat. But let me read for you an Instagram message that I got. You bitch ass cracker. F you. Ernest Thompson. Black dude. Don't really care about that. Wearing a San Francisco 49er hat. Couldn't be more gay. But I just said, damn, bro, that's racist. And I should have said, you know what I'll say right now? And by the way, I'm a saltine American. Respect my heritage. But I mean, imagine that being the other way around, Eli. Imagine I message somebody because I don't like their political point of view, don't know them, and say, you're a bitch ass, you know what? I have a feeling I might even get charged with a hate crime. But that's the world we live in today. Out of control. Racism is everywhere. You're absolutely right. But it's not from the side you think it is to the side that you think it's directed at. It's the opposite. But then, Eli, we run into the argument, black people can't be racist because they don't come from a position of authority. Only people with a position of authority can be racist. Well, Eli, I've never been an authority. The only authority that I've ever had is as a father and as a boss of this company. I have never had privilege. I'm still waiting for it in the mail.
Yeah, there's plenty of black people in the country now and all over the world that have positions of authority. Clarence Thomas being one of them, one of our Supreme Court justices. He's way above me. Yeah. So there's an example.
No, he can't be racist against you, though. Actually, I would bet you if you asked Don Lemon if a black Trump supporter can be racist, he would say, yes, they can, because they're licking the boot of the authority. Either way, I don't remember racism being a problem in this nation more than after Obama. And it wasn't because Obama got elected that the racism came out from the white people of this country. It was because Obama got elected did racism start rising with the minority skin color and then start taking over. And now, if you're white, you are the devil. Aquisiocha, Eli. White devil, white devil.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help but notice. Did you just refer to me as white devil, white devil? Leave that part out now.
Leave that part out next time. Anyway, go out in the world, and the last thing that you'll see is racism. You understand that? Go out in the world. I don't care what color you are or where you even live. Don't give me this, well, you don't live where I live. Oh, but I have. Racism does not exist in the real world the way they tell you it does. Not to say that there's not racist people out there. The world does not systematically work or run with a high level of racism out there. Okay? It just doesn't. And the only place that it does exist is in politics and DEI. That's it. If your TV was off, your radio was off, you had nothing to listen to during the day or watch, you would not see ever the racism that people say is out there. Gloria said this cracker was fooled into thinking we would ever close the racism door after Obama was elected. The racism door was closed. There were racist people, but the systematic, privileged, racist country that you think exists does not exist. Period. Period. And if it does, you might want to look at the NBA. And since they love DEI so much in the Democratic Party, why don't they fire half the black people on the roster of the NBA teams and replace them with a bunch of people who can't play basketball as well? Just because they're white. If we want to even the score If we want to balance the books, hire a bunch of Asians, whites, and Native Americans. Same thing with the NFL. If we're all about DEI, Eli, well, then we need to fire half the roster of both the NFL and the NBA, don't we? And we need to get more or less qualified individuals to replace them so that we can have equity and fair and balance, right?
That's true. Let's get some of the women from the WNBA on there.
There you go. There you go. Since men can be women and women can be men, how come some of the women of the WNBA don't come and show how great they are? You know Caitlin Collins, who played here in Iowa. She's great. She's amazing. As a basketball player, she's amazing. 100%. Give her all of her props all the live long day. Caitlin Collins could not compete in a men's college team. She may not even be able to compete in a men's high school team if it was a high enough division high school basketball placed team. So if we're talking DEI, Eli, and everybody should have an opportunity, put Caitlin, a bunch of whites, a bunch of Asians, and a bunch of Native Americans on the roster and fire half of your roster right now. If you don't, then guess what? DEI is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. We will be right back after a message from Rise Up Coffee to start the show.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Get yours at jeremyherrell.com or lfatv.us. Eli, before we go to prayer and get started, Leslie had a birthday yesterday, and somehow we missed that. So would you kindly sing a happy birthday, even though belated, to Leslie Berry?
Absolutely. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leslie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Somebody said that I said Caitlin Collins. I meant to say Caitlin Clark if I said Caitlin Collins. I live in a news world, and anytime you hear the word Caitlin, it's either Jenna or Collins. So I apologize if I said Caitlin Collins. I meant Caitlin Clark. I don't know if Caitlin Collins can play basketball. She can't even smile. So, you know. Anyway, let's go to the Lord in prayer, please. And let's get the show on the road. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray and say, amen. Amen. Casey goes, yeah, I get the two mixed up as well. Josie says, why does anyone think this is funny? Don't know. Talking about the show or something that we played as a video? If you're talking about the show, it might be your first time here. Might want to stick around for a while. Not trying to get laughs, but we have a good time here. We have some fun here. And if it's your first time watching LFA TV, maybe you came in to watch Sean, stay around for a while. You may like it. You may not. If you don't like it, but you still want to watch it, I don't know why that makes sense, but you can go over on YouTube with a lot of people that do it over there. They hate it, and they watch it all day long. But I hope you stay. I appreciate you being here. Okay. The NBA. President Trump. The New York Knicks. Go Spurs. Not that I care. I hate the NBA now. Now, the NBA used to be one of the staples of my family. I lived in Illinois. Josie says, so I have to hear you glee over bullshit news? No, you can see your way out. You don't have to stay and watch bullshit news. Matter of fact, if you do, I might suggest that you go get your head checked. But you don't have to stay. I just welcomed you to. Now, the NBA. Back in the 90s, I grew up in Illinois, and my grandfather, me, and my father would always watch the Bulls games. If there was a Bulls game on, we were watching it. Living in Illinois, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, 2 3-peats in a row, dominating the 90s in basketball. How could you not love them? But we even go back, all the way back until the 80s, when Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and Wilt Chamberlain and, all these people were dominating. Some were coming in during the 80s, like the Isaiah Thomases and the Michael Jordans and folks like that, and Patrick Ewing, famous Nick. Some were going out in the 80s, the older folk. You had your Magic Johnsons, you had your Kareem Abdul-Jabbars, but one thing about the NBA that stood out to me way back then with the, Isaiah Thomases and the Dennis Rodmans and this, that, and the other is everybody had their own opinion. Everybody had their own fashion. Look at Dennis Rodman. Everybody had their own style, but everybody did one thing, and that was show up on that court for teamwork. And back when you showed up on that court for teamwork, you had a couple team leaders, maybe just one. You had a coach. You ran plays. And if you were a great basketball player, you were the first on the court and the last off. But one thing that all basketball players did, not everyone, but for the majority, is they were role models on and off the court. Now, obviously, some got in trouble, just like with any other sport, gambling, things like that, drugs, DUIs, and things like that. But for the most part, it was basically an unwritten rule that you conduct yourself properly on and off the court, that you bring none of your BS to the game. As a matter of fact, I remember when Michael Jordan in the early 90s, I believe it was, maybe it was the late 80s, but he was approached by the Democratic Party in North Carolina, where Michael Jordan played college basketball for the Tar Heels. He was approached after he became a Chicago Bull. They wanted Michael Jordan to endorse a Democrat candidate for senator in North Carolina. Michael Jordan said, I respectfully decline to endorse political candidates. The Democratic Party was all upset, and they said, but why, Michael? Why? Michael Jordan's answer was, because Republicans buy my shoes too. And that's the way things were. Fast forward to 2026, and Michael Jordan must look at the current situation today and puke. Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, are they asked to do commentary here and there because of their involvement in the sport? Yes. But do you think that they're fans of the sport today? You know, everybody says, could Michael Jordan have beat LeBron James? And I'm here to tell you, every day of the week, twice on Sunday, with the flu, could he beat anybody in the NBA today, let alone LeBron James? Anybody. Why? Work ethic, determination, and the drive to succeed. Today, that doesn't exist. Do you know what exists today? Look at me, individuality, no teamwork, nobody cares, no hard work, nobody on the court first, off the court last, everybody trying to get back to the locker room so they can Instagram or TikTok or do whatever serves them. I absolutely loathe the NBA today. I tried to give the NFL a chance last year again. And for a lot of things did right size. All right? There's no more kneeling for the flag. There's a lot of people kneeling in the end zone praying to God. There's a lot of good things coming. But the NBA might be the worst professional sport organization that we have in this country today. Now, you're going to see videos floating around over and over and over about how Donald Trump was received at last night's Game 3 of the finals. But one thing you might not see is the positive reaction that President Trump got. Now, New York, don't get it twisted, loves Trump. Remember when he had a rally there for his campaign and it was absolutely packed to the gills? Remember that? But the fans of the NBA are just like the NBA players themselves. You are who you attract. And what you're attracted to, you are. Let's go to the moments that President Trump was leaving, arriving, and then on the inside of Madison Square Garden last night. The Knicks had a 2-0 lead. Hosting its first NBA Finals game in decades. President Trump has always been a fan of the Knicks, despite what the leaders of the Democratic Party will try to tell you today. This was the motorcade coming down the streets of New York City. His city. The city that he changed the skyline in. It doesn't get more New York than Trump, and it doesn't get more Trump than New York, despite what people say. How many times has Trump been to Madison Square Garden when the UFC's been there? Met with nothing but thunderous applause, right? Here's President Trump last night when he's inside the building. And one thing that you won't see floating around X or floating around Instagram or anywhere else was the cheers for Donald Trump and the chants of USA when he first was spotted. Listen closely. Weird, right? Because there was a couple times when President Trump was shown and the crowd was booing. And these videos that are being passed around captured the booing and shared that only. Well, where do you think that this came from then? Yeah, so regardless, President Trump was received greatly by the ownership of the team, by Madison Square Garden. The crowd was chanting USA. I'm going to show you videos of outside before the riots started, Why would they be chanting USA if they hated him so badly? Now, the ones that do hate him, if you listen and watch all the video footage, are screaming as loud as they possibly can, slapping on chairs, stomping on the ground like petulant children. How dare you do that to His Majesty, by the way? How dare you do that to a king? Eli?
Yeah, saw some of the crowds of dipshits outside too. Y'all vote for Donald Trump. You get to the back of the line. Yo, you gotta go to the back of the line. You can't stand here. You voted for that scumbag Donald Trump. Get to the back. Shut up.
Are you suggesting that somebody goes to the back of the line or a bus? Oi. The actor named Rosa Parks would be shitting herself right now. Or not. Her husband had a car, by the way. Just saying. Eli?
Oh, snap. I didn't know that. Well, maybe they were low on gas.
Yeah.
Must have been
Yeah. Now, somebody in the chat said, so the booze videos were fake? No. There were videos going around where portions of the crowd were booing. Absolutely. But what I'm saying is you're not seeing any of the videos shared around when people were actually cheering at all because they don't want you to believe any of it. Now, Eli, can you imagine saying the reason why the Knicks lost last night was because Trump showed up? Make that make sense. Oh, we threw off the whole energy. Really? How? The basketball players didn't have to do anything different or special than they normally do. The crowds did. The general crowds did, yes. Spike Lee was mad, Eli, because he had to go 2 hours early. Oh, welcome to the rest of the world, crybaby bitch face. Anywhere the rest of the world wants to go, we've got to arrive 2 hours early, especially if it's to a finals game in Madison Square Garden. Oh, cry me a freaking river that you got to act like a normal person. It's Donald Trump's fault, Stephen A. Smith. I believe it's Donald Trump's fault. And that's why a low IQ individual like you, even though sometimes we give you the Smarty Award of the day, will never be elected to a damn thing because you're too friggin' stupid.
The FDNY of New York and the NYPD.
Wow.
And now here
Isn't that amazing? Welcome. Isn't that amazing? Now, Eli, I would bet you that if you go back and watch any of the home Knick games this year, games that Donald Trump did not show up to, by the way, I would bet you're never going to hear the crowd screaming USA, USA, USA at a Knicks basketball game. So what's the difference?
Tell us.
Donald Trump and his extremist MAGA Republican Party, who gave us a reckless war of choice in the Middle East, who wants to assert himself and insert himself into everything to ruin it for the rest of us, is a bad man. Tell me, who am I? Because it sounds to me like USA, USA, USA.
FDNY of New York and the NYPD.
Yeah, isn't that something? Isn't that something? Mayor Mamdani was there as well. Do you think, Eli, that they were screaming USA, USA, USA over the Muslim from Uganda? Or the president from New York?
No, Muslim chant would have sounded more like Allah.
Hold on, Eli, you forgot. Come on, hit us with it, Eli. Racist.
My apologies. BMW.
Leering centers. I doubt that the crowd was cheering and chanting USA, USA for the Muslim from Uganda. You got to be kidding me right now. Jeez. Now, Stephen A. Smith. Hey, look, I'm not going to lie. Stephen A. Smith has said some pretty common sense stuff lately. We have played tons of videos, dozens of videos from Stephen A. Smith lately. Why? Well, because he is I would say for the better part of the Democrat Party in 2026, he represents them. He is the old school, centrist, part-leaning left Democrat. And he says some pretty sensible stuff. But I mean, this one right here, ladies and gentlemen, I think he was just joking a little bit. When I first saw this yesterday, I go, yeah, he's having a little bit of fun. But then came the loss. Listen here, this is before the game.
To be. I don't like it at all. This is a sports network. This is a sports show. I'm not going to engage in politics or policy. This is strictly a basketball segment.
Okay, so do you think President Trump is coming there to debate politics, give a speech, sign a bill into law, or watch a basketball game? Which one, Stephen A. Smith? Because I believe you're right. I believe you're right. This is a sporting event on a sports network. Nobody wants to talk politics. You're exactly right. Matter of fact, a lot of people watch sports to get away from the daily grind of politics. So you mean to tell me that the President of the United States, Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you Google ChatGPT, Bing, or whatever else you got, Brave? Can you find out how many NBA games Obama has been to since he was president and post-presidency? Now, I know he was never at a finals game. I get it. But presidents go to sporting events all the time. I remember George Bush throwing out the first pitch at a Texas Rangers game. I'm going to throw-ify this ball. Not even being able to speak regular words. I'm going to throw-ify this ball right into that Gloveneer over there. Just made that up. Right? I remember multiple presidents being at multiple sporting events. Did you cry then, Stephen A. Smith? Did you bitch, moan, and whine then? Producer Eli, do we have a number?
Let me see. ChatGPT says there's no official public database for those records. And Google says Barack Obama has attended an estimated 4 to 6 publicly documented NBA games in his lifetime, but never during his presidency. Somehow I find that really hard to believe. While in office, he avoided attending games like the NBA Finals, despite his well-known love for the sport, to prevent the massive public and security disruptions a president visit would cause. I feel like that was just written after.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel that way too. And maybe Obama didn't do any NBA games while he was president. Maybe that is, but I know afterwards he's been to many. And guess what? You still have to secure the place because it's a president. You still have to have the Secret Service do the entire sweep. There still has to be extra security. It's still a bother. So what's the problem that our current commander-in-chief, like him or not, wants to come and watch a game of a team he's been watching a hell of a lot longer than most of these crybabies, especially Hakeem Jeffries? Let's see what else he had to say.
This president has no business showing up in New York City.
Really?
I am dead serious.
This president has no business showing up in New York City. Well, he literally has businesses in New York City. That skyline that your oppressed eyes look at every day, Stephen A. Smith, in your pink suit and your multi-million-dollar job, that was created by the business of Donald J. Trump. The entire city's aura and the big apple of the American dream to take life by the horns and become anything you want to be is literally embodied in the one man that you just said has no business in New York City. I would argue Stephen A. Smith here and say, hey, Stephen, what's your middle name? Asshole? Or retard? I would argue that point, and I would ask Stephen A. Smith, how many businesses do you own in New York City? If the answer is none, then I would argue you have no business being in New York City. How dare you say that about a man who's done more for that city than you'll ever dream of doing in your beta male life?
It is selfish. It is narcissistic. It is ridiculous that he is coming to this game. I would say the same thing if it were Obama, George W., Clinton. I don't give a damn. We went back to Reagan. This is not a football stadium in some space in Texas where you got a whole bunch of outlays and all of this. This is the Garden. This is Midtown Manhattan. You have any idea what the congestion is going to be like in New York City here? I get off my radio show at 3 o'clock. I've been instructed that I got to go straight to the Garden for an 8:30 game.
Oh, no.
Because that's how bad traffic is
Oh,
going to
no.
be. And by the way, we talk about this, and I was on some conservative talk show this morning. I think the guy Sid Rosenberg, I went off on him too, because I mean it's gotten to the point where if this president passed gas, people are gonna call it perfume. It's ridiculous.
That's actually not true. If the president passed gas, the media would say he's trying to kill people with deadly mustard gas. That's exactly what would happen. You're absolutely lying on that, Stephen Smith. The president can't go to the bathroom without it being a national emergency on CNN with a countdown of how many dingleberries fell out of his ass crack when he went to the bathroom. Sorry for the TMI, but it's true. And that's what Stephen A. Smith needs to have said to him. These people live on cloud nine. These people live on a pedestal. You mean to tell me that I got to get off my job and I got to go right down to the Garden? I got to go right down to the Garden. This president has no business. He has no business interrupting my day. He has no business interrupting my time. I'm supposed to be able to walk through crowds. I'm supposed to be able to pass by lines. I'm supposed to be able to drive in my personal limo and get there with my personal bodyguards, and so I can sit down and watch me a basketball game. Oh, really? Yeah. Who's your daddy? Because did you stop him from going? Nope. Nobody stops him from going anywhere he wants to go. But you cried about it. Everybody cried about it. The mainstream media focused on it all day. And now they're focusing on it this morning saying, is the reason why the New York Knicks lost because they couldn't, because Donald Trump was there? Oh, yep. I imagine that the basketball players on the Knicks were sitting there dribbling the ball. You know, they get paid millions of dollars to do. And they were looking around. They're like, should I give this ball up or take it to the hole? Lately, the Knicks have been really good at moving the ball, but I'm going to take it to the hole because the president's here, and damn it, I need to show him how good I am. You think that was the case? So they took it to the hole, lost the ball, lost the possession, ended up San Antonio goes on a 8-0 run and knocks them right out of contention. Do you think that's the case? Do you think that one of the big guys in the paint got the ball and said, man, I really can't take it that President Trump is here, while he's leaning back on his defender so he could turn around, try to shoot a jumper, and then gets blocked? It's President Trump's fault. Now they're blaming him for losing a basketball game. I'm sorry. Was Trump out there shooting? Probably not. Because if he was, he probably wouldn't have lost. And he's 80. Here's what President Trump said about Stephen A. Smith after that comment.
ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
Classic Trump. I think he's a nice guy, but he's retarded. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I think he's a nice guy. But see, you have to have a certain aptitude to be able to run for president of the United States, a high IQ, which I have. And I don't think he has that. Talk about a mic drop moment. I guess you don't need to talk shit to talk shit. And right on cue, here you go. Stephen A. Smith, I'm telling you it was Trump's fault. It was Trump's fault. I'm going to stick by that. I'm going to stand next to that. I'm going to stand on top of it. That's right. If President Trump did not come to the game, if President Trump did not cause chaos, then my Knicks would have won. We would have been steadily on our way to Game 4, handling the San Antonio Spurs right here in the greatest city that's ever lived. But President Trump destroyed that for me. He destroyed that for New Yorkers. He destroyed that for the fans of the NBA all around the country. And I swear that if this man continues to make me late for a basketball game, I'm going to run for president against J.D. Vance, and I'm going to win because I'm Stephen A. Smith. Eli, is that a good enough impersonation of that idiot?
That was a pretty damn good Stephen A. Smith. I almost turned the show off because I can't stand the sound of that numbnuts voice most times. He can be logical sometimes, but in this instance, shut up, Stephen.
So freaking lootly. So here we go. I'm going to play. Short clip. Stephen A. Smith blaming it. President Trump.
I want to talk about it. I told y'all Trump would mess everything up. It's his fault. It's his fault. Yeah, Jalen Brunson didn't pass the ball. He shot twice as much as everybody else.
Jalen Brunson did not pass the ball. He shot twice as much as everybody else, which he hasn't been doing lately. Okay, so there you go. There's one. Let's see another one.
OG Anunoby had 28 points and 13 shots. Jalen Brunson had 32 points and 25 shots. It was like he was trying to win MVP.
Oops. So he was showing up, showing out, except he wasn't performing. He was trying to show out. He was trying to do something that normally he wouldn't do. So they lost the game? You mean that? President Trump's fault? Okay, what else?
That's not how they played the first two games.
Sure
It's all about Trump. Trump ruined this. President Donald Trump showed up here and disrupted the vibe, disrupted the momentum, disrupted everything. And the New York Knicks faltered because of it. It's all his fault. That's all I have to say. I don't want to talk about it. I told you.
It's all his fault. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. It was his fault that Michael Jordan left basketball back in 1994 and went and played baseball for the White Sox just to come back in 96, 97, and 98 to win again, but he'd had that 95. He'd had that middle year. If it wasn't for Donald Trump. It's always Donald Trump's fault. You know, when you focus on the same thing day in and day out that you can't change or that you have nothing to do with, and you're blaming life on the same thing over and over and over again, and you keep bringing up the same name over and over again, that's called losers focus on winners while winners focus on winning. This loser just came back to the United States of America.
Up in New York, you knew he was an asshole and a liar from day one. And I am 64 years old and my whole life here. So I remember when his planes were repossessed off the runways at LaGuardia. I remember when he was broke. I remember when he would call up places and pretend to be his own publicist.
Stop. So you remember when he went broke? Do you remember when he built it all back again? Twice? Remember that? Remember how he surpassed any one of you Hollywood has-beens as being more popular than you'll ever hope to be or ever hoped to be? You remember that? You remember when he got shot in the ear and lived because he turned his head at the right moment? You remember that? Remember when Thomas Matthew Crooks, the guy that supposedly shot him, killed unarmed citizens? Do you remember that? Do you remember when that city that you're talking about, in that state that you're talking about, changed the laws, called a special session just to change the laws so they could go after President Trump? They found the person, then created the crime rather than finding the crime, then go and finding the person. Do you remember that? Do you remember when you left this country and said that you were never moving back, but you just came back? You remember that? Do you remember the money and the popularity that you once had that you don't have anymore? And you wonder why? Ask Kathy Griffin. Remember that? Ask Johnny Depp. Remember that? Ask Madonna. Remember that? Where are they all now? What are they all doing?
He is a con man, he is a narcissist, and he is a psychopath, if you ask me.
And he's your president. Eli, anytime somebody goes, he's got 34 felonies and he was adjudicated that he was a rapist. Cool. And he's not in jail and he's your president. And he owns big, big buildings with his name on it. And he owns some of the most valuable properties on planet Earth, including golf courses and every other thing you could think of. And he's got his name on it. And he doesn't know who in the flying you-know-what that you are. All you people crying daily, people on YouTube over there, hey, MAGA, maggots and narcissists and Nazis. There's nothing you can do about it. We took the presidency back. And we're not giving you the House, nor the Senate, nor the presidency in the next upcoming elections. Not in the midterms, not in the general. You are what they call screwed 6 ways from Sunday. And we took that from you. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Hell, you idiots over on YouTube can't even get us banned anymore. Eli, what kind of trolls are those? Right? David Goody said, you're a moron, a low IQ, P-I-C-E of shit, Eli. A low IQ piece of shit. Poetic. That writes itself.
All right, there's one over there that's entertaining as hell. James Dixon, he's been typing a bunch of stuff that's damn near giving me a stroke just trying to read.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Remember, guys, 1, 2, 3, 4. And when you get really butthurt over us kicking your teeth in constantly politically, here's what you can do, Eli. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? And maybe you can come to your senses. Long story short, I'm a low IQ piece of shit.
Why do you have to be such a piece of shite?
I don't know, Eli. I don't know. I guess it's the low IQ in me. You know what's really bad, though, Eli? Is when they call Trump and us low IQ, but we're beating them. What does that say about you? You let a bunch of low IQ rapist felons beat you. Like, easily.
It's like when they call Trump a failure. He's such a failure. I would love to be a billionaire failure. Like, sign me up.
Yeah, if Trump's a failure, can I fail? I would love to fail up. That's called DEI, ladies and gentlemen. And again, fire half the NBA and hire a bunch of whiteys you can't jump. Call the name the Louisiana Crackers.
That's the Louisiana Saltines. Thank you, Jeremy.
Ah, there you go. There you go. The Louisiana Saltines. Eli, do you know why they call white people crackers?
Well, this isn't to be racist, but I've heard that term, black don't crack. So is it because white people do crack when they get old?
No.
Cracking?
No. Cracking the whip.
Of course. 400 plus years ago.
Well, not that long ago, Eli. But, yes. Anybody seen anybody cracking whips in the last 100 and something years? Cracker!
Gotta be kidding me. I don't dare snap my belt out of anything to do with comedy for fear of being called a cracker.
I got cracked. Crackers cracked me. I got the belt cracked over my ass constantly when I was a kid. Something I think kids need today. Let's ask the people of New York what they thought prior to Game 3.
Motherfucker, man. How do you feel about Trump coming to Game 3 on Monday? That's my president. Fuck Mondani, Nixon, 4, baby. Let's go! He brave, though, because everybody wants him dead. He brave. Don't worry, Donald Trump, I'll save you. Come support the Knicks. Nixon,
Spider-Man endorses Trump.
I love it. Trump. I want everybody here because we winning that shit. Fuck Trump, but we gonna sweep those Spurs, bro.
That orange motherfucker, man. F him. He's not welcome here, even though he's from here. But
Hold up, Eli. Hold up. Yo, F Donald Trump. Yo, F Donald Trump. Yo, F him. He not welcome. Well, even though he's from here.
That one had to be like one of the dumbest. Why did you even shoehorn that in?
Yes.
What did you mean by that? I mean, he's from here, but...
I mean, don't even say that part. Just say he's not welcome here. Okay? Because when you go, well, he's from here. I'd like to give Eli a big shout out to Patty. Patty, 1186, good morning, Jeremy. Eli, please use this for Patriot Pals. Eli, every week, every single week, either her or others have literally foot the bill for the weekly kids show, Patriot Pals. And we all, in the beginning of it, we said we're just going to leave it to the Lord. And if the Lord funds it, the Lord funds it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. And here we are in episode 10, and every week somebody funds specifically Patriot Pals.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And we have a special 1-hour episode of all the episodes that are going to play right after this, as it's filling in for Will's hours because he couldn't be here today too. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, well, look at that. Will can't be here today, so next hour is all 9 episodes of Patriot Pals. How about that? All right, here's President Trump when he was down on the floor speaking with ownership management and, Madison Square Garden officials. Boy, for all the hate, it looks like everybody's got their phones out, huh? Everybody's filming him. It's either lovers or haters, but he's polarizing. They can't stop. There's like maybe 5 people in that video who don't have their phones out. So like I said, love him or hate him, he's a polarizing figure. People were crying and screaming that he fell asleep during the game because people took screenshots of him with his eyes. Guess what? Have you ever screenshot yourself on camera? Have you ever sat in front of a camera and talked for 5 minutes and tried to stop it, pause it, or screenshot any of it? Eli, we've done it 1 billion times. And every time, if it's me, I'm making faces I didn't even know were possible. My eyes are closed. My mouth is agape, drooling sometimes, probably a booger in one of the nostrils. It's not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of either two things. Either footage that they scan through and they stop and they're
Yep.
able to take a screenshot
Yep.
out of, or it's the photographers that just keep their finger on the button taking millions of pictures
Yep.
and flip. Ah, there's one of them blinking.
That's
He's
it.
asleep.
Yep. Even Caitlin Collins, who hates Trump, says the man never sleeps. We hate going on Air Force One with him overseas because nobody gets a wink of sleep. She'll be like, she said, we'll be sleeping, and all of a sudden, the press team will come in and be like, President Trump speaking. You want to get it? Get up, and we have to get up. So we just don't sleep because he doesn't sleep. So what happened after the game? What happened after the loss? Well, here you go. Animals. Animals.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Throwing stuff at the cops. Fighting. Why? You know, Eli, I was in the National Guard in Illinois in the late 90s when the Bulls were winning championships, okay? 96, 97, 98. I was in the National Guard in the 98 season. The National Guard got deployed to Chicago because in anticipation that the Bulls were going to win the championship. And I always thought to myself, with all the riot gear that the National Guard supplies for this reason, I always thought to myself, Eli, what in the hell are we here for? Why are we here if a sports team were to win or lose? And they informed me, no, we're here because we expect them to win. I said, so we burn our own city down because we win? And it's always been like that with the NBA. Those are the fans of the NBA. Not to say that other riots haven't happened when you win, but don't you think riots would happen when you lose? But they even riot when they win. They burn the city blocks down when they win. What a bunch of low IQ animals of all colors.
Absolutely. Nothing but low IQ. And I couldn't say it any better. I was about to say that myself. Low IQ animals. You have no integrity. You have no tact for being in society. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, but we damn sure know that you're not that.
If I ever saw any of my kids, I don't care what age they are, if I ever saw any of my kids involved in any of that on camera like doing this, I would personally go handle it. Here's some more of that guy that was in that bigger dude that was in the Knicks jersey fighting. Again, for what? For what? Bashing people in the head with signs? What is happening here? How they punch, too. Nobody punches. They're all just... For what? For what? Back up. 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 No fathers in the home, guaranteed. Knicks in 4. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Knicks involved.
You were unlawfully walking in the roadway.
Hold on, stop. That's the other problem I have, Eli. The police. You are unlawfully assembling in a roadway. Do you know what says get off the street better than you are unlawfully blocking a roadway and assembling in a place where you shouldn't be? Eli, what works better to get people to move than that?
How about a few water cannons filled with tear gas?
Yeah. Or how about a couple billy clubs to the kneecap? Now, granted, you might not move very good after that, but you can be drug very good after that. How about just a couple of swats to the back of the kneecap with the billy club? How about that? Eli, how about this? How about sound cannons? How about sound wave cannons that really just blow out their eardrums? How about that? The only language that these individuals, these hoodlums, these scum in our nation's streets understand is a language of violence. So for crying out loud, can we give it to them once in a while?
Yeah, what the hell happened with those? We did a story on that a month or two ago, those sound cannon devices that they were using over in Iran or, I don't know, Ukraine or something, but they worked.
Yeah.
They worked wonders. Why aren't you using them here? They're non-lethal, so nobody has to complain about getting shot in the eye with a rubber bullet.
Yep. They literally destroy your equilibrium. They crush your eardrums, and they get you all discombobulated. Can we just do those? Yeah, no shit. Get on the road, retard. Good old-fashioned force. Whatever happened to that? These people should be beat half to death just for riding over a friggin' sports game anyway. It's a game where low IQ individuals who got their college paid for because they could jump high or put a ball in a net is being played. It is a game. It's not real life. If half you retards fought that hard to, I don't know, get a job in society, or half of you pay your child support, the world would be a better place.
Yo, take the jersey off.
Look at this guy.
Oh my God.
Look at this guy. Look at his face. Look at his, stop right there. Look at that guy's face, Eli. Look at his face. And by the way, if you're pissed off with what I'm saying about child support and that kind of stuff, you're part of the problem. You don't understand facts. Facts are facts. They don't care about if what I said was, what did Stephen A. or what did Don Lemon say in the beginning of this video, Eli? The beginning of the show today? Sometimes the truth offends.
Yeah, I'd like to offend some friggin' truth his way.
Yeah, well, you know what's happening here? This guy's getting his ass beat. Getting his face rearranged. Why? Because he was wearing a Spurs jersey. I thought only Boston fans did this. I thought only Boston fans did this when there was a Yankees shirt walking around the big green wall down at Fenway. Watch this. This is sickening. Go Spurs, by the way.
Go. Oh my God. Yo, take the jersey off.
Watch his face. Watch this. See, that's a mob mentality right there. Give us the jersey or die. It is a game. They did this same stuff with Trump MAGA wear, Make America Great Again stuff too. These people are so triggered by somebody wearing a shirt or a hat that they are willing to kill someone over it. Michelle Gross said Philly acts the same way. They do. They do. Not only Philly and Boston, but Buffalo. They do the same stuff there. Those fans are crazy up there. They put each other through tables for fun. It's like it's a game, guys. Lay off the booze for a little bit. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Run! 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 Run!
Boo! Let the idiot climb on public property. Boo! Let the idiot destroy public property and act like a damn fool. Boo!
Oh my God, he just smacked. Yo, they just got you in your head. What the fuck happened? Yo, how that shit hit you, bro? What the fuck? Yo!
The vocabulary, the limited vocabulary of these young adults is embarrassing. It is counterproductive to what this nation is and what we stand for and what we represent. We do not claim these people. We disavow these people. We look at these people the same way we look at illegal aliens. Worthless. If you are one of these individuals, or you are an illegal alien in this country in 2026, outside of God's eyes, in this world, in nations, you are worthless. If you don't contribute to society, you are worthless. And let me just change that real quick. If you don't contribute to society, if you're able to, you are worthless. But Eli, I'm pretty sure that Helen Keller was deaf and blind and contributed more to society than these dipshitiots on the street today.
There's some truth there. Can't argue with that.
Helen Keller, a deaf, blind person, did more for the good to society for society than these people ever will. Ever. Waste of space. Another kid wearing a Spurs jersey. It ain't gotta be like that. You just give us that jersey. It ain't gotta be like that. It ain't gotta be like this, bro. Just give us that jersey, bro. Somebody on YouTube just said, what do you contribute to? I said, your mom. His name is Illegal Alien, by the way, on YouTube, Eli. And what do you contribute to? Look at it, look at it. Pants hanging off his ass. Tight jeans. Tight, skinny jeans with your pants hanging off your ass. Yeah. You know, I never understood that, Eli. And it's all colors. I mean, it's white people and black people. I see them walking down the street. They're holding their pants like this. Holding them up like this. Holding it by the belt. And the belt is down around the middle of their thighs. Walking across the street like this. Their pants cannot be held up unless they physically grab them and hold them up like this as they walk. Arms full of shit, carrying them like this. Dipshit Bri over on YouTube says, well, look at a video of J6. Yeah. and now they're getting paid. Hurts, don't it? Bothers you, don't it? No, look at J6. Well, they're out of jail and they're going to get paid. Hurts, don't it? I hate the NBA and its fan base. I hate it. It's the worst. Worst. BCC show on Rumble says, spray them with pig shit. Oh, that'd be great. That would be beautiful. Oh, that would be fertilizer or pig shit? Absolutely. 100%. Cadino says, the problem is how many January 6s do the Democrats get? Every day is January 6th to them. They beat cops every day. But look at January 6th. Look at January. Yeah, look at January 6th. Look at us. Free. About to get paid. What are you? What are you getting? Mad on a video that you hate?
Get off me. I'm going to get one of y'all. Oh, shit. Fuck. Come on. Come on, pussy. Get off me. I'm going to get one of y'all. Oh, shit. Fuck. Come on.
So my question is, what if this guy, or any of these people, wearing Spurs jerseys, right? Oh, Brian, I'm about to prove you wrong on that one, too. Man, you know what, Eli, you know what my favorite thing to do? I love having YouTube open. I really do. Because every day, we can see them say the same shit about the same stuff. And every day, we show them how they're wrong. Prove them liars. Invite them on. They can't even do that. You literally show your ignorance every single day. What if this guy was born in Texas, owns a business, and moved it to New York City, and all of a sudden his Spurs come through for an NBA Finals game and he wants to go support them? But say he's hired 20 New Yorkers for his business that he brought here. What if that's the case? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he likes a different team than you. No wonder you Democrats are so butthurt over politics. Look how you are over sports. Over a game. Look how y'all act. You're the most embarrassing people on planet Earth. Americans acting like this, most embarrassing people on earth. Most pathetic. Never do nothing, whining, crybaby, worthless people on earth. You're the example that you people set on the Democrat side, on the left. Every parent in the world should be teaching what not to be. Thank you, Echo Bella. God bless you. Eli, we're getting donations on Rumble every time someone on YouTube says something retarded. Keep it up over there, guys. Appreciate you. That means you are funding LFA TV, the ones that hate us. Thank you. Appreciate that. Here's where the crowd had to be forced to get pepper sprayed, right? Because, you know, worthless, embarrassing, pathetic individuals. Hold up. Dipshits on YouTube are talking about how we can't run from J6 because they've seen the videos and we can't deny it. What's the biggest problem with J6, by the way? The attack on police is what you usually say? That's the biggest thing? What's happening here? What's happening here? Vet for Democracy says LFA TV is getting paid to spread lies and misinformation people. Yep. That's true. We're getting paid to spread lies and misinformation, absolutely. But we're getting paid. I'm going to get paid from that January 6th fund, too, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it. What's happening right here in this video? Attacking police? Yelling at an iPhone in a closet doesn't count as contributing to society. Well, it's hardly an iPhone, and it's hardly a closet. Big old studio that you could never afford. You want to know why? Because the people that apparently are lied to paid for it. They've paid for many of them. J6 was an attack on America, you're right, by 246 federal officers. You're absolutely right. And a Speaker of the House who proved it on her own in a video saying, I should have had the National Guard here. I take responsibility. She said that. Allison Steinberger showed her the video the other day, and she talked over it because she didn't want to see it. She didn't want it to be put out there, but we've shown it. There's nothing you can say to stop us, and there's nothing you can say to get YouTube people to stop watching us or YouTube to ban us. We own you. Rumble owns YouTube. The only reason YouTube is bigger is because it's been around longer. And it's full of, gay people like you. Random Pipe Layer says drama queens keep crying over J6. Absolutely true. And it's not so random. You're laying pipe at their mom's house. But what's happening in that video right there? Attack on cops over a game, much less a stolen election? Looks to me like an attack on cops. Sundancer, I am mentally dominating them. I'm dominating them by showing their retardedness and their hypocrisy. G.R. Messick said the fact that these retards on YouTube stick around and watch the show they claim to hate speaks volumes on how much they are mentally dominated. Yes, absolutely. You couldn't find a rational person on earth to do something over and over again that they hate. Later says, can we talk about election days and what's going on today? Absolutely. We have a 3-hour show, so we've got an hour and a half left to do that. Absolutely. Right now, we're showing the world what's wrong with the country, and it's Democrats. All Democrats. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but there was a moment where Donald Trump literally took over the game. And if he was doing this the whole time, maybe the Knicks would have won. Here we go. Let's see what happens.
What the heck is going on? An NBA Finals ability. Oh my goodness! That's impossible! That is absolutely incredible! What the heck is going on? An NBA Finals ability. Oh my goodness! That's impossible! That is absolutely incredible!
Eli, that was the best part of the game right there. That was the best part of the game. Army Dog just donated $50 to keep spreading more misinformation. Thank you, Army Dog. Thank you very much for that $50 donation in lieu of the folks over on YouTube asking you to donate. Thank you. Brian says Congress won't support the slush fund. Doesn't have to. The slush fund's still going to happen. It's just not going to happen the way the judge said it couldn't happen. It's still going to happen. Still going to happen. And it isn't just for J6ers either. It's for mom and dads who went to school board meetings and complained about what was going on with their children being over-sexualized in their classes. It's about people that stood outside of Planned Parenthoods and peacefully protested, not like what you saw in New York last night. Right? They'll get it. It's not just J6ers. It is everybody that was targeted through a weaponized government. And just like Trump dunked there, we're going to keep dunking on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the greatest thing about being a MAGA Republican, is there's nothing anyone can do about it. The Democrats will cry, bitch, moan, and complain. The rhinos will try to stop us, but they can't. They keep getting voted out. Vet for Democracy said MAGA should have their breathing rights restricted, but we don't. Should, could, would. If a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass when it hopped either. We are unstoppable, and there's nothing you can do. And we have God on our side, and you're a bunch of godless baby killers, right? Now, your minority leader in the House said that Trump was not a Knicks fan. Well, that's weird, because the owner of the Knicks said he was. The president of Madison Square Garden said he was here long before anybody else was. A staple of the team.
So I've had a few things to say about Donald Trump going to the Knicks game. And, at this point, it's game day. And I think Knicks fans just want to enjoy Game 3, the first home game that we've had in 27 years. But it also is not clear to me that Donald Trump is a big Knicks fan. I mean, does this guy even know the difference between Karl Rove and Karl Anthony Towns? I don't think so.
Really?
He's just injecting himself into the NBA Finals because he always has to bring the MAGA circus into town.
At least he's got a circus to bring in. Let's see what this guy says, shall we?
Trump, I've been with the league for a long time. I ran NBA Entertainment years ago. He did an I Love Kids game spot with us. He was a fixture at NBA at Madison Square Garden. You guys remember, well, all of you, when you played here, not Draymond, but back in the old days, he had courtside seats. He was here all the time. He was at drafts, so he's a genuine Knicks fan. And so, yes, there's some inconvenience to the fans here, but one looking around this arena, it's packed. So people listen, they came early, they got through whatever extra security, which is necessary. So, as I said, I think we should be using sports to create more of a sense of community with people, not less.
We know you're a New Yorker, 55 years. We know you have to be neutral, but how big is this for the...
So
Look at that right there. Look at right there. That's weird. That's NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, who just totally refuted Hakeem Jeffries' claim, saying that President Trump is not a Knicks fan. His exact quote was, and I quote, again, proving Democrats wrong again, Democrats can say anything that they want. Look at them over on YouTube. Look what they do. Rumblers. If you ever get a chance, just look at what they do over there. They can say anything they want, but they get proved wrong every single time. This is a quote. He was a fixture for the NBA at Madison Square Garden. Back in the old days, he had courtside seats. He was here all the time. He was at drafts, so he's genuinely a Knicks fan. How would low IQ Hakeem Jeffries even know that? How would he even know that? He's too young. He's too stupid. He's too low IQ. The man can't even speak correctly. He has to think about everything he's going to say for 15 seconds and then blurt out the same shit that he said yesterday. This MAGA extremist, radical, horrible war of choice from Trump and this goons in the administration. Same shit, different day. Do you know why the Democrats lose constantly? Because they have no substance. Their entire message is stop Trump. Stop Trump. Stop Trump. Kill Trump. Jail Trump. Stop Trump. Sue Trump. Hate Trump. Exile Trump. Trump bad. Their entire plan is undo everything Donald Trump did to make America great again. What is your plan, though? You don't have one. You never did. We're going to take a quick break here to do an ad read for the people over on YouTube that are in debt. Done with debt. I'll even offer you some help, YouTubers. Even the stolen valor fake soldiers over there. You're probably in debt, like the Democrat Party. Democrat Party is massively in debt, and they only have negative $3 million in their coffers after their debt. The Republicans, conservatives, are not in debt. They have $140 million plus in theirs. How do you do that? Well, you have to be financially responsible, which the left is not. If you want to be financially responsible, then one of those ways that you're going to have to, one of those roads you're going to have to go down is getting rid of your unsecured and high interest debt. Whether that be loans, whether that be credit cards, or a line of credit with a bank for specific items. If you are finding yourself in that boat and you finally want to get out of that and live like a real conservative, like a real Republican, then call 888-322-1054 today. Tell them that the Democrats on YouTube sent you. Okay? Your journey to financial freedom starts here. They can help. Donewithdebt.com or 888-322-1054 today. I'm sure they'll tell you that they're going to be glad to help you. Right? Also, want to give a big shout out to Chicago Steak Company for all you chefs out there. Now, see this right here? Look at this. Best Grilling Dad, I should say. You get that absolutely free when you order from My Chicago Steaks. For a limited time, when you order $179 or more, you'll receive a Best Grillin' Dad apron, 16 free 6-ounce premium Angus steak burgers, and 1 bottle of signature seasoning, plus free shipping and a $25 account credit for the next time you come back. All you have to do is go to the Chicago Steak Company's website, pick out a package that you like, and then you will put in the promo code, and you'll get all of those items that I just mentioned absolutely free. I'll bring this up on the screen down here for you below. It is mychicagosteak.com, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That is mychicagosteak.com. Suzanne just put the link in the chat. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Reach out to them today and get your 6-week aged, hand-selected, and hand-carved premium steak gifts today. Okay? All right. Let's move on to the next story here. Somebody was talking about elections. Well, let's get into elections, shall we? Here's the latest in the California election cycle. The Associated Press has called the mayor's race for Nithya Raman after another fraudulent ballot dump buries Spencer Pratt. Raman gains 33,000 votes. That's right. The latest mail-in ballot. That means not real people. In L.A., put the nail in the coffin for Spencer Pratt and gave Democratic City Councilwoman Nithya Raman roughly a 22,000 vote lead. If you're going to have mail-in ballots, why wouldn't you say, if you're going to vote by mail, it has to be in the mail no later than 30 days before the day of voting? That way, everybody gets the mail-in ballots on the day of voting. Now, if Democrats wanted to prove to the world that mail-in ballots were real and they were valid and that election process has no cheating, that's all they would have to do. All they would have to do is say all votes have to be in and counted by midnight on election day. If they're not, then your vote doesn't count. So you have to put in your mail ballot no later than 30 full days before the day of election. Do you know why they won't do that? Because then they won't know how many votes they need to win. That's why they don't do that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Nithya Raman concede? Didn't she have a concession speech? I don't understand how you can go on and win after that, but I also don't understand how you get the exact amount of mail-in ballots that you need to give you a lead. Right at the very end, in the latest hour. Again, if you are a Democrat and you want the world to believe that mail-in ballots are true and valid, then all you would have to do is change the date of when they're supposed to arrive. But you will never do that, because the whole point of having the mail-in ballots is to know how many you need to overcome. Otherwise, everybody in the world would agree with that, right?
4 of you have given up so much of yourselves, so much of your retirements, and so much of your time to support our family through this, and Vali and I are more grateful than we can express. To our siblings and their families, Akash and Mira, Suma, Jamie, and Rukmani, whoever said it takes a village, maybe had some experience running for office, thank you for being our village. To my husband, Vali. I don't know
what's his name? Oh, is his name Vali?
There is no one in this world I trust more. You've been my steady hand through every single moment of this. I wouldn't have done any of this without you. And to my 10-year-old twins, Karna and Kaveri. I've been a candidate for something as long as you can remember.
Also been a retard for as long
and
as
you've
you can
had
remember.
to live through it with me. And you've been so patient through all of it.
Oh.
Thank you.
To my kids, Kandar and Kali, my husband, Rushi, and my 70 million gods, the horse, the cat, the cow, the elephant. Oh.
I love you both so much. They are kind and wonderful children. And I have to tell you all, I feel so infinitely blessed to be their mother.
Do you? So does every
Karna and
parent.
Kaveri, I hope you know that everything every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in this city.
She was crying, by the way, because she lost, not because she won.
Los Angeles is the most magical city in the entire world. Win or lose, I am so proud to be an Angelino, and I'm so grateful to call this extraordinary city my home. No matter what happens in this election, I'll never stop fighting for it. And I know that every single one of you won't either. How incredibly lucky we are. How incredibly lucky we are
to get
to
mail-in
be in
ballots
this
for a
together.
week and a half. Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you all so much.
To my family in which nobody can pronounce their names. Mothra and Godzilla and Ushabek and Platna and Uber and Mumray and Ushil and Kamak. I love them so much. Yeah, cool. Nobody cares. And there will be charges brought up in California. We're going to get to that soon. But Eli, did that touch you? Were you so touched?
I was kind of confused when she said her kids' names. It kind of sounded like she made them up, like she, like on the spot, forgot who they were. And I just want to thank.
Yeah. Dot. Eli, somebody over on YouTube is advocating that separation of church and state is in the Constitution. Pay $100 if you could show me where. Give you $100 if you could show me where it says that separation of church and state is in the Constitution. I'll give you $100 if you could tell me what line, what portion of the Constitution, where is that? You got a computer. Comical when jumped to insults when nothing to say proves intelligence. I know I have a computer, but you told me that it's in the Constitution. I told you that it's not. Now I'm asking you, where is it? Because I Googled it and it's nowhere to be found. So you clearly are smarter than the computer that's sitting in front of me here. Can you please tell me, I'm asking you sincerely, to please tell me where in the Constitution that it says anything about the separation between church and state. Again, $100. I'll give it to you if you can show me, because I have looked and I just can't. For the life of me, Eli, I just can't seem to find it.
Mm-hmm. I imagine you're going to get met with, I'm not playing these games, and you wouldn't even take it seriously anyway. I know what I'm talking about, and you do.
Yeah, exactly. Now, people over on Rumble with brains are saying it's not in the Constitution. No, I know that. We know that. But again, part of this having a YouTube account is to show you how incredibly ignorant the left is. Derived from the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which states Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That has nothing to do with separation of church and state at all. That says that Congress and the presidency cannot force you to have a certain religion and cannot stop you from having a certain religion. Says nothing about the separation between the two. Again, wrong again. Vet for Democracy, you said you were a soldier, and you don't know that. That has nothing to do with the separation of church and state, and if it does, then why doesn't it say those words? No, see, the separation of church and state was a letter written way later. A letter written by Jefferson talking about the separation between church and state, meaning just what that says right there. He's saying that everybody should be able to have their faith and live their life by their faith. Has nothing to do with the government or Congress having to do with anything saying that the two should be separate. It just said they can't force it on you. Wrong again. It's so very difficult to have an argument or a debate with somebody if you don't even know how to read. Again, if there was a separation between church and state law or even written in the Constitution, it would have said separation between church and state. Now, Vet for Democracy said you're stupid with a YOUR ownership. I guess I'm a piece of shit, too.
It's okay. I just corrected him. I threw a little asterisk in there and spelled it correctly for him, so should be good now.
There you go. There you go. Said it again. Congress shall make no law establishing an official religion. And that has nothing to do with the powers of separation between church and state. You see, if that was the case, then 10 Commandments wouldn't be able to be displayed in certain schools, which the Supreme Court ruled that they are able to. They are able to. You are able to have a Bible in school. They can't do anything about it. And guess what? Why do you think that a president puts his hand on a Bible when he gets sworn in? Or any elected official for that matter. Or what about the congressmen and women who put their hands on the Quran when they swear in? Why would they do that? If there was a separation between church and state, Eli, do you have any money? Does it say "In God We Trust" on the money? If that was the case, we wouldn't have "In God We Trust" on the money. Or how about this? What's it say in the House of Representatives and in the Senate? Doesn't it say "In God We Trust"? You see, the problem with this country today is that 95% of Americans got a bad education. Miss Kamide, an 1802 letter written by Thomas Jefferson to the Baptist Church of Danbury, Connecticut. There you go. That's the only place it mentions the separation of church and state. Cat 352 just donated another $50 because of the stupidity on YouTube by the left. Shall we go on? I'm still waiting for that person to challenge me to a civics test debate. Either way, here's some good news. Federal election fraud charges coming soon to California. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley tells Glenn Beck, we will be charging people soon. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Eli says we can't find any cash. Our Israel paycheck has not arrived yet. But when it does, we'll tell you all about it. How about that? Old Dog said YouTube has got a mighty low threshold, I reckon. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. The ignorance of anything to do with this country and the history of this country is unbelievable over there. But let's get to the real story here. First, Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, Bill Asaley, dropped a major bombshell yesterday during an interview with Glenn Beck on his program, confirming that federal election charges are coming soon against individuals in California. Asaley told Beck that his office expects to bring charges within the next 1 to 2 months. The investigation has to conclude, then they have to bring the charges, indict once key election results are certified, so prosecutors can prove the allegations in court. Oh, what's it going to be then? What's it going to be then by the left, you guys here on Rumble? What are they going to do? Ozzy said, Jeremy, they need to watch Patriot Pals to get educated. The crazy thing about it is the kids that watch Patriot Pals are more educated than the Stolen Valor vets over on YouTube. Absolutely. Here's what Bill Asaley said, and I quote, it will be election fraud charges in the next, well, I hate to put a timeline on things, but 1 to 2 months in total. We need some of these results to be certified so that we can prove some of the allegations in court. But we will be charging people in California. When Beck pressed on whether he has, thank you T. Spiva, for the YouTubers, a tutor to study the Constitution, $20 donation. Thank you T. Spiva, and thank you for the YouTubers for being here today to help us raise money. We appreciate that. When Beck pressed him on whether he had enough evidence and feels confident enough to move forward, Asaley made it clear they are building strong cases but need direct witnesses and evidence to protect the process and avoid tainting innocent people. Quote, I will just say it will be election fraud charges. I hate to put a timeline on it, 1 to 2 months, but we will be charging some people. I can't get into too much. And mostly, Glenn, I mean, it's not just DOJ rules, but we also want to protect innocent people. So, just as we called for, with the feds getting involved because people's votes are being stolen. There's no accreditation. There's no proof. There's no receipts. You're disenfranchising voters for real because everybody thought elections, are done on election day. Until 2020, now elections are done over election month. Here was the video.
You said you expect people to be charged. Can you say with what? And you feel confident enough you have enough evidence?
I will just say it will be election fraud charges in the next. I hate to put timelines on things, but 1 to 2 months. I believe we need the some of these results to be certified so we can prove some of the allegations. But we will be charging some people. I can't get in too much, and mostly, Glenn. I mean, it's not just DOJ rules, but we also want to protect innocent people. If we get something wrong, we don't want someone to be tainted with the stain of an investigation until we're able to prove that in court. So I can't get into too much, but just know that at this point right now, we're wide open for investigations. If anyone knows anything, direct evidence. I know people have theories and they have ideas, what we need right now are witnesses. If you've witnessed anything, if someone voted in your name and you found out someone voted for you, we want to know about that. If you saw someone collecting ballots in a suspicious way or doing something odd with ballots, we want to know about that. Those are the kind of things we need direct evidence of right now so we can launch into deeper investigations.
So California election fraud charges are coming. One guy says all the California hate is just because everyone's too broke to live here. Ha, 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 ha. You're all too broke to live here. That's funny. That's funny that 400,000 people left because they were too broke to live there. That's funny. It's funny when people don't have money. That's funny to you. Maybe if there wasn't 20 million illegal aliens that took over your state, maybe people would have money. Maybe if there wasn't 20 million illegal aliens relying on taxpayer money to give them phones, homes, and cars, maybe people would have enough money. But I don't think it's ever funny to laugh at Californians who can't live there any longer because they don't have money. I can tell you this, nobody's moving to California except for illegal aliens. 400,000 people left. 400,000 since the last election. You think they just said, yeah, the weather here's too nice. We're out. No, they go somewhere to protect their money, to protect their jobs, to protect their homes. That's where they're going to. That's why they're going. Federal election fraud investigation begins.
President Trump has recently alleged election irregularities in California and says the state's election is being investigated.
You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them and maybe they won't be able to get away with it.
On Friday, U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley announcing that his office is working with the FBI on multiple election fraud investigations in California. Asaley didn't identify any specific cases involving the allegations, but pointed to a recent case in which a Marina Del Rey woman was charged with paying people, including homeless individuals on Skid Row, to register to vote. Asaley also criticizing California's election system, arguing universal vote by mail with no voter ID requirements creates conditions where fraud can go undetected and unpunished. Attorney General Rob Bonta says his office does have personnel on the ground monitoring the situation at the ballot processing center and stands ready to protect voters and ensure California's election laws are followed.
And you see it happening in California. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly. So we don't want that.
Meanwhile, election workers continue processing ballots across the state. Los Angeles County officials estimate roughly 688,000 ballots remain outstanding. Most of them vote by mail ballots. Officials say ballots postmarked by Election Day can arrive up to 7 days later and still be counted. The county says the state's 30-day canvass process allows election workers time to verify and count every eligible ballot cast. President Trump has recently alleged election
Yep. And all of this is going to lead up to whatever the DNI ends up dropping about the evidence of the 2022 or the 2020 election. I just do want to say something real quick here, and I want to thank Bad Moon for putting this out. 18 U.S. Code 1341, using U.S. mail fraudulently is chargeable. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, you guys are absolutely going to love something that the Department of Homeland Security just signed off on last night. We'll get there in a minute. But right now, let's go to CNN. Scott Jennings, Caitlin Collins, Van Jones having this discussion.
To design a system to make people question the results every year, to make people wonder if there was any funny business going on, you would design it precisely as they have designed it in California. But, as he pointed out, it's legal today. I don't think the ballot harvesting ought to be legal. I think vote by mail is inherently less secure than voting in person. You know, counting all these ballots for weeks and weeks, it does lead to a lot of questions. But do I think it's fraudulent on its face that a Republican didn't get more than 25% of the vote in a mayor's race in L.A.? No, that's not inherently fraudulent. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, California routinely picks the literal worst people in the world to run the state and the cities. They have done that in this case. That does not seem to be a shocking outcome to me. And it kind of stinks that it takes so long to count the ballots. I think ballot harvesting stinks, and I think vote by mail and mailing out millions of ballots to people who have never asked for one, I think that all does absolutely stink. Is that the same as fraud? No. But I do think it's a legitimate conversation about whether these election laws in California, if you want to have more confidence in elections, you would scrap this entire pile of garbage law and start over with something. Well, crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll get it all fixed. As a matter of fact, the left is really going to hate when we get to the segment of what the DHS just said about President Trump's executive order that he just signed. But before we get to that, a Fox News contributor, Guy Benson, responds to Sonny Hostin from The View, claiming that it's not possible for California to count all the votes in one night. Why is that impossible, by the way? Why is it not possible for California to count all the votes in one night? I'll tell you why it's impossible. Because the laws they put in place to make it impossible. They can count all the votes in one night. India has billions of people. They do it. Spain is the size President Trump said the other day. Spain has pretty much the exact population as California. They do it in one night. France is an entire country. They do it in one night. Other states in the United States do it in one night. But Sonny Hostin says California can't. But the reason they can't is because the laws they passed to make it so they can't. But you could. They just don't want to. And we know they could because other countries that are same size or larger do it every single time there's an election. So are we just that incompetent? Is California just that incompetent? Or is it because the laws they passed that don't allow them to? I doubt they're incompetent.
It does take a long time to be right, to
Why
do
can
it
Florida
well.
do it right in one night, though?
I don't think you can do it when you have 23 million registered voters. It's just not possible. And so
I think it is.
It's not possible.
Candidly, I think it is. It's because it's the mail-in voting. They don't start counting them until election day.
You could start counting 80% of those votes. So that's the problem. Mail-in voting counts for 80% of the votes.
Count before. Count before. Count before. You see how she completely ignored her co-host there? Said, yes, you can. You just count them before. So you didn't listen to a word I said.
Again, I'm just struggling in my brain, Martha, to process how someone can live in this country and be sentient, an adult whose job it is to follow politics and say that it's just this unsolvable mystery to count all the ballots in a timely fashion. It can be done. Yes, it can. It is done elsewhere every single time. This is a choice by California.
Absolutely. The fact is, it's a choice. Eli, somebody on YouTube said, watch Sean Ryan. He's an ex-Navy SEAL. Why? Would we watch Dan Crenshaw too? Would we watch John McCain too? Because of his former service to this country? Most people don't care about what somebody did. They care about what somebody does right now that affects them. Sean Ryan licks Hunter Biden's nuts just to get an interview with him. Simps all over him and gushes all over him the whole time like Candace Owens did. Not even taking him to task about anything that he and his father did, even though Sean Ryan was complaining about him and his father for 4 years. Sean Ryan is Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is Alex Jones, and Alex Jones is Nick Fuentes. Why would anybody give a rat's ass about Sean Ryan or John McCain or Dan Crenshaw or any of these other cowards? Even Vet for Democracy says John McCain was an honorable man. That goes to show everything that you are. That goes to show everything that you are. John McCain was a loser. Period. He was a loser. He did something great for this country once. Cool. But then spent the next 40 years destroying the country. Loser. Absolute loser. Why do you think Megyn Kelly's losing 30,000 subscribers a week? Why do you think Sean Ryan is losing 20,000 subscribers a week? Go look at Nielsen. I do. Out there says comical. Why would anybody get to rat's ass about you? I don't know. You've been watching my rat's ass for the last 2 hours. You tell me. I don't know. I don't watch Sean Ryan because I don't like him. You watch me and you hate me. Make that make sense. Steve Hilton won. Moving on. Found out last night the Republican Trump-backed candidate Steve Hilton won the second of 2 spots in the California governor's primary race on Monday, nearly a week after Election Day. How about that? Took a while. Decision Desk called the race for Steve Hilton yesterday evening, after another mail-in ballot dump favored Democrat Tom Steyer, but it wasn't enough to put him over the finish line. Hilton will face off against Javier Becerra, the former Health and Human Services Secretary for Biden. Becerra has 27.66% of the vote. Hilton has 25.10%, according to Decision Desk. All eyes are on California's primary elections as Democrat candidates surge a week later. Let's get to this video from Mr. Hilton and what he says about the signature verifications on the ballots.
It is just extraordinary to anyone watching, which is this mail-in ballot 7 days after the election. The argument is, well, we want maximum participation. So if someone wants to vote on election day, we're going to treat sending in a mail ballot the same as if you were voting. That's why we're going to give 7 days for the ballot to arrive. But there's a line in the law that says that actually the proof that you mailed your ballot on or just before election day, even if it arrives after election day, it's not just the postmark. You can write it. You can handwrite the date.
Wow.
And that counts. It's not. I was talking about this at the last elections. I had a whistleblower from the Postal Service explaining this. So just to be really clear what that means, you can backdate your ballot.
By hand.
By hand.
By hand.
And it will be counted. That's how
outrageous.
insane this system is.
I didn't even know that. That is outrageous. Oh, my God. You talk about, listen, congratulations on your ground game. What you have managed to do in California is astounding, really.
So here's the argument that you'll get from the left. Trump mailed in his ballot. Yeah, we also ballot harvested, even though we've never done that too, and we won. You see, when we play the game that the game is being played, we win. When we play an unfair and unlevel game where you guys do everything and we don't, we lose. So, we beat you at your own game. We beat you so bad at your own game that you're not even going to win the midterms. We took the House. We took the Senate. We took the White House. President Trump won more counties than any other president in American history. We won the popular vote. We won the Electoral College. We won everything. And President Trump is 136 of 137 in his 2026 primary endorsements. When we play your bullshit game, we win. Trump mailed by ballot? Okay, played the game. I bet you he mailed his ballot in plenty of time for it to count by Election Day. What is the problem of having all ballots in by Election Day? How hard is it for the losers that don't want to actually go and vote, that want to vote by mail? How hard is it to have them just get it in 30 days early? How hard is that? Bullpup says, and they've been crying ever since. They sure have. Look at him on YouTube right now. Look at him there. Vet for Democracy says, and you still aren't governing. Who gives a shit? We own you. We owned you. We beat the political brakes up you so bad, I can't believe you guys are even running anymore. Like, you lost everything. The majority of the country wanted Trump. What's that make you feel like? You bitches are always crying that we should get rid of the Electoral College. Well, okay, we would have won too. We would have won anything, no matter what bullshit rules you tried to throw in. Why? Because you can't beat us. And you're not going to beat us in the midterms either. And on November 5th, I'm going to sit here laughing. You can't win. So, again, I'm going to be here to report the news every day. I'm going to be here to troll Democrats every day. I'm going to be here to make sure we win every day. And you're going to be here watching me. Vet for Democracy says you don't own me. I do own you. I do own you. I own your attention right now. You can't leave the show. It's like a train wreck. You just can't stop watching it. And I do love that. I do love that I own you, and I own your eyes, and I own your viewership. I own you, and you're creating a better algorithm for me, which means more people are coming in. Penguin says, wrong. The plurality of the people who voted for 2024 voted for Trump. Learn your statistic. What statistic? The only statistic I care about is we beat you. And we beat you at your own game. We ballot harvested. We voted by mail. We brought people to the polls to vote. We keep beating you at your own game. And now this. You ready? This is so beautiful. This is the news I couldn't wait to get to. Eli, Department of Homeland Security plans to verify voter citizenship by monitoring mail-in ballots to back Trump's executive order. Major win. So, here we are. John Thune wants to be a loser, wants to be an establishment, corrupt individual in D.C. Here we are. Donald Trump is going to get it done anyway. You see all these people that go, Donald Trump, that slush fund isn't going to happen. Look, every time we tell you something's going to happen, it happens. Look at Greenland. We now have 3 bases on Greenland that are about to become sovereign U.S. territory, and that's just the beginning. Look at Venezuela. Ask them how they're doing. Doing better than ever. Why? Because we own it. We run it. We're about to run Cuba. Everything that we said was going to happen has happened. And now we told you, we're going to win the midterms. Why? Because we're getting the congressional maps drawn fairly, finally. 1 vote, 1 person, 1 count. That's it. Doesn't matter what color your skin is or where you live. Supreme Court won't stop it. You want to talk about in the Constitution? Why don't you look up all the 18 U.S. codes that talk about elections, how they're run, who can vote? They're not going to stop this. And not only are they not going to stop this, dipshit idiot, they're also going to hand down mail-in voting. No more mail-in voting after Election Day. Remember the arguments that were heard in the Supreme Court? Where the Supreme Court justices said it's Election Day, not Election Week. It's Election Day, not Election Month. It happens on a Tuesday in November, not on 10 Tuesdays in November, December, and January. So now the Department of Homeland Security said, we are gonna monitor all mail-in ballots. He's also signed an executive order that the post office cannot ship fraudulent ballots, and if they do, they'll be held accountable. You see what he's doing here is this is called enforcement. And the Department of Homeland Security said, we'll enforce your executive order, sir. Who's going to stop us? Who? Hakeem Jeffries? Is Hakeem Jeffries going to stop us, guys? Is Out There or Vet for Democracy over on YouTube, you're going to stop us? No, you're not. And we're going to win everything. Department of Homeland Security approved a plan allowing states to verify voter citizenship through federal databases while also monitoring mail-in ballot activity for potential signs of fraud. Advancing a central pillar of President Trump's election integrity agenda. The initiative, expected to launch later this month, would give election officials access to federal citizenship records and allow voter rolls to be checked against immigration and government databases. And guess what else? We don't have to have a state willingly give it to us after this one. Department of Homeland Security also plans to work with the USPS, to track absentee and mail-in ballot flows, flag unusual patterns, and generate investigative leads. The move advances a major piece of President Trump's election integrity agenda. Here's cheers to you. You see, ladies and gentlemen, we are never going to let you ever take power back again in your current state. As a matter of fact, you're going to have to earn it. If you want power back, you are going to have to earn it from the people, which means that the left is going to have to come more to the center, which 61% of overall voters want and 46% of their own party wants. Why such large numbers? Well, because the party knows they can't win having a less than 20% favorability rating, which, by the way, is two double digits lower than President Trump's that you say is so low. Again, like a 3-foot tall person making fun of a 4-foot tall person for being short. Plus, all the congressional maps, you can't win. Trump fan 20 said, is it raining? Oh, wait, no, that's just liberal tears. I don't even call them liberal anymore. Don't even call them liberal anymore. They're just straight up anti-American communists. Period. They love communism. And Nazis, apparently. About to vote for one in Maine. Here's something else that's great. CheckMyVote.org launches a thing called V-Alerts, push notification services to voter registration address monitoring. Oh, this is going to be good. Let's get into this story. Brighton, Michigan, CheckMyVote.org is proud to announce the launch of its new CMV's V-Alerts push notification service tied to its pioneering Check Who's Registered to Vote at Your Address. Since its inception, CheckMyVote.org has provided Americans with free access to verify voter registrations associated with their address using publicly available voter file data. Now users can sign up to receive a push notification whenever voter registration records tied to their address are added, removed, modified, or anything else to deliver transparency directly to citizen devices. I love this, by the way. Trainer Soul says, I have a feeling Rogue Judge will block the EO because they're above the law. They will. It's fine. It'll go to Supreme Court, and it'll be ruled in Trump's favor, just like pretty much everything that we appeal. So rogue judges won't matter. And anyway, it doesn't matter because Mark Wayne Mullen and President Trump are not going to allow a rogue judge to steal elections any longer. Period. What's up, Eli?
It's always hard for me to assume if I found breaking news because you're so dang good at finding it first. But Suzanne did just bring this to my attention, a truth from Donald Trump 33 minutes ago.
About the helicopter?
I have just been informed by our great...
About the helicopter being shot down?
Yeah.
All right, here, hold on. All right. All right, Eli, go ahead and read that. I just had to reset you there because you were a little bit behind.
I've just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, out of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yes. Kill them. Kill them. Steve on YouTube says, yawn, this guy's an idiot while he watches. So, watch me say this. Kill them all. Kill every Iranian that poses a threat to the United States of America. All of them. If there's schools in the way, better get the kids out of there. If there's hospitals in the way like they do in Gaza, better get the kids out of there. If you don't, it's not our fault, it's yours. Kill them all. Period. The United States has played softball with Iran because President Trump is trying to do peace deals. He even yelled at Bibi Netanyahu and said, don't do another thing or else you'll be fighting on your own. Yeah, that sounds like a puppet, right? Don't do another thing, Bibi, or else you're on your own. He said that to him 2 days ago. Right? Because he's trying to have peace. He's trying to do peace deals. And since they don't want it and they're calling our bluff, kill them all. I don't see what the big deal is here. What are you going to do? What are you going to have? Democrats come down on you for killing Muslims that shot helicopters out of the sky? Who cares? Who cares? Scott Rawlings said, stop playing footsie with Iran. That's it. Kill them all. Super simple. Let's get back to Check My Vote. Originally launched as one of the first citizen-accessible voter roll transparency systems of its kind, Check My Vote continues expanding its tools to give Americans greater visibility into voter roll activity at the local level. The new V-Alert system represents a significant leap forward in proactive election integrity monitoring, empowering everyday citizens to act as watchdogs for their own address without waiting for periodic manual checks, while also giving users the ability to verify registrations tied to their address using publicly available voter file data, monitor voting history associated with their residence, and receive instant push notifications when records are added, removed, or modified. You know what this is, folks? All those people that used those old individuals in Act Blue to vote for them, that lady that Nick Shirley spoke to yesterday and said, are you 130 years old and have you voted in 52 elections? She said no to both. What would happen is those people who are their names are being taken and voted for in elections that they didn't go vote in, they would get notified immediately that somebody's using their address, their name, or anything to vote. Absolutely. And then they could go and they could take care of business. Eli, did anybody, do we know if any soldiers, by the way, died in them downing that helicopter? Do we know, has that been said?
Yeah, I read in there that there were two guys involved, but both of them were fine.
Okay, so no dead soldiers.
Correct. He said both are safe and uninjured.
All right, praise God. Praise God. That's good at least. Still, kill them all. Moving right along here. I'm very glad to hear, by the way, that no soldiers died. That was going to be my next, because how many soldiers have died to this point in this conflict? 13, equaling the same amount of people that died when Joe Biden wrongly pulled out of the Afghanistan region, leaving Al-Qaeda with $90 billion worth of military-grade equipment. And another thing, too, Eli, try to also find out if we recovered the helicopter or if the terrorist militants did in Iran. But what do you have there?
That information is probably going to come much later, but I did just check out to see how many have passed. Unfortunately, it is 13. 6 service members killed when a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft crashed in western Iraq, and 6 killed during an Iranian unmanned aircraft system attack at the Shuaibah port of Kuwait.
Okay, good. Hey, by the way, Sophie said, Jeremy, seems I've been voting in Georgia for the last couple of years. Not. I live in New Jersey. See how these database apps can help us out nowadays? But no voter fraud's going on, though, right? On the left? No voter fraud. 13 Americans have died in this conflict. 13 too many, obviously. But at least it's a cause that they signed up for. And those 13 soldiers that died under the botched withdrawal did not sign up to die because of a president's orders to withdraw. Usually, if you succumb to any injuries in war, it's because you are fighting. These people were supposed to leave, and they died. Kill them all. Let's go to the state of Ohio. I think Slam lives in Ohio. Ohio State Senate passes a bill to put voter ID amendment on the November ballot, and President Trump responds. The Ohio State Senate passed a bill last week putting a constitutional amendment that would mandate voter ID in Ohio elections in November on the November ballot. President Trump responded to the bill's passage, commending the Republican lawmakers behind the push, adding, Democrats fought hard against this, presumably so they can cheat. Why else would you? This will prevent a future Democrat legislature from reversing the current law requiring voter ID by codifying it into the state's constitution. However, it does not institute voter ID requirements for mail-in voters, leaving a massive loophole for mail-in ballot fraud. According to a press release from the Ohio State Senate passed a joint resolution number 10, sponsored by State Senator Jane Timken and State Senator Teresa Gavaroni, which would put a constitutional amendment on the ballot to enshrine Ohio voters' laws into the state's constitution, which would be almost impossible to change. With AI being easily able to generate items like utility bills and bank statements, it is essential to constitutionally protect voter photo ID requirements, said Senator Timken. This resolution ensures that it is easy to vote but hard to cheat. Section 1A of the legislation states, quote, electors shall provide identification in order to vote in accordance with laws passed by the General Assembly. Among approved forms of photo ID are, not like California where it can be a gym membership, a driver's license or state ID card issued by Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, a United States passport or passport card, a United States military identification card, an Ohio National Guard card, or an identification card issued by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. The resolution also allows the General Assembly to authorize other forms of photo identification not specified in the resolution, ensuring that Ohio's elections will remain secure as technology advances. I wonder if the people over on YouTube would call that a lie. I wonder if you'd call that a lie. You know, like the information of how many people died during the botched withdrawal, which was true. The information of how many soldiers have died during this military conflict in Iran, which was true. The story that I just read for you about Ohio's elections and being on the ballot to codify it into the state's constitution, which is true. I'm curious to the people on YouTube. Am I lying when I say that? Eli, it seems like there's some issues on YouTube, some freezing going, or on Rumble, some freezing and looping, people are saying, but I just refreshed and it seemed just fine over there. Still got well over 3,000 people watching live. Stream is gone, people are saying. Misfit Patriot is on. Feed ended at 4 hours waiting for a new stream. Showing Misfit. No worries, it'll come back. We back. Now it's working. Yeah, I thought so. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes things happen. You just got to wait it out. Patience is not something that people on the Republican side do have. I will give you that. Patience is not one of those things. We'll wait. Chat's going. Yep. I'm on both now, said CC Jack. We'll give it a minute. We'll wait. as a matter of fact, while we wait, let me show you guys some of the items that we're going to have on the store coming up. For the people that are watching on YouTube, I know you guys want to buy some store items. But we got a 250th birthday design coming up here for the, let's see, right here. Eli, I'm sure you're talking to producer Frankie at this moment. But this is our design that we got coming in next while we're waiting to share more news. This is the 250th birthday of America. Check this out. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Now, I know that people who hate America wouldn't want this shirt. People said, I hate YouTube. I'm going back to Rumble. Let's see if Rumble's working now. Let's see. So if it goes all the way back to the beginning, folks, all you have to do is click and fast forward all the way to the top. But, yeah, Eli, it says they're waiting. So you got to get a hold of Frankie and you got to get that fixed, all right? Curious to see what's going on here. It says we're still live in studio. CQ says, where's Patriot Pals? Well, that'll be up after this show in about a half an hour. Okay? Too much voter fraud. They attacked Jeremy. Well, the channel's always under attack, for sure. Debbie says, I have another show coming in, the Daily Breakdown, The Misfit Patriot. Yep, we're going to, let me just type in here, we are aware of the issue. Working on it. Anyway, for the folks over on YouTube that seem to be still here, let's push on and continue. And whenever Rumble gets working again, we'll bring it back up. Today is the day to get rid of Lindsey Graham, isn't it? Today's the day to get rid of Lindsey Graham. General Michael Flynn urges South Carolina voters to oust war pig Lindsey Graham and elect America First candidate Mark Lynch. Okay, so I'm not a Mark Lynch fan. I have interviewed him. He's not a bad guy. Seems like a decent person. I've had him on the show. But let me just tell you this. I am get rid of Lindsey Graham at all costs guy. That's what I am. A get rid of Lindsey Graham at all costs. There's got to be accountability. And Lindsey Graham and his, look, every time there's something for Lindsey Graham to benefit from, he will jump ship and get on the right side of that ship, no matter what. Lindsey Graham does not deserve to be reelected. I understand he brings billions of dollars into the state of South Carolina. But do you love the guy? Do you really want Lindsey Graham being your senator? Or would you like to rip the Band-Aid off and give somebody else a chance? Because remember, South Carolina does not like Lindsey Graham. They vote for him out of necessity because the guy's been there for absolutely ever.
State Senator Lindsey Graham.
Do you know how you make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell.
I get called all these horrible names by Lindsey Graham, who I don't even know. I didn't start it with Lindsey Graham. I couldn't care less about Lindsey Graham.
But when I need some of those liberal votes, he's always there to help me get them.
If you can't admire Joe Biden, you got a problem. What's not to like?
We have open primaries here. That's how Lindsey Graham and a lot of guys in our state house continue to get elected, is because they're being elected by Democrats crossing over. He's not a Republican. He's voting like a Democrat. He received money in 2016 from George Soros, and he's not a rhino. He's a traitor. This is treason. He's betrayed the citizens of South Carolina, America, Donald Trump.
Hello, I'm Mark Lynch, and I'm running for the United States Senate in South Carolina to replace the flimsy flopper, traitor to the Republican Party, 30-year warmonger, Lindsey Graham. South Carolina deserves a true conservative who stands on godly principles while serving you. It's time to dump Lindsey.
We love Donald Trump. We respect him.
but his endorsement won't save Lindsey in the state of South Carolina this time.
We're ruining our country and our heritage and everything we all stand for, and they're just here taking advantage of it. No weapons formed against me shall prosper.
I'm from Greenville, South Carolina, born and raised here. My wife of 37 years. We have 2 children, 4 grandchildren. I'm an ordained deacon in our church at Burnsview Baptist Church.
And my wife and I, having done mission trips all over the world, we know the next mission trip is the swamp in D.C. We all want peace. We all want freedom. We all want the liberty to live our lives without government interference and without wars going on all around us. You know, we're paying for our own destruction in America.
I'm a successful businessman. I've worked for over 50 years supporting the great state of South Carolina, providing employment. We dedicate our business to the Lord. We bring that into the political realm too. It's a God first campaign. We know that making God first again is what will make America great again. That's the only way this country works with the Constitution our forefathers designed.
I won't take a penny from AIPAC. We've got to have true conservative Republicans that will hold the line and not compromise and not take a paycheck and sell out, sell their soul to the devil, and focus on themselves like Lindsey Graham has.
And he's never voted to close the borders. In fact, one of his nicknames has been Grandesty.
We've got to stop murdering babies inside the womb. We've killed over 63 million. America will be furious if we don't start arresting people.
America First means stop funding endless wars, reversing disastrous inflation, and creating jobs for Americans.
Our government's gotten way too big. They've stepped over constitutional boundaries. People are starving for the truth.
I humbly ask for your vote June 9th of 2026. Together, let's bring true Republican conservative change to our great state of South Carolina and America.
Now, I did interview Mark Lynch. I think he's going to be another establishment kind of guy. And if he's not an establishment kind of guy, then I think he's leaning towards like the Nick Fuentes side of the party. I don't think he's going to be great. But I really can't stand Lindsey Graham. And again, I know that I don't live in South Carolina, so it's up to South Carolina voters. I understand that 100%. But Lindsey Graham is a senator, a United States senator, and things that he does and says do affect each and every one of us in our states. I don't want Lindsey Graham in the Senate anymore. I don't want John Thune in the Senate anymore. I don't want Langford in the Senate anymore. I don't want a lot of these guys in the Senate anymore. I don't want Tom Cotton in the Senate anymore. I want these guys gone. I want to make way for the new way of thinking in the Republican Party. And speaking of John Thune, let's get to him. Trump calls on John Thune to immediately fire Senate parliamentarian and slams Mitch McConnell. Thune pushes back and won't listen. Now, who is the Senate parliamentarian? What is she? The Senate parliamentarian is not an elected official. But the Senate parliamentarian has power like an elected official. The Senate gives powers to the Senate parliamentarian. Those powers include, and are not limited to, deciding what stays in a bill, what doesn't stay in a bill, and what bills to move forward for the entire Senate to vote on. That's what she does. That's her job. And do you know who this Senate parliamentarian was put there by? Democrat Senator Harry Reid. Remember him? Remember that guy? Or was he from Arizona or Nevada, I believe? I think it was Arizona. President Trump lashed out at Elizabeth McDonough, that's her name, the Obama-era Senate parliamentarian, demanding that Senate Majority Leader Thune immediately fire her and pass the Save America Act in the Senate. Quote, she is known as a radical left lunatic that caters to Democrats and has no respect for Republicans or Republican ideology. Just the other night, as an example, she ruled against the Republicans on a proposal that would have easily approved and should have been by anyone else, Trump said. McDonough ruled last week that the Save America Act did not comply with the Byrd Rule and struck it from the Senate's reconciliation bill. That's why it wasn't put in. We have every right to change her and should do so immediately. As long as she's there, there will never be We will never get our desperately needed Save America Act approved and put into full force of effect. The Senate Majority Leader could fire the parliamentarian at any time. This should have been done on day one when Republicans took over, especially knowing that Harry Reid put her there. However, per The Hill, Thune responded to Trump saying, that's, I guess, his opinion, but that would have created even more vote issues here if we were to try to do something like that. Oh, I'm sure it would, dipshit. I'm sure it would. You're such a weak spine, no ball having loser. Thune also pushed back on Trump's previous demands to fire the parliamentarian. McConnell added, decided to keep her because she loved giving trillions of dollars to Democrats, but for the Republicans, including the wall, where I ended up having to go around him to build over 1,000 miles and close up our borders, he gave nothing. Senate Majority Leader John Thune should immediately fire her. Absolutely. The question is, why doesn't John Thune do anything? Why does John Thune not act like a Republican? Why does John Thune act like a Democrat? Because there's a thing called the Uniparty, ladies and gentlemen. There's a thing called the Uniparty. And that Uniparty is being controlled by Democrats and Republicans. These are the we don't give a shit about our voters, corrupt class of individuals. The ones that run D.C. and have made rules after rules after rules that have nothing to do with what our founding fathers wanted the function of D.C. to be. On both sides. And I would agree, I think we would agree, Democrats and Republicans, that class of individuals, those people need to bounce. Those people no longer are needed in our nation's capital. Just like people like Graham Plattner, the actual Nazi that the Democrats are backing in Maine. John Fetterman, who some think is going to switch parties, says they have no business backing a Nazi like this guy.
I'm the guy that I'm a Democrat, and I think we have fantastic candidates across our map in Ohio and Georgia and Texas and all their things. But, I'll be the one honest Democrat to describe, look at that visual on there. I mean, that dude was on Kick for a decade. I mean, do you know what Kick is? Just anyone watching, Google what Kick is. They have serious underage problems with people that are in that, and they go there because it can be anonymous and they can do all kinds of depraved things. And I've watched that interview on MSN Now, for that cream puff interview, and he asked P. Hustle, all those people that you were dropping all the dick pics and saying these things, are they were all 18 or older, right? Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, whatever. He didn't push back there. Well, hey, what's your protocol? Did you have, check ID? How could you really be sure? that's the thing. So, and now just last year, before he was going to run for the Senate, he was dropping all those kinds of pics and texts with a dozen women for there. So that's not redemption. That's a guy that got caught doing these things.
Yeah, no doubt. And you proposed an interesting deal. You said, let's make a deal. These are your words. I'll tell P. Hustle I'll wear a suit every day if he releases all those texts and messages that he has had with a dozen women. Have you heard from him on this deal?
Yeah, well, no, of course, I never heard from P. Hustle. But what's strange with P. Hustle is back in April, he was doing an interview on that pro-Hamas Zedio network or whatever that thing is, and he said that I am the bane of his existence, and really was angry how I dressed too. And now I said, now P. Hustle, here's a great chance. You can just prove that all these people that you're dropping those dick pics and saying these things to were over 18, and now I will wear a suit every day in the Senate, and now you can set the record clear and provide all those texts and all those conversations that you were having as a newlywed, but just before you were going to run for the Senate.
There's been
transparency.
Even the guy that had a stroke and cannot communicate without some kind of a device that helps him do that says, why is my party embracing this guy? By the way, if you're watching, come back to Rumble. Rumble is now back on again. The team worked together. They figured it out. And so just come back to Rumble. Leave YouTube for the left, okay? Come back to Rumble. This is our home. No reason to stay over there with the Debbie Downers. There are a few Republicans over there who hold it down every day over there, though. But if you are a Rumble viewer, Rumble is back on. Please come back to Rumble. Now, let's get to Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna says, hey, screw the Me Too movement now. Screw the believe all women no matter what now. As long as no woman was actually physically hurt, I'm okay with Graham Plattner.
Congressman Ro Khanna campaigned with Plattner over the weekend, even after those allegations of violence came to light. When he was pressed on his support for Plattner, this is what he said.
You said there was no evidence of violence. In your view, there's nothing credible at this point?
My view is that even according to the New York Times piece, they said there was no harm, no injury. There was toxicity, and there was verbal intimidation, which I condemn. But Graham has made it clear that there was no evidence of violence. That, to me, is a red line.
Congressman Ro Khanna campaigned.
That's the red line. The red line is if somebody gets hurt. One lady said he twisted her arm behind her back and twisted it up. Same lady said he locked her in a bedroom and wouldn't let her out until she complied. But as long as nobody was physically raped or murdered, I'm okay with it, says Ro Khanna. Now, who is Ro Khanna? Ro Khanna is a Democrat who worked with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie to put together this campaign that Trump is purposely not releasing the Epstein files because he's a pedophile. Okay, put all that aside. You can believe it or not believe it. What's absolutely true, though, is that Ro Khanna, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Thomas Massie all do know supposed names of people who forced themselves on victims. Those same victims were standing with them with signs on the Capitol. How come Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene have not, I don't know, said the names? What are they waiting for? If you knew the names of people, and I'm going to ask people on YouTube and Rumble, ready? If you knew the names of the people who raped or forced themselves on young women, and you knew their names, and you knew it was true 100%, would you say it? I would. I would absolutely tell everybody. Even if it was Donald Trump, I would tell everybody. Now, Republicans are now favored to win the U.S. House in the 2026 midterms by the latest Inside Elections forecast. They only need 7% or one of the 14 toss-ups to obtain a majority. Republicans 217, Democrats 204, 14 toss-ups. That means we only need one of the 14 toss-ups, plus we're getting the redistricted maps. That's how huge that's been for us. Now imagine if Indiana and South Carolina had redrawn theirs. We'd already be over the 218 needed for the majority. We wouldn't even care about voting. I mean, we would still care about voting and we'd still go vote, but it wouldn't be the end all be all because we'd already know we had that in the bag. If South Carolina state Republicans and Senate Republicans and Indiana state Senate Republicans had done their damn jobs, we'd already have the majority needed. We'd have the 218 plus. But since they didn't, we got to keep pushing. We got to keep getting that Save America Act going. Listen to this. Or watch this, I should say. This video is showing President Trump. You can see here. Get off Air Force One. This is one of his efforts to, like he did in Wisconsin the other night, go there and talk about the importance of certain things. Well, this is the importance right here. This is it right here. 270 to win the Electoral College. But a lot of this blue right here is no longer blue. A lot of this blue that you see like down through here and up through here, no longer blue. And look at Florida. Look at Florida. Beautiful numbers. All we needed was South Carolina and Indiana to hold true, and we would already have the majority. But remember, I told you we were going to have a majority a long time ago. I told you we were going to have the majority. I told you we were going to win the midterms a long time ago. And now, from insider election, the Republicans are favored to win. Now, before we get to the last segment of the day here, where we're going to talk about Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, let's talk about the great and wonderful Fatty 15. Now, Fatty 15 doesn't have to be the way that you get C15. If you want to get C15 introduced into your life in any other way, there's other ways to do it, I would assume. But Fatty 15 was the first company to discover the essential fatty acid, to put it in a form like this for you. C15 regenerates damaged cells, reverses the aging process of it. It slows down the age process of cells. All you have to do is research C15. You don't even have to research it on Fatty 15's website. Just go research it yourself. See what C15 is. See what it does. Now, because of the partnership that we have with them, you can literally get it for $1.33 per dose. $1.33 per dose, and you can get a 90-day supply of this essential fatty acid called Fatty 15 right now for just over $100, $101.96. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA for all of your C15 needs. Also, thank you to Golden Crest Metals. Yesterday, my wife and I saved for about 3 years. We finally got our new installment of silver. We got it yesterday. We got 60% in coin, 40% in bar, and we did a cash sale of silver after 3 years of saving to get more. Now, back 3 years ago, we bought $500 worth of silver. This time, we bought considerably more because we've been saving for 3 years to do it, and we just got it in the mail yesterday. I went home, touched it, felt it, grabbed it, all that. I don't have enough money to get gold, but if you do, gold is a great investment. Remember, 20 years ago, it was worth 10 times less than it is right now, and in 20 years, it'll be worth 10 times more than it is. That means that 20 years ago, silver was $8, $8, just around $8 an ounce. Now it's near $80 an ounce. Gold was, right now, it's $4,500 an ounce. 10 years ago, it was $450 an ounce. You see what I'm saying? Silver and gold, one of the best investments that you can get if you are in any way able to transfer some of your retirement, or if you have if you don't yet have a retirement and you're looking for one. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. By the way, how's Rumble working? Rumble working good again, it looks like? Perfect. 217 MAGA Mom says, just checking in on everybody's mental state after returning from YouTube. It's bad over there, isn't it? After being on Rumble for so many years, opening up YouTube again and then going over there again, it is bad over there, isn't it? Those people over there, that's like the wild, wild west of crazies over there on YouTube. I never expected it to be as bad as it was until we opened it up and we saw. All right. Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison, it is now known that they knew for 6 years of the rampant Minnesota fraud, but said nothing in order to keep the Somali votes. And this came right from, we've been talking about this internally for a long time, meaning that in the government, internally, there were hundreds, I believe 400 complaints and affidavits signed about the governor and the governor's administration and the attorney general turning a blind eye to criminal activity that was reported by people that worked inside the Minnesota government. 6 years. The scandal that has rocked Minnesota politics just got worse. A bombshell report released by the House Committee and Oversight Committees and government reform majority staff concluded that Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison were repeatedly warned about widespread fraud in Minnesota's taxpayers-funded programs for years, yet failed to take meaningful action while billions of dollars were allegedly siphoned from government programs. What you allow to happen, you are guilty of. Period. What is allowed to happen, you are guilty of. In a 205-page report titled The Cost of Doing Nothing, How Tim Walz and Keith Ellison Fueled Minnesota's Fraud Explosion, paints a devastating picture of political negligence, bureaucratic paralysis, and what investigators describe as a pattern of looking the other way while fraudsters looted public funds. Here's J.D. Vance with Jesse Waters on Fox talking about this referral to the Justice Department over the crimes committed by Keith Ellison and Governor Tim Walz. Remember, why did Tim Walz drop out of the race?
So you're the fraud czar now. House Oversight just came out with a report that said that Tim Walz was warned repeatedly that there was fraud, and he kept the money flowing because he didn't want to be called racist. That sounds like a crime to me. Is that a crime?
Well, I'm going to let the law determine what's a crime and what's not. We're certainly going to investigate this, Jesse, and I guess now I can make a bit of breaking news because I left the White House to come here to do this interview with you. And before I did, we actually referred this particular case to the Department of Justice for a full criminal investigation. We are not going to do what the Biden administration did and make judgments of the law before all the facts are in. But here's what's particularly troubling about this to me is Jesse, you had people within Governor Walz's office who were saying, you know what, this looks like fraud. It looks like these Somalian illegal immigrants are doing something that's very shady. And then you had people who shut them down, who shut these whistleblowers down and said, you know, you're a racist or you're a xenophobe for asking questions about where taxpayer money is going. What that means to me, Jesse, is that clearly people weren't taking fraud seriously. Whether it rises to the level of a criminal violation, we're going to investigate it. And of course, if it does rise to that level, we're going to prosecute it. We have to.
Yeah.
You do have to. I agree. You have to. Representative James Comer, who's on one of those committees, torches Democrat Teresa Leger Fernandez for deflecting on fraud. Let's get to this. This is James Comer. Now, I'm not a fan of James Comer as well. A lot of people know I have my gripes about many of the people in the Republican Party. James Comer is one of them. Jim Jordan, who I used to like, is another one of them. You can't be an establishment Republican and get respect from the new Republican Party. It's not possible. Sometimes they do okay.
So, Chair Comer, there was a subpoena for the now former secretary, and she did not testify under oath or in a committee hearing where everybody could see what it was. And now that was about the Epstein files, I think, and you allowed her to testify.
Who are you talking about now? Who are you talking about now? I thought you were talking about Kristi Noem.
I think I was going to go to the fact that we need to have you had any oversight of some of these contracts that appear to be quite fraudulent and doing it in a way that would allow the American public to see what the answers are. And I think it is relevant because whether or not you're complying with congressional law, and the Epstein Transparency Act is congressional law, and you allowed her to testify.
Are we talking about fraud? What are we talking about? I don't think you understand what we're talking about here. We're talking about fraud.
I'm talking about oversight. I'm talking about oversight.
Oversight of fraud. We're talking about taxpayer dollars. We're talking about fraud. This bill has to do with fraud. This is something that's a foreign concept to Democrats. You just want to keep spending more money. You don't care about the poor, hardworking Americans who spend 40% of their paycheck on taxes and are sick and tired of their money being wasted by fraudsters. That's what this bill is about. And you talk about inspectors general, my God. Where have the inspectors general been on all this fraud? They got fired. This fraud's been happening for years. I would fire them all and hire new ones that are going to use AI technology to get fraud. All you all do is kiss the butts of the federal employees. You don't want to fire anybody. Kristi Noem, I agree with what you're saying. She got fired. She should have gotten fired. And anybody that defrauds the taxpayer should get fired. You all never fired anybody. And you're talking about the pardons, the last president who we investigated pardoned his whole family, and you all didn't say a word. You giggle all you want. The American people are fed up. You're going to be in for a shock, I think, when you see how angry the people are at fraud and the Democrats' lack of doing nothing. I mean, these should be bipartisan bills to detect fraud, and all you're concerned about is hiring more federal employees that have not been detecting fraud.
I think what Democrats are concerned about is the ongoing fraud of of our taxpayer dollars inflicted.
I think what I'm concerned about is that horse face with too many teeth in her mouth. That's what I'm concerned about. That right there, Eli, is Timu AOC.
I'm sorry, his name eludes me right now, but whoever was just on, if they ever make a real, autobiography about his life, I want Nicolas Cage to play him. All I could think about was, we're talking about fraud.
Yeah. I think that, you know what I think? I think that the left and the Democrats and everybody here on YouTube are going to be really, really upset in November. And we can talk all the shit we want to each other back and forth, but I think you're going to be really, really, really upset come November. You're not going to be able to impeach Trump. Trump is your president for how many more days, Eli? 957? Something like that. He's not going anywhere. He may get another term. Who knows? Hey, by the way, everybody who's seen the studio before, what is this, Eli, the third studio? Third or fourth that we've built? Third studio that we built? Actually, it's the fourth for me, third for you that we built. And then we built Eli his nice little headquarters in his state right there. Can anybody here go that's on YouTube? Let who's this guy, Nate? A balding Shaggy Rogers. What the studio looks like. He seems to think that we're in a closet or something. Well, speaking of people that need to go back in the closet, these faggots. How about that? Look at these faggots right here.
Anyone else in right now?
You're not gonna tell me where I can go. Move!
You can wait or you
I'm not waiting. I'm going in, so step aside.
Whoa, he's yelling. Keep filming.
Get out of my way. I'm a woman. I need to use the bathroom.
My wife's in there. I'm not letting anyone else in right now.
You're not gonna tell me where I can go. Move!
Wow. You let me go. I'm a woman. I want to go to the bathroom right now. That guy's standing there saying, you're not going in. You're not going in. My wife's in there right now, period.
Wait, I'm a woman. I need to use the bathroom.
My wife's in there. I'm not letting anyone else in right now.
You're not going to tell me where I can go. Move.
You can wait or use
I'm not waiting. I'm going in, so step aside.
Whoa, he's yelling. Keep filming.
Get out of my way.
Wow. Wow. Those are some faggots that need to go back into a closet, right? How about DC Comics, Eli? Did you see DC Comics' new thing? You're a comic book movie guy, right? You like all those comic book movies. I've had a fun time watching them with my kids. Well, here it is. This is DC's new transgender Wonder Woman, Nia Nal. Yeah. So wait a minute. So it's a man? So it's Wonder Man? I'm confused here. A transgender Wonder Woman named Nia Nal. Well, if it's a transgender Wonder Woman, then it's actually a man with long hair riding a horse and carrying a trans flag, Eli.
Guess we've gone from Wonder Woman to wonder if it's a woman.
There you go. Wonder if it's a woman. And you wonder why DC can't sell a movie for shit. I mean, unbelievable here. Nia Nal, the transgender Wonder Woman for our kids. How about this one, ladies and gentlemen? The Bible, science, and other sources of uncomfortable truth are now crimes in Canada and in the UK. Canada's new bill to restrict hate speech would remove protections for the Bible, meaning that posting or carrying a place card quoting Leviticus or other scriptures condemning LGBTQ behavior, or possibly even claiming that there are only two genders, will be considered hate speech, a jailable offense, since the existence of only two genders and the fact that a baby is a living, breathing human life inside a mother's womb are scientific facts. Hey, Eli, do me a favor. Google is woke, right? Google is woke, you would say. Do me a favor for the dipshits, the lefties. Just Google, when do scientists believe life starts? We'll get a woke answer. We'll get a woke company to answer common sense for dipshits out there that think there are more than two genders and that babies aren't humans. What does it say, Eli?
Not overly keen on the terminology they're using, but scientifically, human organismal life is widely recognized as beginning at fertilization, when a sperm fertilizes an egg to create a single-celled zygote. At this moment, a new genetically distinct human organism is formed that has all the essential factors required for development.
Well, no shit. No shit. So I guess common sense didn't teach us that babies are babies and that life begins at conception. I guess we needed a woke AI program to tell us that. But see, the left loves Google. The left loves YouTube. Look at them. They're riddled all over here. Faggy and gay and carrying their flags. And yet, it is true that life starts at conception. Now, before we go here, let's look at a little bit of TDS from Jimmy Kimmel, shall we?
Break it in half.
Yeah.
Do
Well, you make the wish first.
Make the wish first, then break it in half.
Yeah, you make yours first, and then I'll go. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he still president?
Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't know. But there's sometimes it takes some time, right? Was that your wish too? Maybe our wishes canceled them out, you know.
Canceled them out. Yeah.
All right, so I break it in half.
Yes, he's still your president. Absolutely. And will be for another 956 days, whatever it is, and maybe more. Maybe more. Eli?
Oh, no, sorry. I thought it was 9:57, but you're right, 9:56.
You know, usually when it comes to political information, I am. Always. Right. I know that bothers the people over on YouTube a little bit. But, you know, I'm just a handsome, ruggedly, by the way, ruggedly. Before we start the show today, I do want to give a father of five shout out to with a hot wife Nutrition's Take running Lean. A business where we're teaching. Now, if you don't know what Take Lean is, I'll explain it to you. But right now, if you look down at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a website and a code. It's TakeLean.com. And I can't help it that we have the best audience and the most intelligent audience on Rumble for 20% off when you check out. Now, what lean for all of you on Rumble and for all of you over on YouTube, God bless you. Thank you very much for being here today. Basically, a weight loss pill. I'm going to go try to be weight loss less awesome for people who are not. And the Republican Party dieters is going to try to be less awesome. You're out there and you're busting your butt and you're trying to lose that last bit of 10 or 20 pounds. We won't. We'll be more awesome. And you can't do it. Winning. Maybe you're a little older. Maybe you're 46 like me. And your metabolism isn't what it used to. Eli, we got burning fat isn't like what it used to be. Patriot Pal's coming up next, right? Well, this is where lean weight loss comes in. It's 100% effective.
Already started.
It's 100% safe. All right. From Brickhouse Patriot Pals is coming up next for the next hour because Will Johnson is not here today. So there are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. Weight loss. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest up, keep your head up high. Blend you are a child of God, no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Ingredients. Patriot Pals for the next hour comes up here on LFA TV and next. Health, family and friends, fat and pets, utilization, built for sustainable results. Never stop spreading that gospel. Now I took lean. Now the left can learn something. 90 days from a kid's show. And I started off with 3 times a day. That's a little bit too much for me. So I went to 2 a day. And I'm going to tell you what, you need to take 10, 20 pounds off. Already dieting, already exercising. Let lean weight loss be your assistant. I'm telling you, it's amazing. It's not like the shot. Okay? It is very safe, very effective, and it supports metabolism and energy. 20% off by going to takelean.com and using promo code LFA20. Thank you guys very much for being here today. Thank you for our sponsor. Now, enjoy Patriot Pals. Hey everyone, welcome to Patriot Pals. It's good to see you this Saturday. Hey, I got a question for you. How many of you guys watching today like trains? I love trains. How many of you have had to watch a train go by when you're in the car with your mom and dad? Those trains can get pretty long, huh? My grandfather worked on the railroad. My grandfather was actually an engineer. He actually operated and drove the train. I'm really excited to talk to you guys this week about our nation's railroads. Now, just like every week, here to help me teach you guys about the nation's railroads, none other than Eli Ellis and Lily. Eli, are you ready to get this show on the rail today?
Hey, Patriot Pals, who's ready to talk about the railroads today?
Hi, guys. Are you excited to learn about the railroads today? I know I am.
Okay, well, let's get to it then. Hey, you know what they say on a train when you're getting ready to go? Choo-choo! All aboard! Okay. Hey, imagine walking or riding on a horse all the way from New York to California. That would take months and it would be super bumpy. But then came the Transcontinental Railroad, a giant iron road that connected the East to the West. It was one of America's biggest building projects ever. Let's climb aboard and learn all about it.
Back in the 1860s, America wanted to grow bigger and faster. Two companies started building, the Central Pacific from California heading east and the Union Pacific from Nebraska heading west. They raced each other like it was the world's longest game of tag.
Thousands of brave workers, including legal Chinese and Irish immigrants and Civil War veterans, hammered spikes, laid heavy rails, and blasted through mountains with dynamite.
On May 10th, 1869, they met in Promontory, Utah, and drove a shiny golden spike into the ground. Ding ding! The whole country was connected by train. Ugh, those workers must have had arms like superheroes after swinging hammers all day.
They worked in freezing snow, blazing deserts, and steep canyons. Just in 6 years, they laid almost 1,800 miles of track.
Now here is how it changed everything. Before the railroad, traveling across America took 4 to 8 months by wagon. It was hot, it was dusty, and sometimes very dangerous. But after, you could go from New York to California in about 7 days.
Families, food, and even letters zoomed across the country super fast. People could visit grandparents on the other side of the map.
Farmers could now send fresh fruits and vegetables to big cities. News and letters traveled very quickly, almost like the old Pony Express, but way better. It was kind of like magic. The country felt smaller, kind of like one big happy family.
But building it sure wasn't easy, kids. The workers faced big dangers. They blasted rocks with dynamite. Boom! And sometimes tunnels caved in. Avalanches buried camps in the snowy mountains. Many got hurt or sick from the hard work and bad weather. It took incredible grit and bravery.
The railroad also crossed lands where Native American tribes had lived for hundreds of years. As tracks went through their hunting grounds and buffalo areas, conflicts happened. Some Native warriors tried to stop the trains to protect their homes and their way of life. It was a sad and difficult time for everyone. many people lost their land and traditional life.
Even with the hard parts, the railroad was a positive and wonderful achievement. It helped America grow into a stronger and richer nation.
Little towns popped up along the railroad tracks. People moved west to start farms and businesses. It brought new opportunities, connected everyone, and showed what Americans can do when they work together with big dreams and a never-give-up spirit. Thanks to that iron road, our country changed forever. From two separate sides into one united, zooming, growing superpower.
So, the next time you see a train or ride one, give a big wave and say thank you to those tough workers and dreamers.
What do you think, kids? Would you have been a hammer-swinging track layer, a train engineer, or a passenger going on a big adventure?
God bless the brave builders of America's railroads. And God bless you, all my curious, adventurous kids. And as always, we give you one big Patriot Pals salute. And we will see you next week on Patriot Pals. Hey guys, my name is Jeremy Herrell, and I'm here today to talk to you about the protesting that you might see going on at your schools. Now, maybe you've seen it, or maybe your brother and your sister have talked about it, because a lot of the protesting is going on in middle school or high school, and you might not know what it's all about, but you might have heard that they're protesting ICE. So I'm here today with my producer Eli, to talk to you about that. Producer Eli, are you ready to educate some of the kids here about this protesting that's going on?
Darn Skippy I am, man. We're going to be talking about protesting today, and we're going to getting some learning done, leering.
So here's what we're going to do. You might have heard that your brother and sister, or maybe even you, are attending some ICE protests at school. Well, let me tell you what those are and why those kids might be, maybe your brother and sister even, might be wrong. So the reason why ICE, which is in Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement, is out on the streets of America arresting people and taking them away is because those people are not supposed to be in our country. It would be like if somebody came into your house uninvited and they wouldn't leave. You would either have your dad move them or you would call the cops and they would move them. So a lot of people came into our country illegally. They did not get the proper invitation to come into the country. And since they didn't get the proper invitation to come into the country, there's a company, not really a company, but a portion of the government called Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. And their job is to go find these people and take them out of our country. Now, everybody wants to live in America, but there's a right and legal way to do it. Just like everybody probably wants to come over to your house, but they can't come over unless they're invited, right? So, that's what we're doing. We are just taking the people that weren't invited, and we're just taking them and giving them a nice plane ride right back home. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that came over here that weren't invited were criminals, and they were really bad people. And so when you're dealing with those people, you never know if they're going to hurt you or if they're going to hurt the officer who's trying to send them back to the country that they came from. And you have a lot of people in our country that feel like that they should not be sent back to the country that they came from. And so what they're doing is they're protesting against ICE. They're saying that nobody should be removed and sent back to the home country. Unfortunately, if you think about it in the way of somebody coming into your home uninvited, pretty soon you would say, okay, you have to leave. You can't live here. And you certainly can't have millions of people come into your house and live there, right? So that's what is happening. This group of people, ICE, they're not bad people. Bad things can happen when you're out in the street and you have all these people trying to fight and trying to stop the ICE officers from taking those people out of the country. And you might have heard that somebody got hurt or shot. Well, that's because they were trying to interfere with law enforcement. When you see a cop arresting somebody, the last thing you want to do is try to go get involved. The last thing that you want to do is try to go stop that cop from arresting that bad person, okay? So that is what the protests are. Now, if you had the right information, maybe, just maybe, you would make a better decision. Should I be protesting this or should I not be protesting this? I think the most important thing to do is if you're in school is stay in your class, stay in school. And when you get older, if you really want to know about something, learn about it, and then you can exercise your freedom of speech in a more calculated and better understanding way of doing it. And that is our message today. You might hear a lot of things going on social media, but if you watch this program every week, we'll talk about the things that are really going on so you can make the best information, the best decision based on the information that you have, okay? All right, we'll see you next week. Hey everybody, it's Jeremy Herrell here from LFA TV. Now your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your uncle, your aunt, somebody in your family probably watches LFA TV every single day. Now, they either watch it because we have shows that talk about God, or they watch it because we have a lot of shows that talk about the news. Now, at your age, you have probably heard the term fake news. I'm sure you've heard that, right? Raise your hand if you've heard, that's fake news. Well, unfortunately, in this country, a lot of news stations actually print and report things that aren't true just so they can report something that's interesting so that people will tune in and watch their shows. Because the more people that tune in and watch their shows, the more money they make. But not on LFA TV. The reason why your grandma or grandpa or somebody watches this, or your mom or your dad, is because here at LFA TV they get truth. Now, what I thought that would be best is if we made cartoons about the truth, about things that you're going to learn growing up. And I think today we're going to talk about the difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy. Now, depending on how old you are, you might have heard that we live in a democracy. That is not true. We live in something called a constitutional republic. Now, we have democratic forms of government. And democratic forms of government go all the way back to a country called Rome. I'm sure you've heard of that, right? Now, in Rome, they came up with a whole bunch of different ways to govern and to have government work for the people. That was a democracy. But here's the problem with a democracy, and here's why the United States is not a democracy and a constitutional republic instead. Now, there's an old saying that says a democracy is two wolves and a sheep arguing over what to have for dinner. If there are sheep in a field and there's a shepherd, what does that shepherd keep them safe from? Well, it keeps them safe from wolves and lions and all kinds of different animals that are predators to sheep or to lamb or goats or animals like that. So a democracy, they say, is two wolves and a sheep arguing over what's for dinner. If two wolves and a sheep were arguing over what's for dinner, I have a feeling that the two wolves would decide, let's have the sheep. And the sheep would say, well, I don't vote for that. But the two wolves would win because in a democracy, it's about majority rules. So that means if 5 people vote for something and one person votes for something else, the 5 people who voted for that one thing, they get their way and the one person has to suffer. So a constitutional republic actually limits the government's power through a written constitution that protects your individual rights. And that's why a state the size of Rhode Island, a small state, has the same representation per the amount of people that are in it as a big state like California. Now, while both use elections to select representatives, a republic prioritizes upholding the law and the minority rights over a potential mob rule. And what a mob rule is, a bunch of people feeling one way and them imposing that on you, saying because we all feel this way, and because there's more of us than there are of you, then that means you have to listen to us and you have to do things the way we want them done. But our founding fathers said, no way, Jose. We're not going to do that. We're going to protect the rights of everyone. So remember, in a democracy, which we're not, but everybody says we are, it means that the majority of people, the people that have more on their side, they get to say how you live. That wouldn't be right, would it? You want an individual right. You want to be able to choose how you live, right? Well, in a democracy, you can't. In a democracy, other people will choose how you live. But in a constitutional republic, you get to choose how you and your family live. You get to choose what's best for you and your family. You get to have private ownership. And isn't that what it's all about? All right, ladies and gentlemen, catch us next week for another edition of LFA TV Kids. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Patriot Pals with your favorite patriot, Jeremy Herrell. And this show is for all you kids out there that want to learn about God, country, family, the Constitution, United States history, and all sorts of stuff that I think everybody should know in order to be a productive member of society in this country. Today, we're going to talk about the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, both of which are in the Bill of Rights. Now, let's see how smart you are. How many of you watching right now have heard of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights? Go ahead and raise your hand. You see one out there. Oh, there's another one. Wow, there's a lot of you that know it, that have heard of that before, right? Well, let's talk a little bit about them. The First Amendment is very, very important. And think of it like the stuff that you are allowed to do, the freedoms that you have in this country. And the Second Amendment is all about protecting those freedoms. Let's get into the First Amendment, shall we? Imagine the First Amendment is like a big "you're allowed to" sign for everyone. The First Amendment says that you get to believe in God or not. Now, I would pray that you do believe in God and that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. But the good thing about this country is that you have the freedom to choose whether that is something you believe or something you don't believe. Much like our Creator gave us a choice when He created Adam and Eve. It also allows you to pray wherever and however you and your family choose. No one can force you to pray a certain way or stop you from going to church or a synagogue or anywhere else. Also, speaking your mind. You can tell people what you think, even if it's different from what your teacher says, or even if it's different from what the president says.
That's what makes this country great. In our great, great country, everybody can disagree with each other. We've got the right to disagree. That's what makes everything great.
Now, we want to be kind with our words, even though we have the freedom to use a word. That doesn't mean that we always want to use words that come into our mind. Because, words can definitely hurt people. Also, the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion and the First Amendment as a whole, it allows you to write down your ideas or even draw them. Like making a school newspaper or drawing a picture of what you love about America and or God. You can have a club, you can have a play date, you can write a polite letter or sign a petition to say, please make it better. You have the freedoms to do all these things. Remember when you wanted to wear your favorite red, white, and blue t-shirt to school? Even if your friends said that might be silly? The First Amendment says you can wear it. And you can also tell your friends why you like it. That's freedom. Think about it like this. Here's a nice little rhyme for you. Speak up, pray, write, and play. The First Amendment lights the way. Now let's talk about the Second Amendment, which actually protects us from being able to have, or from being able to have the First Amendment, okay? The Second Amendment says that regular people like moms, dads, and grown-ups, they're allowed to have guns to protect themselves, their family, and their country. Just like the brave people did when America was brand spanking new. But it's for grown-ups, and there are a lot of important safety rules when it comes to having a gun or a firearm. Long ago, the people who made America worried that a bad king or a bad government might try to boss everyone around. So they said families should be able to protect themselves from that, right? Today, it means that good grown-ups can have guns to keep their homes safe, but kids should never touch guns. And there are very strict laws so that only responsible people have them. Safety first always, right, guys? Now, you can learn all about guns when you're a kid. You can learn about gun safety. You can have play guns and stuff like that to teach you how to act when you grow up and you have a real gun. But it's all about safety first, okay? And I made up a nice little short little rhyme for that as well. Second Amendment, brave and true. Let's good families protect me and you. So let's recap, ladies and gentlemen. The First Amendment allows you to pray how you want, talk how you want, walk where you want, and be able to have the freedoms and the rights to express how you feel. The Second Amendment protects the First Amendment by allowing you, a responsible gun owner, to protect the rights of your family and your friends. Now, maybe next week we'll go through some more of the amendments in the Bill of Rights. But for right now, I think that's going to be enough. I think you can go and research all you need to about the First and the Second Amendment and the Bill of Rights and our Constitution. So I hope you learned something today here on Patriot Pals, only on LFA TV. And we'll see you next week for another episode. So make sure that on Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 7 a.m. on the West Coast, maybe we'll do a show about time zones as well. We'll see you then every Saturday for another episode of Patriot Pals right here on LFA TV. See you later, guys. Hey kids, happy Saturday and welcome to another episode of Patriot Pals right here on LFA TV. Today we're going to learn about our founding fathers and how they got the idea to make the United States of America. But we got a surprise for you today. We got my sidekick here with me, producer Eli Ellis, who's going to help us here today learn about this topic. How you doing today, Eli?
Doing great, buddy. And hey, kids, it's great to be here with you guys today, and I can't wait to learn about our founding fathers.
So let's get started. Imagine building the biggest and the coolest treehouse ever made. You would need strong wood, you'd need smart plans, and you'd need a lot of teamwork, right? In order to get it done. Well, that's kind of how America was built. But instead of just wood, the builders used really important ideas, and they got those ideas from the Bible. Now, a long, long time ago, brave men called the Founding Fathers helped create our country. Right, Eli?
That's right. These guys weren't just serious grown-ups in funny wigs. They were like the ultimate superhero team. And guess what? Most of them were men of God who believed in Jesus Christ.
That's right. They believed God gave every person special gifts called rights, like the right to live, the right to be free, and the right to try to be happy. Now, they wrote that in the Declaration of Independence. They said that we were all created equal by our Creator. I think that's God. Now, George Washington, who was our first president, went to church and prayed a lot. Benjamin Franklin even said that they should pray before their big meetings because he knew that God helps us when we ask for it. John Adams said the best ideas that made America free came straight from the principles of Christianity. And that means believing in Jesus Christ, who was the Son of God. Now, these smart dads knew that if people followed Jesus' teachings, to love God and to love others, then we could have a country where people treat each other kindly and fairly. Ideas like don't steal and make sure you always tell the truth and help your neighbor. Now, they helped shape our laws and our government. Without those strong Bible ideas, our country might wobble like a tower made of jelly. Whoa! But because they built it on solid Christian foundations of faith, family, and freedom, and doing what's right, America stood tall, didn't it, Eli?
That's right. And guess what, kids? Those same ideas from long ago still shape how we live today. When someone is kind to the new kid at school, when someone tells the truth even when it's hard, or when someone helps someone who is in need of it, America's Christian foundation's still working.
100%. Now, even though our world today sometimes feels a little bit more godless, with lots of people forgetting about God or even saying that he doesn't exist or he doesn't matter, those original ideas are like strong roots of a big, giant tree. If we keep living by them, our families, schools, our country, and everything in it will stay strong and happy. Now, that's why it's still super important for us to love God, read what Jesus taught in the Bible, and treat others the way that we want to be treated. Now, when we do that, we help America's best blessings stay alive and strong, like freedom and goodness and getting along with each other. So next time you see the American flag waving like it is behind me, remember, America was built by the people who loved God, believed that Jesus showed us the best way to live, and it's up to us, even you super kids, to keep those good, strong ideas going today. What do you think, guys? Should we say a quick thank you prayer for the Founding Fathers and for our freedom, and ask God to help us live the right way when the world continues to forget about him? I do. Dear God, help this country believe in you again and help us stay strong and be nice to each other. Amen. Well, Eli, I think we finally know who the Founding Fathers were and what they believed. And I just want to say thank you for joining me today and helping me teach these kids about the Founding Fathers.
Thank you so much for having me, Jeremy. And it was great seeing all you great kids today. We'll catch you next time.
And we'll catch you next time right here on Patriot Pals. And guess what? Next week, I have another special guest for you. Her name is Lily, and she's my daughter, and she's a Patriot Pal too. So until next Saturday, you guys have a great week. Listen to your moms and dads. Make sure that you tell others about our Founding Fathers and how they all believed in God and in his Son, Jesus Christ. And that's why we have such a great country today. Until next week, Patriot Pals, stay strong and stay patriotic. See you next Saturday. Bye. Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions, and there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees. No pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Again, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Hey kids, welcome to another episode of Patriot Pals right here on LFA TV. Boy, do we got a special show for you today. Does anybody know what this weekend is? Come on, something special this weekend. Mother's Day. That's right, we should be honoring our mothers this weekend, and that's kind of what the show is about today. We're going to be honoring the women of World War II that helped us win and become the strongest nation that ever lived. So, here today, I am joined by my sidekick, producer Eli. Everybody, please welcome Eli back to the show.
Hey kids, it's great to be back, and I can't wait to learn about the heroes of World War II.
That's right, and that's who we're going to learn about today. But I have one more special guest here today to help. I told you she was going to make her debut here on Patriot Pals this week, and that is my daughter, Lily. Everybody, please welcome Lily.
Hey guys, my name is Lily, and I'm super excited to be here today.
So glad to have her here, aren't you guys? Well, here we go. Imagine your whole family playing the biggest game of Capture the Flag. Now, who knows what Capture the Flag is? Hey, Lily, have you ever heard of Capture the Flag?
Yeah, Dad. I played it at school in gym class.
Imagine this. The dads and the big brothers have to run far away to guard the goal. So who steps up to keep home base safe and super strong? The moms, the sisters, the aunts, and the grandmas. That's who. And that's exactly what happened in America during World War II. Now, come on everybody, let's go on a time-traveling adventure.
A long time ago, in the 1940s, America and our friends were in a giant war against some really mean bullies called the Axis powers. All the brave men, daddies, uncles, and even the big brothers left home to fight far across the oceans.
That's right. Talk about scary. They sailed ships, they flew airplanes, they marched into battle to protect freedom, but that meant that the factories back home, the places that made all of the airplanes and the tanks and the ships and the guns and the helmets, they were getting awfully quiet, and we needed all of that stuff to help us win the war.
So who ended up helping us, Dad?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Lily, because that is when the amazing women of America said, "We've got this." They put on their work clothes, they tied the bandanas around their hair, and they marched right into those factories. And they became welders, they became riveters, they became mechanics, and even builders. They built thousands of airplanes, thousands of ships, and thousands of trucks. Way faster than anyone thought possible. Now, the most famous symbol was Rosie the Riveter. Rosie wasn't just one lady. She stood for millions of real women. Her famous poster said, "We can do it," with her rolling up her sleeve and looking strong. Now kids, these women drilled, they hammered, and they painted huge metal planes while wearing cool overalls and safety glasses. Some even had little kids at home that they had to take care of, and they showed up to work every day. Huh, amazing. Picture this. Your mom trying to build a giant Lego plane the size of a school bus. That's huge. While wearing lipstick and keeping her hair perfect. That's how tough and awesome these women were. They learned new jobs really fast. Jobs that people used to say that only men could do.
But here's the super important part, kids. America won the war because men and women worked as an incredible team. The men were the brave fighters on the front lines, dodging bullets, flying missions, and protecting us. The women were the factory heroes on the home front, making sure the fighters had planes to fly, ships to sail, and supplies to eat.
It was like one giant relay race. The men carried the baton across the ocean, but they could only run because the women handed it to them strong and ready. Without the women keeping the factories roaring, our soldiers wouldn't have had enough equipment to win the war. And without the men fighting bravely, all that hard factory work wouldn't have helped win the war either. Teamwork really made the dream work, Eli.
That's right, buddy. Because everyone worked together. Men, women, even kids collecting scrap metal and growing victory gardens. America and our allies beat the bullies and won World War II in 1945.
That's right. And those factory women proved that when times get tough, girls and women are strong, smart, and ready to help save the day.
So wait a minute. Are you telling me that my great-great-grandma was a superhero? Dun, 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 dun.
That's right, Lily. You're exactly right. They were superheroes. So the next time you see an old photo of Rosie the Riveter, give her a thumbs up. She reminds us that every person has an important job in the team, whether you're fighting on the field or building the tools back home. Now, boys and girls, men and women, when we all do our part and help each other, we can do some pretty amazing things. Now, what do you think? Would you have been a factory kid? Would you have been a victory garden grower? Or would you have been a brave messenger on your bike? What about you, Lily? Which one of those would you have been?
I think I would be a victory garden grower because my mom grows gardens all the time.
Well, that sounds good to me because I like to eat fruits and vegetables. What about you guys? So, tell your mom or your dad one way your family can be a good team this week and work together. Well, guys, that's going to do it for us here on Patriot Pals this week. I am so glad that Lily could join us today. Would you like to join us again soon, Lily?
Sure, Dad. What do you guys think? Should I come back again and help?
What do you think, kids? Would you like to have her back? Raise your hand. Looks like you guys want her to come back. That is awesome. Well, guys, God bless you. God bless the brave men and women of World War II. And God bless the United States of America. Hey, Eli, thanks for being here today, buddy. Can't wait to see you again next week.
Absolutely, pal. I had a great time, and thanks so much for stopping in again today, kids. We'll see you next time on Patriot Pals.
Yep, see you guys next time. Here's a big salute to you. Bye, everybody. See you later.
Bye. See you later, everyone.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Patriot Pals. Boy, I have been having a blast doing these shows with you guys and learning about the history of this great country. Today, we're going to be learning about Teddy Roosevelt, one of my favorite presidents of all time, and the great thing that he did preserving our national parks. So here to talk about that today with me, as always, is my sidekick, Producer Eli. Producer Eli, welcome. I bet you're excited to be here today, huh?
I sure am, buddy. I absolutely love national parks and nature in general. Let's get this show on the road, or in the forest.
That's awesome. Also backed by popular demand. You guys wanted her. So my daughter Lily is back to help us learn about the national parks today. How you doing, Lily?
Hey guys, it's Lily. I'm back. Are you ready to learn about the national parks today?
All right, are you guys ready? I'm ready. Have you ever been to a giant forest, a sparkly lake, or a huge colorful canyon where everything looks like it's from a storybook? Well, those are our national parks. They're like giant playgrounds for everyone in America to enjoy forever.
But how did they get started? Let's go on a wild adventure with one of the coolest presidents ever, Teddy Roosevelt.
Way back before cars and airplanes, America was growing super fast. People were cutting down trees, building factories, and hunting animals a lot. Some smart grown-ups worried that all the beautiful wild places might disappear. Poof, gone, like a magic trick, or like your ice cream on a hot day.
The very first national park was Yellowstone, created in 1872 by another president. It had bubbling geysers, grizzly bears, and waterfalls that looked like magic, but it needed more protection. Enter Theodore Roosevelt, or Teddy for short.
Teddy was tough, energetic, and very strong. He loved the outdoors more than almost anything in the world. When he was young, he went out to the west, to the Badlands in North Dakota. He rode horses, he hunted, he slept under the stars. But he saw people messing up the land and hurting the animals. That made him very, very sad. And then, very determined. He said something like, "We need to save this wild stuff for our kids and our grandkids." Teddy wasn't the kind of president who just sat in a fancy chair all day. He was like a superhero with glasses and a big mustache. He climbed mountains, he went on crazy safaris, and even boxed and wrestled for fun. As president from 1901 to 1909, Teddy became the conservative president, or the conservation president. He wanted to conserve our land, and that's how he got the nickname. He worked with friends like the explorer John Muir and signed laws to protect nature. He helped create 5 new national parks: Crater Lake with its super blue water, Wind Cave with underground tunnels, Mesa Verde with ancient cliff homes, and more. He doubled the number of national parks in America.
But he did even more. He signed the Antiquities Act, which let him quickly protect special places as national monuments. He saved the Grand Canyon, Devil's Tower, that giant rock that looks like a giant tree stump, and tons of forests and wildlife areas. Altogether, he protected about, 230 million acres. That's bigger than a ton of football fields put together.
So I have a question, Dad. Why did he do it?
Teddy believed these beautiful lands, animals, and trees belong to all Americans, not just rich people or companies who might use them up. He wanted kids like you, 100 years later, to see real bison, giant sequoia trees, and colorful canyons, not just pictures in a book. He said we should use nature wisely, but also leave some of it wild forever. And thanks to Teddy Roosevelt, we now have over 400 national parks, monuments, and sites. Places like Yosemite, the Grand Canyon, and even a park named after him, Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, with wild horses and badlands that look like a dinosaur playground. So the next time you visit a national park or see a picture of one, give a big thumbs up to Teddy Roosevelt. He showed us that taking care of God's creation is a big job, and it's still important today. We can all help by not littering, staying on trails, and telling our leaders that we want to keep these places safe.
What do you think, Super Explorers? Would you rather see a volcano, an underground cave, or a giant canyon? Tell your family one park you want to visit someday.
All right, everybody, that's going to do it for Patriot Pals. Here again on LFA TV, God bless Teddy Roosevelt and the people who protected our national parks. God bless you, my nature-loving Patriot Pals, and God bless the United States of America. We'll see you next week for another episode of Patriot Pals. Until then, I salute you. Have a great day, guys.
I had a great time, and it was awesome to see all you kids again. We'll catch you next time on Patriot Pals.
Thanks, Dad. I had a great time learning about Teddy Roosevelt today. See you guys next week. Bye.
All right, Patriot Pals, are you ready? Let's go!
Hey, Patriot Pals. I'm going to be here every week now. And I'm excited to learn about the American inventors.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, kids. So glad to be back. So many amazing, brilliant people have invented so many things throughout the years that we still use to this day. I can't wait to learn about them.
Flip on a light switch. Click, and your room lights up instantly. Hop in a car. And you can zoom down the street. These things feel like magic, right? They didn't just appear by magic. They were invented by super smart Americans who had big and bright ideas. Today, we're meeting three amazing inventors: Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Edison, and Henry Ford. Let's go inventastic!
First up, Benjamin Franklin. Ben was one of our founding fathers, the guy with cool long hair and glasses.
Oh, he was so super curious. Like a scientist kid who never grew up. One stormy day in 1752, he flew a kite with a metal key on the string. Zap! Lightning hit the kite and made sparks on the key. Ben proved that lightning is actually electricity. Whoa! Don't try this at home, kids! Ben was very careful and almost got fried, like chicken nuggets.
Because of Ben's experiments, we learned how to use electricity safely. He invented the lightning rod so houses wouldn't catch fire when lightning struck. Thanks to Ben, we started understanding the power that makes your lights, TV, and video games work.
Next is Thomas Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park. Thomas was like a mad scientist who never gave up.
People already knew about electricity, but no one had made a light bulb that stayed lit for a long time. Edison tried and tried and tried. He tested over 1,000 different materials before he found the perfect one. Finally, ding, like a light bulb. In 1879, he made a light bulb that glowed for 13 hours straight.
He also invented the phonograph, that's an old-time music player, and the very first movie camera. Edison's factory made electricity for entire neighborhoods.
Suddenly, cities could stay bright at night. Kids could read books after dark, and factories could work longer. Thomas failed a lot, but he said,
I didn't fail. I just found 1,000 ways that didn't work. That's a great attitude, right? Keep trying, super inventors.
Hey, Dad, the light bulb was such a good idea that it literally became the symbol of a good idea.
Last but not least, Henry Ford. Henry wanted to build cars that regular families could afford, not just rich people.
In 1908, he created the Model T car. It was tough and simple and came in black because black paint dried fastest. His biggest invention wasn't just the car. It was the moving assembly line. Instead of one person building a whole car slowly, each worker did one easy job as the car rolled onto the belt. Zoom! They could make a car in hours instead of days. Cars got cheaper and cheaper to buy, and soon families could drive to the beach, they could visit their grandparents, or they could go on long road trips. Roads got better. Gas stations popped up all over the country, and America started moving very fast.
So why does this matter, kids? Benjamin Franklin gave us the spark of electricity.
Thomas Edison turned that spark into bright lights that we use every day.
Henry Ford put wheels on that progress so we could travel and explore. These three American inventors worked hard, stayed curious, and made life brighter, easier, and more fun for everyone. Next time you turn on a light, ride in a car, or watch a movie, remember, smart people with big dreams build and dreams too. I want to thank Eli and Lily.
Thanks, buddy. I always have a great time, and it's always great seeing all you kids. We'll see you next time on Patriot.
It's always fun to be here with the Patriot Pals. See you next week. Bye.
And that's going to do it for us today here on Patriot Pals. So remember, Patriots, keep dreaming. Invent something great that changes the world. God bless America's amazing adventures. And God bless you, my bright and curious kids. Before we go out, let's all do a Patriot Pals salute. And we'll see you next week, only on Patriot Pals. Hey everybody, we're back once again for another episode of Patriot Pals, and a big salute to all of you. Today we're going to be talking about something really cool, space. Have you ever thought about going to space before? Well, before we could build rockets that got us to space, we had to build airplanes and the ability to fly and get off the ground first. We're going to talk about that today. Back with me for another episode is my sidekick, Eli. Everybody, say hi to Eli.
Hey guys, back for another episode of Patriot Pals, and I'm so glad to be here.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited about today's lesson. Also, my daughter Lily is back, and I know she's ready to go to space. Lily, how you doing?
You bet I am, Dad. How about you guys? Are you ready?
All right, Patriots, let's get to it. Have you ever dreamed of flying like a bird or zooming to the stars? Americans didn't just dream it, we built it. Today, we're talking about the incredible race to space and how it all started with two brothers who loved bikes. Get ready for a super fun time-traveling trip showing the American ingenuity and the grit that can achieve anything.
First stop, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, December 17th, 1903. Meet Orville and Wilbur Wright, two brothers who fix bicycles for a living. They were total tinkerers. They watched birds soar and thought, wait a minute, we can do that.
They built kites, gliders, and even a wind tunnel in their bike shop to test wings.
And after lots of crashes and fixes, they made the Wright Flyer, a rickety-looking plane with a tiny engine and wooden propellers.
Orville won a coin toss and climbed it. The plane zoomed down a sandy hill and lifted off.
It flew just 120 feet for 12 seconds. Not very far. You could run that in a few seconds. but it was the first powered airplane flight in history. Wilbur flew longer later that day.
It was like the world's first shaky roller coaster, but in the sky. Whoa! No seatbelts, just pure bravery. The Wright brothers proved that humans could fly with machines. Their grit and smart experiments changed everything. Now, fast forward about 60 years. Because of the Wrights airplane, we got better planes, jets, and the idea that we could reach space. In the 1950s and 60s, America was in a big space race with another country. We wanted to be the first to explore the stars.
American scientists and engineers worked super hard. They built powerful rockets, like giant fireworks that could escape Earth's gravity.
On July 20th, 1969, Apollo 11 landed on the moon. Neil Armstrong stepped out and said, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Americans walked on the moon thanks to thousands of people using brains, teamwork, and never give up spirit.
That's American ingenuity and grit. Starting with two bike mechanics who dreamed big. We went from 12-second wobbly flights to walking on the moon. When things got tough, explosions, failures, hard math, smart Americans kept trying. They kept fixing and kept believing that we could do it.
And guess what? We're still doing it.
Just recently, in 2026, NASA's Artemis II mission sent astronauts back into orbit around the moon. The first manned mission that far in over 50 years. American rockets and spaceships are flying again, getting ready for more moonwalks and even Mars someday.
Patriot pals, this lesson is huge. No dream is too big. Whether it's fixing bikes into airplanes or building rockets to go to space. American curiosity, hard work, and teamwork can achieve anything. You can be the next inventor, you can be the next engineer, or you could be the next astronaut. The next time you see an airplane fly overhead or watch a rocket launch on TV, remember the Wright brothers and all the gritty, smart, determined Americans who followed them.
What do you dream of inventing or exploring? Tell your family one big dream that you have.
God bless the Wright brothers, our space heroes, and all the dreamers who keep America reaching for the stars. I had there.
Me too, Eli. Today, Patriots. Thanks for helping us learn about the space race today. See you next week on Patriot Pals.
Good afternoon, not morning. I don't know if I should call you misfits. More like loud majority. Uh-oh, I'm getting a call. Am I on? Is there an issue?
Oh, no. Okay, you're good. Your intro music wasn't on, but I hear you now.
Got it. All right, bye. Guys, alrighty. So, hi guys. How you doing? My intro music wasn't playing. Oh, that's weird. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody see me? Am I okay? Look, I can explain. First of all, I'm not Kevin. I look a little different, and I last minute am taking this spot, and I have a job where I do home remodeling, and I was told that I was actually going to be filling in for Will today, which I don't remember doing. I do remember having a conversation about it, and then all of a sudden I was like, yeah, you know what? I can fill in for both guys, because I can be a team player. And then I realized that time zones are a thing. Yeah, so I am the worst with time zones, by the way. I mean this, like, I've pretty much gotten time zones wrong on every single like type of appointment or of like Google Meeting or something. So real quick, I just want to let everybody know, when you ask somebody and tell me if I'm wrong here, actually. Let's pull up the chat and see if the chat agrees with me here. Who do you think is responsible for doing math on time zones when they ask you to do something? All right. Is it the person who's asking or the person who is going to be acquiescing your request? For instance, if you're like, hey, I need you to, can we have a meeting at 5 o'clock? And you go, and I go, what time zone? And somebody goes, oh, it's Pacific. I go, well, I'm in Central Time Zone. The person should go, okay, on your time, it's that. The person who is asking, Funmon, thank you very much, right? Because a few weeks ago, I was supposed to go on a show, and the girl was like, yeah, it starts at, what did she say? She said it starts at 7. She said it starts at 7, right? And I was like, okay. I was like, so at 5 o'clock p.m., at 5 o'clock p.m., I was ready to go. And it was 9 o'clock her time, not my time. So I don't know. We're off to a great start. I am also, if you guys have never seen me, my name is Zach. I'm the Misfit Patriot. I have a show at 9 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. my time. I know that much because I grew up in Boston. And it's called The Daily Breakdown. Usually what we do is we go and break down the news. I'm not 100% familiar with how Kevin does his show. I have watched the show a couple of times. Usually talks about, news of the day, which is what we're going to be getting into. We have themes of the day on my show. Today it was TDS Tuesday. And we were talking about, the Trump derangement syndrome of the people who think that Trump is somehow responsible for a basketball game, and the behavior of people in New York. So usually we have a thumbnail. I don't know why the thumbnail's not popped up. This whole day's kind of just been all over the place. But the title that I was going to give for the show was Vibe Killer, right? And if you guys are unfamiliar with it, there's this clip from AOC right here. And she's talking about how Trump, saying that when Trump attended the Knicks game last night, it's going to be a vibe killer for all of the watch parties. So let's listen to AOC talk about this.
It already has been a vibe killer because now the city has to shut down all the MSG watch parties that happen outside of the arena that have been the source of so much fun for everybody.
Okay. Watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden are so much fun for everybody. It's a source of so much fun. Let's take a look at one of these watch parties. I don't know about you guys. It looks like fun. Looks like a lot of fun. I come here for Jeremy. Don't like the rest too much. Well, somebody in the chat says, I come here for Jeremy and I don't like the rest too much. I'm not Jeremy. So it's TOO, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to mess with you guys in the chat. Hey, if you guys are here for Jeremy or Kevin or anybody else, and I'd appreciate it if you'd watch, but you don't have to. All right. What I did, however, side note, right? Not to garner any sympathy from you, but I did leave work very quickly halfway through this wall that I was doing, right? I wanted to finish this wall today at work. This is what I do for a living. I do custom home remodeling. And as I'm leaving, as I had already left, right? My customer, by the way, that's such clean work. I'm really good at it. Customer goes, hey, did we tell you that we wanted the tile to be vertical? And I said, no, you did not. No, you did not. So after I'm done with this show, I now have to go back and pull all of this beautiful work off the wall. So, cut me some slack. I know I'm not Jeremy. Jeremy's great. But I did, come and, sacrifice for you. If that wall tightens up by the time I get there, I'm going to be very upset. Anyway, yes. So the vibe killer that AOC thinks is responsible for, just the source of fun is Trump. Not the people who are, assaulting anybody who has, a Spurs jersey on. I live in San Antonio, but I'm from Boston. I'm not a huge basketball fan, but all of my friends are. So I guess I'm like rooting for the Spurs out of, just city pride. I love Texas. I love San Antonio. I've been here over 8 years and it's just the best ever. But, I think that the New York kind of deserves to lose after their behavior from last night, because I live in San Antonio and there was no riots, there was no fights, there was no weird Spider-Man looking orange Spider-Man in a cape. Check this out, guys. I don't know if you guys saw this. Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! All right. Every time I see this, I laugh at it, right? This is crazy. Look, here's the deal, right? In Texas, we lost on game 1. We lost in San Antonio. I was out with friends. We went out to the bar. There was people that came after the game to the bar. They were a little sad, a little upset, and but there was no reports of like cars being flipped over, riots, assaults, nothing, none of that, right? And San Antonio's kind of left. They do have they had an independent mayor. Now it's Gomez Gonzalez. I can't remember her name, but they just elected a Democrat mayor. I wouldn't say far left Democrat, but the guy who runs my district is Joaquin Castro. And with the redistricting, the guy who was running my district was what was that? What's that squad member? What's that guy squad member? See, that's how little I care. What I'm saying is, even with the Democrat-run leadership, San Antonio is pretty much the most well-run and safe and law-abiding city out of the big four: Dallas, Austin, Houston, and San Antonio. But if this happens in New York and in places like that, because the warm embrace of multiculturalism, right? Do you guys remember in France? Did you guys see Paris after they had a soccer game? Same thing, right? So why does this keep happening? The question we need to start asking ourselves is, why is this happening? We have a hometown loss where at the end of the day, at the end of the game, it was just violence and chaos, right? And then you have San Antonio, where I live. There was none of that. So same situation, two different cities, both Democrat run, but one of them's a little more tame than the other. I don't think it was Trump. I think that it was the fact that in this state, we have more law and order. In Texas, we have more law and order. People are afraid of repercussions, right? They're afraid that if they break the law, they'll go to jail. And I think this is a pattern we've been seeing across many sanctuary cities, and like San Antonio, I don't think it's a sanctuary city, but across sanctuary cities and far left-run cities, Chicago, Portland, Massachusetts. Boston's crazy. I grew up in Boston. I grew up around that. It's always been crazy, but it's gotten really, really bad. It's pretty much the reason I moved to Texas 8 years ago. And the answer to the question is, when you have a policy where people are unafraid to break the law, when people are unafraid of consequences, when people get away with things over and over again, it's almost like they just think that you can just do them, right? And I'm segueing into something here, right? We have the what was it? The LA mayor's race. Sorry, the LA mayor's race. And there's a lot of talk about whether or not that race was legit. And I think the general consensus, what am I doing here? Sorry, guys, this wasn't planned. I'll get this on the screen in a second. Here we go. Okay, let's bring up some, this right here. Okay. On June 2nd, Mayor Karen Bass has a sizable lead over Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman. This is on election night. Spencer Pratt was 10 points ahead of Nithya Raman, and then out of nowhere, Nithya Raman comes back and she takes the lead. She gets all of the late mail-in ballots, more than Karen Bass. All right, let me just go to my page really quick for this graph, because I'm a visual person, right? And what we saw, here we go. Nithya Raman did not even win her own district. So a third place candidate did not win her own district, okay? She starts pulling in every late mail-in ballot. She overtakes Spencer Pratt. Statistically impossible, essentially. It's a statistical pretty much impossibility. Here we go. This is the one I was looking for. You can see right here around election night, she starts going up, Pratt starts going down, even Karen Bass starts going down. A no-name third place candidate who had pretty much no ground game, nobody heard of her before election night. She gets all the mail-in ballots, the late mail-in ballots at the end, right? Would you say that this looks like it's probably fraud? Yeah. I think that most normal people think that it's fraud. So if it's that blatantly obvious that they did it, right? And I'm about to tie these two stories. I'm about to tie the basketball thing into this. Why would Democrats, Gavin Newsom and all the others, right, just so blatantly in your face steal an election? Because they're not afraid. There's no punishment. There's no repercussions. It's the same reason why criminals riot, why criminals have a recidivism rate in Democrat-run cities. It's lawlessness, right? They don't care. The people who run these cities, the people who are, when in Donald Trump's State of the Union, when he said, Like, stand up if you think that the number one job of Congress is to prioritize the American people, and like none of them did. They don't care how they look. They don't care that their policies and priorities are illegal immigrants, because obviously anybody with common sense thinks that they're just looking for bodies for the census so they can gain more power, more seats, and try to win elections, because really their policy is power. Like, what is the Democrat Party's platform? I play this game with my chat in the morning. Like let's see if because we got some of the same people in here, some of my wonderful P1s. We got Fun Mon, Bad Moon. In the chat, what is the Democrat Party's platform? What is their platform and their policy? It's 2 words, right? What is their, or it's sometimes 3 words. What is their platform, right? What are they running on, right? Because Donald Trump's is like America First. Donald Trump's is lower taxes, open border. What is the Democrat Party's platform? There we go. Fun Mom gets it. Fun Mom, she already knew the answer, but illegals. Yes, October Chica, that's another one. Illegals. But their platform, get Trump. Thank you. RV Seeker, get Trump. Their platform is Trump. Their platform is anything Trump does is bad, right? They don't care that they don't have a positive message for their own constituents. They don't care that they're not prioritizing their own constituents. They don't care. Their strategy is, we're going to cheat. We're going to cheat. We're going to rig it. We're going to, like they try to do in Virginia. And if they don't care how it looks like, because they don't have a platform, they don't have a policy, they don't have a message, they don't have solutions, well, why would they keep doing it? Why hasn't the Democrat Party changed is the best way to describe this. Why haven't they learned their lessons from 2024 losing? Why? They don't care, because nobody has been thrown in jail. Now, there's a lot of people on the right that are like, see, this is the problem. You need to throw them in jail. Well, you got to go through the process to do that, right? You can't become the Democrats and just start using lawfare. But I do believe that the administration is starting the process, which is a very long and slow and tenuous process. But what I'm trying to say is the reason why they're so brazen and emboldened, and the reason why they don't care, is because they've been getting away with it for so long. The country has been essentially just sort of leaving well enough alone, right? Status quo. And until we see perp-walked people who have stolen elections, and until we see I think this is why Donald Trump is really focusing on the 2020 election, not necessarily because of his ego, like I won. No, because if we don't see that, this will continue. It's the same reason why the NGOs keep funding these rioters across Democrat cities. Like you see in New Jersey. I was on Katie Pavlich like last week, and Katie asked me, what do we need to do to stop this? I go, they're not going to stop until you go after the funders you go after the people who are putting money into these protests, because these protesters aren't going there because they want to. They're going there because they're being paid to. Right? I mean, I'm sure some of them want to, but the useful idiots on the ground, those, emotionally unstable, crazy people that are just, biting ICE officers, right? They're going there because they're crazy. But the people who are organizing it, they're going there because they're being paid. The moral of the story, the whole, the whole point that I'm trying to make is, if we don't go really hard after people who are destroying this country, like methodically, systematically, and we don't start locking people up, we're not going to get out of this. This is just going to get worse. It's going to keep getting worse. It's going to get worse in our elections. It's going to keep getting worse in our cities, where we're going to see riots and protests, mostly peaceful protests, which are riots. And while Donald Trump is only one man, right? So instead of just talking about problems, what do? We offer solutions, right? We're not the left. We don't just talk about problems. Number one solution, Save America Act, right? Easiest one. John Thune, you got to go. Even if we don't get it done by midterms, we're going to have to go with a too big to rig strategy so that we can try to win again. In an unfair system, you shouldn't have a system where your strategy is too big to rig, right? Like that's crazy. Like that means that we're in a system that is already pretty bad. We got to get the Save America thing done. I don't care if it happens before the midterms, but it's got to happen. And we got to get a lot of people perp walked in handcuffs, and we got to drop the investigation of the 2020 election. And I hope that whatever happened in California last week, whatever all of this was, right, whatever the heck this was, I hope somebody goes to jail for it, because California is already trying to, say that they're not allowing auditors. They're not allowing federal auditors. And for those of you that are going to try, anybody who's going to try to say, oh, this is a state election and there's separation. No. Elections in California affect the rest of the country, right? So there needs to be a federal election auditing commission. There needs to be, even for state elections, the federal government needs to be able to come in and go, did you do that? Like, right? Because, these people go to Washington and they decide laws for the entire country. We are the United States of America, right? California is not Canada, right? That's not the way this works. We do have authority and we should use it. All right. But yeah, so essentially the vibe killer, and I don't like going down doomer. I don't like doing the doomer stuff, right? The vibe killer is stuff like this. It's not Trump showing up. It's not Stephen A. Smith saying he's going to blame Donald Trump if the Knicks lose, right? It's not Spike Lee saying Donald Trump is a distraction and then jumping on the freaking court like he's the coach. It's not Case Orange Spider-Man. It's none of that, right? The vibe killer is Democrat leadership, full stop. And they are very sorely. This is my thumbnail from earlier. This is this morning's show. All right. Yes, we'll get that out of there. I'll stop bragging about my own work. I do want to show you. We're going to get to the news as well, right? And but I do want to show you this. What just happened on Capitol Hill, right? Brendan Gill, he embarrassed the SPLC. And by the way, this also kind of relates to what we were just talking about. Why are the Democrats running a Nazi tattoo philanderer, right, in Graham Plattner? Why are they running Jay Jones, who said that his political opponents should be murdered and his kids should be murdered? Why are they running more and more radical candidates instead of trying to run more moderate candidates so that they could win elections legitimately? The answer is the same thing. They don't care about winning legitimately. They're not trying to win legitimately. They're not trying to win over voters. They're trying to rig a system so that it doesn't matter what the voters think, especially American citizens. They buy votes with social programs from low-income demographics. They cheat with votes from illegal immigrants, and everybody else, you can screw. That's the Democrats' message. The Democrats' message is Trump bad, and we will cheat to win. Right. So, unrelated-ish. This is Brendan Gill, who I think is just a powerhouse. This guy is just so great. He's one of the best. I don't really get ooh over Congress people. I follow the Dan Bongino rule of their ones and zeros, right? They're your ones and zeros, okay? Like I don't care if you're a sensationalist, if you're always on Fox News, I usually don't like you. I think that you should use your press secretaries. I don't think that you should be grandstanding. But Brandon Gill, he doesn't necessarily grandstand. He's the footage that we see of him is how he cross-examines the left. And today was no different. So the SPLC was in front of Congress for a hearing today. And Brandon Gill, if this guy, I think he has to be a lawyer because of the way he does it. But I'll just play the clip. I won't explain it.
Said that if it is a symbol of Nazism, we oppose Nazis.
You don't think that that's indicative that perhaps he holds Nazi sentiments?
It may well be.
It may well be. I think, do people who aren't Nazis normally get Nazi tattoos on their chest?
Again, I assume they don't.
You assume they don't? I would assume so, too. I don't know anybody who's not a Nazi. I don't know anybody who has a Nazi tattoo on their chest but is not a Nazi. Do you?
No.
Do you think that somebody who has a Nazi tattoo on their chest should serve in the United States Senate?
I wouldn't vote for that person.
I certainly wouldn't either. Do you think that this should disqualify him politically from serving in the Senate?
Again, I'm not sure what the line of questions.
Do you see like this guy squirm because he knows the right answer? He's like, yeah, he's like, I'm not supposed to say it. I'm not supposed to say it, but yeah.
That's going. The SPLC, if you're asking me, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If you're asking me if the SPLC opposes Nazis and Nazi symbols, the answer is yes.
Well, that's
nice. The
nice.
SPLC has referred to this same tattoo as a racist skinhead symbol and tattoo. You can see the resemblance there. You wouldn't want somebody with a tattoo like that in the Senate?
No.
No, I wouldn't either. I appreciate your candor there.
Appreciate your candor. Look, this is the thing, right? Like if you ever try to pin or corner down any Democrat or like especially like like Hakeem Jeffries or somebody like that, they deflect and they usually don't answer the question. What Brandon Gill was basically saying by appreciate your candor is I appreciate you not being prepared enough for this cross-examination because you actually stupidly but honorably kind of answered the question. It's like this is because this is the thing. It's like it's an obvious no, right? You have a guy in Maine running right now, okay, who has done these things, okay? These are confirmed. These are things that he's done. Got a Nazi tattoo, right? Had it for years, right? And calls himself a history buff, right? Says that he's a history buff. So saying that, oh, I didn't know what it was. Okay. Said that a Purple Heart recipient war hero should have been killed. The only reason that his quote was, the only reason that guy's still alive is because the Taliban has bad aim. A war hero, this guy, the Democrat most likely candidate for mayor, who they're going to push forward today, said a Purple Heart recipient war hero should have died. The Taliban should have killed an American soldier. There's, ones that are less, important. Like he said that he masturbates in porta potties, right? Think it might have been a joke. Still weird. He, his wife informed his campaign that she found out that he was sexting up to a dozen women. The campaign came back and was like, it wasn't a dozen. It was half a dozen. Oh, I didn't know that. That was much better. What else? Oh, and he's had a Kick account, right? A Kick account where his profile picture is him in a towel. Kick is a notorious website that's used for, it's confirmed that it is a hotbed for groomers and pedophiles try to communicate. It's the app that Alex Rosen and Predator Poachers uses to trap pedophiles. There's a lot of pedophiles on there that are trying to engage in conversation with underage people. I'm not saying that Graham Plattner was using it for that reason. I'm just saying, weird thing to be on, right? So you have all of that. And the Democrats are like, yeah, okay, sure. He's a Nazi philanderer who has some, questionable behavior, online social media behavior that could be pedophilia. But we need to elect him because Donald Trump is a Nazi philanderer who protects pedophiles. It's like you couldn't have made this guy. You could not have grown him in a lab if you wanted to point out the more clear double standards and hypocrisy of the left. Right? You really couldn't have. It's like, okay, what are the talking points of the left? Donald Trump's a Nazi. Donald Trump is a womanizer, is sexist, a misogynist, a racist, and he protects pedophiles. Okay, Graham. There's even a woman, and I don't have a lot of stuff queued up today because, again, I jumped on this very quickly. I don't have a lot of, slides prepared, so we are going to jump into the daily breakdown, the news. But there was a woman who was like, yeah, Graham Plattner had a Nazi tattoo, but he said he didn't have. And so I just don't think that that's disqualifying. And then the reporter goes to this woman who's a Graham Plattner supporter. And what if he had an Israeli tattoo, like an Israeli flag tattoo? And she'd be like, that would be bad because that means he'd be okay with genocide. Yeah, John Spencer is one of my favorite people to. He's my go-to when it comes to genocide explanations, and he sends me stuff all the time like, hey, this is this and this and that and that. Actually I'll go to my messages because we're not talking about anything. He usually just sends me the stuff. Let's see, what's this one? Yes, the ratio of civilian fighters killed in Gaza is better than most comparable situations. The prediction is a statement of key. Civilian non-combatant fighter is actually one of the lowest in urban warfare against anything comparable, lower than any comparable battle or war. It's around 1-to-1. Yes, Hamas had over 35,000 militants, et cetera, right? And John Spencer, if you go over here, if you really want to understand what the terminology behind genocide, behind the Israel war, behind any other conflicts is, it doesn't even come close. However, having people who support Graham Plattner and actually having people in general accuse anyone like myself who's anti-radical Islam and kind of supports taking out the IRGC and radical terrorist regimes, when they start saying that I support genocide, I'm like, okay, what's a genocide, right? Because the Jewish people in the Holocaust about half of them were wiped out. That's a genocide. I think with the Palestinian population, it's like between 1% and 3%, or 3% maybe. Not a genocide. The indiscriminate killing of a people group would be a genocide, but Hamas isn't a people group. It's a terrorist organization, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Ooh, wait, we have some breaking news here. We are going to have to jump in, and this one's going to be big. All right. I believe Carmelo Anthony has just been convicted of murder. I believe. I might be misreading this. Give me 1 second. Carmelo Anthony convicted, guilty of murder per Fox News. Okay, let's see. All right. We'll be covering some breaking news here right now, guys. No, 43 minutes ago. Where can I go? I can go to YouTube, most likely. We might be able to pull something up here. Anybody in the chat can confirm this. Yes, Justified Court TV confirmed. Okay. see if we can find some live coverage here. Where should we go? Carmelo Anthony.
To them about who our
Carmelo,
first witnesses
wow.
are.
Wow.
Maybe I'm wanting to go get, maybe I'm bringing a mom and I want baby photos. I want the graduation that was missed. I want the life to be expanded and explained, and for people to understand just what the loss was.
Maybe his twin brother now, huh?
Yeah,
Maybe the twin brother.
I'm lining up people to to emphasize the impact of the death. And you know, both of these young men, I think, had no known criminal history or things like that. There's no drugs involved. They're both in high school athletics.
Did my think about
So both sides will be talking about the promise of the individual. And
well, some breaking news to start us off this afternoon, Sandra. I'm John Roberts from Washington.
No, that's not it. Here we go. We have sound. You guys got me? Do I got sound? Check. Yeah, I got sound. I don't know why there's no sound here. I'm hearing it in the background. Yeah, I'm not getting sound on that. Okay. Let's go live news. Let's try this. Okay. Yeah, we'll just go back to this one.
Sentencing phase. You know, how quickly might we find out what that sentence could be?
So what's going to happen now is, as you may have heard if you were watching, so in all likelihood, Carmelo Anthony's bond is going to be held insufficient, probably right now. And what that means is that he would be taken into custody and that he's not going home tonight. He was on bond before that bond is no longer good. So he would be taken into custody. The court may recess for the day. They may not. It's 2:30 Texas time.
Just going to switch this to full screen for you.
The judge may want to go directly into the punishment phase. The punishment phase is its own distinct phase of trial. The prosecution gets to call witnesses and have testimony almost certainly of the Metcalfs, their family, the mother, the father, potentially the twin brother Hunter. They may all very well testify. Also, they can get into facts about Carmelo Anthony should they want to. I don't know that they will. Carmelo Anthony doesn't have a really appreciable record. He may have some bumps and scrapes and things like that on his record, but I'm not familiar or I've not heard anything that's that damaging. And then the defense goes into a mitigation case where they talk about his upbringing, his childhood, sort of what went into his mindset. He has the ability to testify again or not. They may do that. My thought is probably no, because they've already declined to have him testify during a time when I think it would have probably been a little more useful to them. But once that happens, the jury deliberates again and comes up with a number between 5 and 99 or life.
And Jeremy, I want to go back to a point which you just raised, the fact that Carmelo Anthony did not testify on his own behalf. How do you think that influenced, if at all, the jury's decision?
I was somewhat surprised that he didn't testify in his own defense. To raise self-defense, you usually have to take the witness stand. You have a burden of what's called a burden of production on a defensive issue like self-defense, meaning you have to take the witness stand and you have to say something like, yes, I took these actions, but I did so in self-defense, right? That I had a fear that my life was in danger. And that's really sort of on two levels. One level is the law. It's legal sufficiency. The judge has to hear certain magic words or they can't give you the charge. The second is the believability factor. it was apparent that the defense's strategy here was that they were going to raise the self-defense issue through different witnesses, which is always kind of a dicey, risky move because the judge could turn you down. The judge gave them the instruction, but obviously it wasn't persuasive. So had Carmelo Anthony testified, it may be that this would have turned out better. I mean, between you, me, and everything else that's going on here, it's clear that the verdict couldn't have been worse for him. So, of course, we're kind of armchair quarterbacking it. But you would have expected him to take the stand and testify. And for whatever reason, his lawyers decided against that.
The entire trial, it progressed at a relatively rapid pace. When you take a look at how all of this played out, is there a particular moment, perhaps a particular witness or situation right here, as we can see that this live look has ended? So I'm going to
Sorry, guys. Nope, no audio. Shoot. I was just saying, I'm just going to switch over to Nick Sorter because I saw somebody in the chat say that he's got good coverage of this right now. Let's see here.
You cross your arm because you aren't going to approach a woman like that. You're not going to approach a woman like that. Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! You only got in a woman's face, but when a man walked up, what did you do?
That's the crazy part.
Why do you move him from over here? He came over
Okay, let's go back over to that. Did I just had it? I thought I had it. Where did I X out of it? Let's go back over to that coverage of YouTube. We're gonna put it on, and I'll keep it on the screen and just give some commentary. Okay. Let's see.
Is this, they're going to resume
okay, so he's got it.
Now because ordinarily
Officer Tatum's got it on.
I should have went ahead and bet.
Yeah, let me. We're going to be watching a podcast inside of a podcast. No, not there. Okay, let's just type in Carmelo Anthony again and bring it back. Here's what I'll say. I have my own thoughts and my opinions. But no matter where you line up on this,
orders from officers into account and stay.
Okay. No matter where you line up on this, okay. 2 young men's lives are over because of something incredibly stupid. Okay. And if you don't feel that way, you've lost the plot. There's so many people who have weaponized this case about race, about racism, about a 2-tiered system of justice. Some of that may be true, right? Some of that may be true. However, when you miss the plot, when you look at it as anything other than a tragedy, and you use this kid who is probably going to spend a very long time in jail. I think that the murder charge, there was stuff going around about how they dropped it to manslaughter, and I don't think that I did the Bongino rule with that. I don't think they did. I think that it was going to be murder or nothing, and I didn't see this case going with an acquittal of any kind. But when you see people like that are just like they're almost giddy. They're almost giddy about the fact that they're like, oh yeah, can't wait for this animal to spend. And look, he's a misguided, stupid kid who's probably, probably there's probably a lot of reasons and bad decisions that led to this, right? But he is a kid. His parents, if you would like to direct that energy, yeah. His parents. A lot of people are of the belief, myself included, that they could have taken a plea, but they wanted to continue fundraising, and they wanted to. Maybe they got caught up in some organizations where they were like, being told certain things from people who wanted to weaponize it, and maybe. And now this kid's gonna be in jail until he's an old man, maybe, but he's definitely not going to jail for 6 months. He's not going to jail for a year. He's going to jail for the majority of his adult life, right? And I do not feel bad for him. This is not me. Because now it's going to be, what about Austin Metcalf? I said two kids' lives are over. Austin, also, this is like, Austin's father has to wake up every single day, and he has to miss his kid, right? My brother died of a heroin overdose. My mom and my dad both died, within the past 7 years. My mom last year, my dad in 2019. I don't talk to my other brother because, he's basically dead to me. I've lost a lot, and it sucks. It sucks losing people, right? It sucks, and I'm not alone. I'm not, poor me pity party. I'm saying a lot of people in this chat know what it's like to not have somebody here anymore. But I don't know what it's like to lose a child, and I can only imagine. So you don't have to go, okay, I'm team white, so I'm going to be heartbroken about Austin, or I'm team black, so I'm going to be heartbroken about Carmelo. I think that you should, if you're, doing the Christian thing, you should have grace and you should be saddened for both of them. No, obviously Austin. Yes, Austin was killed and Carmelo wasn't, and he deserves to be punished. And I think that the punishment right now, as far as the verdict goes, is very fitting. That doesn't change the fact that it's just it's a sucky situation all around. It just really is. But the thing that bothers me, not more, but bothers me also, is how many people, and this continuously happens. It's not just this one story. It just happens every time. It's like you guys forget, not you guys, people forget that this is just a horrible thing, right? Instead, it's like they just can't wait to use it for politics. They can't wait to turn a dead kid and a kid who probably just had some bad parenting and made some bad decisions and could have, in a different world, become something. They forget that and they just go, political football, let's use it for race. Let's use it to divide the country. Let's use it to hate each other more. And that's sad. It's sad. It's not the way we should be as a society. When this first happened, I said, this sucks. This is a tragic, sad story all around. 2 young kids' lives are ruined. Immediately in my comment section, you get so you're defending? No. I'm saying true words. I'm just speaking facts. It is a sad situation. Don't lead with hate. Don't lead your life like that. Right? I hate a few things. I hate pedophiles. I hate terrorists. I hate radical Islam. I don't hate black people. Right? I don't hate based on immutable characteristics. We have a very similar situation going on right now with that guy Chud the Builder, and I've been coming out against him. And then you have the people that are like, oh, so you're okay with... No, I never said that I was okay with either or. I'm saying if you start reporting on things based on the facts and based on what actually happened and do it that way, I think we'd be in a better spot. I think that we all of us, contribute to the divide when something like this happens. All right, let's put some audio back on here.
Yes, regardless of what happens, you realize he will.
Oh,
still
you know
get
what? Hold on,
your
real
life. Yes.
quick.
So again,
Before we get back to that, I meant to. I feel kind of crappy about this. I should have done this at the beginning of the show. For those of you that don't know, Kevin's mom, she's going through a double lung transplant right now. So if we can say a prayer for her. I don't know if I mentioned it at the beginning of the show, but I was in a scramble, and then I got a call. You guys saw, and the arm on my chair broke right as I sat down. There it goes again. Sorry, not trying to make light of this. Kevin Smith's mom right now, she's going through a double lung transplant. So if we could do a prayer for her, everybody in the chat, if you could just say a prayer that everything goes smoothly, and obviously this is his hour, and I'd feel horrible if I didn't bring that up and mention that. I know people in the chat have already been talking about it. So yes, let's all say a prayer for Kevin's mom, wishing her everything goes well in surgery and a speedy recovery. So just wanted to go ahead and say it. Yes, there we go. Prayer hands in the chat. Look at you guys. You guys are doing great. Let's throw prayer hands in the chat. Maybe Kevin will see this. We'll screen record this. Prayer hands in the chat for Kevin's mom. All right, let's go. We got Kit Kat. You guys, Fun Mom. You guys are already leading it off. I want to see the whole chat. Prayer hands. I think that he'll like that. How many people we got in here? Come on. 877? Come on. We can fill that chat. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Almost there. Keep going. Keep going. So close. And there it is. Screenshot it. We're all praying for your mom, Kev. Okay. Now, let's get back to this, and I think we'll do the next 5 minutes on this, and then I have to run back and pull a wall off. So, we got some breaking news.
Should
Let's
a
hear it.
trial of this gravity go so fast? Who were supporters of both sides? It wasn't just one side saying that. People were concerned about the pacing and whether there was pressure on the jurors from the very beginning, knowing that we're going to be done by the 12th, you're going to be sequestered. Was that unfair pressure? But the jurors, from what we know, based on what our eyes, our reporters in the courtroom have said to us, they seem to handle the pressure in the moment extremely well.
And court is in recess right now, so we'll see. Again, Carmelo Anthony is looking at 5 years to 99 years in prison. He was 17 years old when all of this took place. Important to also note that, both Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony were teenagers at the time of all this. They were 17. But because Texas, the state of Texas, treats 17-year-olds as adults in the criminal justice system, that is why Carmelo Anthony is being tried as an adult. And so we found out not long ago that he was found guilty of murder, which was also interesting because, again, earlier this morning, the manslaughter charge was on the table as well for the jury to consider, and they decided to still go with that first-degree murder.
Now, it's not uncommon for a lesser included, as it's called, charge to be added at the time that juries begin deliberation. The defense wanted criminal negligent homicide included in place of manslaughter, to which the judge said no. That would carry even a lesser sentence. So none of that is a surprise, really. His bond will be held insufficient. It is very, very rare that you are found guilty of murder and you're able to go home from the courtroom. So I would anticipate him going into custody today. But at the rate they're going, with the jury on recess now, with the charge being prepared, before 6 o'clock tonight, we could very well have punishment handed down and for Carmelo Anthony, and he would be in the control of the Collin County Sheriff's Department until which time the Texas Department of
So I think if I heard that correctly, if I heard that correctly, then we might find out the sentencing tonight. Let's see if we can get this. See if they got audio on here finally. There's still no audio on Fox News. That's weird. Let's see. I think Newsmax has a live. Do they not have a live? Guess not. Okay. Let's see. Tatum was watching. Here we go. No. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like this is the only one. This one does not have audio. So we'll just
the sidewalk, just right outside the Collin County Courthouse. You can see the line of law enforcement.
How close are you to this courthouse? Isn't this in the Dallas area? I'm in San Antonio, so I think this is somewhere in the Dallas area, so I'd be 5 hours away.
Known. Now, I haven't personally seen any clashes between groups of supporters here. We've mainly seen people kind of gather in collective groups and then kind of share their thoughts or, any chants with each other. We know that this case has just taken on a life of its own, for a lack of a better phrase, on social media. So there are a lot of people that are live streaming right now on the various...
Yeah, guys, make sure to share this out. Looks like Paul Herrell will be coming up next. I'm not familiar with the name of the show. I usually am playing out into the ungovernables. But yeah, just wanted to thank everybody for allowing me once again say a prayer for Kevin's mom and Kevin and his whole family. And yeah, appreciate you guys letting me come in here and fill in. But if you want to catch me, I am in the 9 o'clock East. Wait, 9 o'clock? Yeah. 9 o'clock Eastern hour every morning for the Daily Breakdown. And I guess we will see you there. McKinney is 30 minutes. Thanks for filling in. You are welcome, everybody. Yeah, so Paul Herrell is up next. I will see you all tomorrow, if you do show up, at 9 a.m. for the Daily Breakdown, which is Woke Wednesday. It's a fun show. All right, there it is. See you later.
Truth, if you will, is being pushed. I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we got a great show for you. We are, of course, going to talk about the news that broke about 15, 20 minutes ago that the murderer, and I can now say this officially, the murderer of Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony, has been found guilty of murder. There was some discussion that the jury could consider a manslaughter charge. But the jury apparently didn't go for that, and they convicted him of first-degree murder. So we are going to have all that coverage, the meltdowns from the protesters, if that's what you want to call it, outside. We've got all of that, and I've got a lot to say about, honestly, just really questioning whether coexistence is possible. Of course, I know that it is, but it looks like we have a very dark road where we can't even get people to agree about the facts of the case. People are willfully ignorant or just not willing to admit that, somebody that looks like you can commit a crime, a legitimate crime, and be guilty of it and needs to go to jail for it. Anyway, we're going to talk about that. We've got a lot to get to today on the program. Also, this HelloFresh being pro-sodomy. I don't know if you know this cooking delivery service. It's disgusting. And really, I mean, you'd think, just like, why would you ever want to combine that with food at all? It's disgusting. Anyway, that's exactly what they do, though. That's exactly what they do. But I'm going to start today with what the thumbnail says, what the title says about what I think the country is praying for. We're going to be distracted now for the next 24 hours at least with this Carmelo Anthony verdict, and maybe we should, but today is the day. Today is June the 9th. Today is the day where people from South Carolina are going to go to the polls, and they're going to either vote for Lindsey Graham or they're going to vote for somebody else. Mark Lynch is who they should vote for. And by the way, the polls close at 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern time. So when we get off the air here at 5 Central, there'll be one more hour left to vote. So if you're listening in South Carolina, go vote. If you know of somebody in South Carolina, call them and make sure that they go vote. The Republican establishment, that is what this is about. Lindsey Graham embodies the Republican establishment. There's no doubt about it. The Washington, D.C. swamp, the permanent ruling class, if they ever needed a mascot, folks, they wouldn't have to look very far. You and I both know who I'm talking about. They already have a mascot. His name is Lindsey Graham. His name was Robert Paulson. So for years, conservatives have struggled to explain why Lindsey Graham never quite seems to fit the state he represents. If you think about it, it's very strange. South Carolina, one of the most conservative states in America. It's a state filled with patriotic people, church-going families, military veterans, small business owners, and voters who overwhelmingly support an America First agenda. Yet, somehow, year after year, election after election, South Carolina continues to be represented by a man who seems more comfortable in the cocktail parties of Washington, D.C. than the neighborhoods of Greenville, Charleston, or Columbia. And that's why Lindsey Graham has become something bigger, in my opinion, than just a senator. He's become a symbol. Now, a negative symbol to all of us, but perhaps a positive symbol to the Intel oligarchy. A symbol of everything Americans believe is wrong with Washington? Yeah. Think about it for a second. Whenever there is a foreign conflict, Lindsey Graham is usually first in line. He is first in line, demanding an even tougher response, or, comparing the hypothetical idea of taking Carg Island to, well, we just need to do Iwo Jima again, where we lost 30,000 or had 30,000 U.S. casualties. It's just the man is insane when it comes to his bloodlust and his forever war policy. Whenever there's a debate between the interests of ordinary Americans like you and me or the interests of political establishment, Lindsey Graham somehow finds himself standing shoulder to shoulder with the establishment every single time. Whenever the voters demand accountability, transparency, or change, really with any issue, Lindsey Graham seems to find another way to survive. And that's what he's really good at, folks. And he survives not because he's beloved, he's hated actually. He survives not because he's trusted, but because Washington knows how to protect its own. And that really, in my opinion, when we look at this primary debate that's happening, this primary election happening right now in South Carolina, that's the real story to me. I got to thinking about this. And I got to thinking about how how the establishment, the intel oligarchy, the deep state, the swamp, whatever, how much pride they must actually take in looking at a state like South Carolina and finding a way to co-opt it and make it submit for so many years. Think about it. The political class loves Lindsey Graham, not because he's effective, not because he's popular, but because he's useful. In many ways, Lindsey Graham represents the ultimate Washington, D.C. success story. He proves that with enough money, enough connections, enough consultants, enough media protection, and by the way, that media protection is real. Mark Lynch, his opponent, has been banned, has been blacklisted from Fox News. With enough media protection, enough lobbyists, and enough backroom deals, you can survive politically no matter how disconnected you become from the people you supposedly represent. That's why his career fascinates, in my opinion, the ruling class. It's almost like they enjoy it. I think they do enjoy it. I think they enjoy looking at one of the most conservative states in America and saying, look what we can do. Look how completely we can override the natural political instincts of voters in South Carolina. And they've done it for decades now. Look how effectively we can shape narratives. Look how powerful the machine really is. Because if Lindsey Graham, Lady Lindsey, if he can keep winning despite decades of frustration from the grassroots and conservatives, then every other politician gets the message. You can ignore your voters. You can ignore your promises, ignore the people who elected you. As long as you stay connected to the right people in Washington, you'll be just fine. And that's the lesson. That's why this race, in my opinion, in South Carolina matters. It matters bigly. The entire country is watching. We are praying, even though, I know God's sovereign. Whoever wins, whether by hook or by crook, whoever wins, it couldn't happen without the Lord of heaven allowing it to. But we're praying that there is some relief for not just the people of South Carolina, but for the rest of the country, because this is a powerful U.S. senator that affects more than just South Carolina. He affects every state in this country. For years, conservatives have complained about the deep state. We've complained about the permanent bureaucracy. Congressman Rick Crawford did a great job of explaining to us the other day how the permanent bureaucracy is actually installed. We complain about the intel oligarchy, the foreign policy establishment. That is Lindsey Graham's, that's his pet peeve, right? Never admit you're wrong. Our foreign policy's fine. And the endless revolving door between government, media, lobbying firms, special interests, that's who this guy represents. If those forces were going to build the perfect senator, all the stuff that we have a problem with, we have no accountability, but if you are going to build the perfect senator, he'd look like Lindsey Graham. He's the mascot. He's their guy. A politician who always seems to end up on the side of more war in Ukraine or more war in Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan or Syria, Libya. A politician who always seems to end up protecting the establishment, a politician who somehow survives every political storm. That's Lindsey Graham, but hopefully not this time. Something feels different this time. Across the state of South Carolina, people are asking questions. How can Lindsey Graham claim to represent America First voters when so many of his actions have put him at odds with the movement? How can he claim to be a loyal supporter of President Trump when there have been so many public disagreements over the years? In the primary, he told President Trump to go to hell. After January 6th, he adopted the perfect narrative. He adopted the false flag narrative, obviously saying that he's done with Trump. How can he continue presenting himself as an outsider after spending decades as one of Washington's ultimate insiders? By the way, everybody's really upset right now over what's going on in Belfast, ladies and gentlemen, and this Sudanese immigrant that tried to cut the head, or maybe successfully did cut the head off. I thought he survived, but cut the head off of a British man. And you look where did all these immigrants come from? They come from the wars. They're the results of the wars. Like when it comes to the National Guardsmen here in America that were killed at the Afghan refugee resettlement program. Guess who did that? Guess who is? There's video of him on the Senate floor championing that, making us less safe, importing these third world radicals. Lindsey Graham doing that. That's why the D.C. insiders love him so much. We're asking questions. Republicans are asking questions. Conservatives are asking questions. We don't feel like, we all know, we feel like Washington stopped listening to us a long time ago. I'll tell you this, though, when the polls close, we get the results in, if Lindsey Graham doesn't have 50.1%, it's going to send shockwaves across Washington, D.C. This election does, I think, make them nervous. This is the first time in a long time in South Carolina the machine does look vulnerable, and that's because they do have a good candidate to vote for, a good alternative to vote for in Mark Lynch. A runoff, again, would send shockwaves through D.C. The political class has spent years telling everyone that Lindsey Graham is untouchable. They've spent years telling conservatives to just accept him. Now, this is the best you can do for South Carolina, the most conservative state in the country. Old Lady Lindsey, he's the best you can do. No. Please no. A runoff would shatter that narrative overnight. A runoff would tell every consultant, every lobbyist, every political insider, the permanent ruling class, that the voters are still capable of surprising them if you can get over the hurdle of that. We're all thinking too, by the way. We're all thinking, what about fraud? What are they willing to do? What about whether it's, funny ballots or whether it's straight up electronic voting machine fraud that we've covered here on this program multiple occasions. There's always that asterisk. Like, will we actually get an honest poll of the people tonight in South Carolina? But I do know there is a sizable, just according to the polling that we do have, there's a sizable group of people, a sizable percentage of people that are rejecting this deep state script backing Lindsey Graham. Voters are saying enough is enough. Washington's scared. And we're going to give you full coverage. Matter of fact, this is kind of a good segue into a good Graham watch, which we haven't done on the show in a long time. At the end of the day, this isn't just about Lindsey Graham, though. It's about whether voters matter, whether our representation means something. It's about whether the people who send politicians to Washington are ultimately in charge or whether the permanent political class gets the final say. Lindsey Graham is that mascot. He is the permanent political class. South Carolina has an enormous opportunity to answer that question. And regardless of what happens, the fact that the question is being asked at all should have Washington paying very close attention. So today, ladies and gentlemen, say a prayer for Mark Lynch. Say a prayer for his campaign. Say a prayer for the people of South Carolina. Pray that if the intel oligarchy tries to steal this election with funny ballots or electronic manipulation, they will be caught in spectacular fashion, fall into their own nets, a la Psalm 35. And it'll be for all the world to see. And pray that the authorities would also act quickly and have courage to bring any wrongdoers to justice. It's time for a Lindsey Graham watch. But before we do that, the show, 14 minutes in, starts now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome. Sorry that was a long intro. As you can see, one second. As you can see, I'm flying solo today. Rob Spencer, Eric Haynes, they are out on assignment. That assignment is their jobs. And so here I am holding down the fort for the next hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes or so, here on LFA TV, also broadcasting over at the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page, Facebook, Twitter. We'd ask you to do all the things. If you're watching on LFA TV Rumble, make sure that you follow the channel first, but then subscribe to the channel, okay? If you're watching over on YouTube, we want you to subscribe. and click the little bell to receive notifications. Smash that subscribe button, as the young kids say. So we would really very much appreciate that. So yeah, it is time for Graham Watch. Here it is.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves New Wars. This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G. You Lady G. Yeah, Lady G.
All right, so we've got some Graham watching to do. In order to do that, though, we're going to just kind of watch Mark Lynch. But here's the down ballot. This was yesterday, or no, this was back on June the 5th. Headline: Morning Digest: Why Lindsey Graham may be worried about a primary upset. That was on June 5th. Despite becoming a MAGA lackey, they say, the South Carolina Republican remains unloved by the base. This guy was in Pickens County during a Trump rally, and I know Trump gave an endorsement. Look, I respectfully disagree with Trump on this. I don't think it's a stretch that this is one of the most unpopular decisions that Trump has ever made, to endorse Lindsey Graham again after he's made posts saying, I blame myself for Lindsey Graham, and it's like he puts out another endorsement, I think yesterday, President Trump did, saying, quote, Lindsey Graham will never let you down. Go look it up. At the end of the post, Lindsey Graham will never let you down. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Lindsey Graham will never let you down. I just thought, wow, that is incredible, because I mean, essentially that's all that he does is let people down. Unless you're the military industrial complex, war machine, intel oligarchy, that sort of thing. But anyway, so, there's polling out there to show that he's not going to get 50%. We'll see if that's correct. You've got a lot, according to these polls, 18% undecided. So, Mark Lynch is in there, almost at 40% in some cases, but 18% undecided. Lindsey Graham, below 50%. And it depends on which poll you look at. So if this gets to a runoff, and I would assume a lot of this late in the season, you would think the runoff, if it happens, will be 2 weeks later. Sometimes it's, with the whole Texas primary thing, they waited a long time. The Texas primary was, seems like it was six weeks away from when they did it. But I'm assuming that if South Carolina, if this goes to a runoff tonight, it'll be a quick turnaround, about a 2 week primary. Why Lindsey Graham may be worried about a primary upset. Despite becoming a MAGA lackey, the South Carolina Republican is hated by the base, despised by the base. Here's some of these ads. Derek Evans, former J6er, friend of the show. Lindsey Graham is selling out South Carolina for data centers. Vote Mark Lynch. Here's just some of the ads that are going around about this race.
Lindsey Graham has been in Washington for decades, and on his watch, Chinese-linked ownership of American farmland exploded. Land tied to foreign interests near U.S. military installations. America's food supply, our farmland, and our national security should never be in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, but Washington politicians let it happen. Mark Lynch will fight to ban CCP-linked purchases of American farmland and protect South Carolina families, farmers, and military bases.
I'm Mark Lynch, and I approve this message.
So, that's interesting. That kind of goes with a show we did a couple of weeks ago, asking the question, if we're at war with China over an AI arms race, why are we still allowing them to own land next to our military bases? It seems like this AI arms race is something that all countries are working together in tandem on to you fill in the blank. I'll just say to enslave the human race. Is that too far? I don't think so. Please don't think that it is, because the second you do, it's almost like you wish it. The second you think, they won't go that far, it's like Gomer in Ghostbusters 1. It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It's like we're all all goners at that point. So here's Paul Dans. Keep in mind, Paul Dans, Heritage Foundation guy, helped with Project 2025. He was running in this race. About 6 weeks ago, Paul Dans dropped out and endorsed Mark Lynch, which was a very patriotic thing to do, a very humble thing to do, to say, hey, Mark Lynch is the guy. Because Mark Lynch gave himself $5 million of his own money, okay? And so he put his real skin in the game, and Paul Dans said, hey, he's got the financial resources to actually be the most competitive. So I'm not going to play the spoiler because we can agree Lindsey Graham has got to go. So Paul Dans, several weeks ago, dropped out and endorsed Mark Lynch. It was a big deal. Matter of fact, that's where the first Trump endorsement came from. The same day that Paul Dans announced he was withdrawing and endorsed Mark Lynch, you had that Truth Social post from months ago of him endorsing Lindsey Graham and attacking Mark Lynch. Mark Lynch, by the way, we're going to get into him. He's a Christian businessman that believes that Washington D.C. is godless, and we need to reverse that, and that's a big part of our problem. And he's exactly correct in that. But here is Paul Dans walking to the polls earlier today in South Carolina.
Hey all, happy election day from Charleston, South Carolina. We are walking to the polls. We're on our way to vote with the family. Today is Liberation Day. It's the day we put Lindsey Graham into retirement. I'm asking you all to vote for Mark Lynch for U.S. Senate. This is really important. We need all patriots on deck. This is going to happen, folks. So get out and vote today. The polls close at 7 in South Carolina. Get there. Make a plan and bring a friend.
God bless.
Paul Dans is a real one, man. He is. He is. We already have reports of machines malfunctioning in South Carolina. South Carolina's ES&S voting machines are corrupt, according to Mark Lynch. He's already saying that. Watch as this machine in Saluda Precinct in Greenville County flips a vote intended for Mark Lynch. It's flipped to another candidate and ultimately to Lindsey Graham. This shall not stand. Let's see. Can we make that bigger? Watch this. Okay, trying to vote Mark Lynch. Okay, unselect. Vote Mark Lynch again. Wrong candidate. Then it goes, it just automatically highlighted Lindsey Graham. Did you see that? Unbelievable. So you're gonna have to overcome. I mean, and just appeal to heaven. That's what you got to do, and put it in the good Lord's hands, because you got to wonder. Again, anybody telling you that in any context, I don't care what the context is, that electronic voting machines are good, need to remain, there's nothing wrong with them, those checks and balances, no, there's not, first of all, but it's insane. It's insane, and to give people that disagree with me the benefit of the doubt, you just lack imagination. I don't think you're malicious. Some of you are, but I don't think you're malicious. With the rise of technology, the rise of AI, it's literally insane to allow machines to be in charge of picking our leaders, third-party proprietary source code that we can't see. And we were talking with Dr. Andrew Paquette last week or 2 weeks ago out of New York, saying that these electronic voting machines don't even have the most basic cybersecurity functions that any company would ever have. Say a credit card company. You know, if you enter even one number wrong in your 16-digit credit card number, it comes back and immediately says this is wrong. They don't let the sale go through and then have to track you down. They have software in there that, by the way, the voting machines have, but that's not turned on, that can immediately detect if any one little, it's basically a data. I don't know. I can't remember the technical term. I'm not a computer guy, but basically data security. If your zip code is off by one digit, your card doesn't work. These are basic ideas that our governments are totally fine with. A private company would not be okay with this lack of security. And that's before you even get into the manipulation, the connection to the internet, thumb drives, whatever you want to say, or just AI in general, or how it's very difficult to prosecute anybody if they're pushing buttons behind the scenes or putting in corrupt algorithms, because there's a very small amount of people that actually understand how you could use these machines to actually steal elections. And the smaller a group of people understand a complex system, the more opportunity for corruption is, and it's unchecked corruption. But anyway, I digress. More on this race in South Carolina. We've got General Michael Flynn. South Carolina, I need you to hear this clearly, he says. Tomorrow, Tuesday, June 9th, you have the power. Is that a He-Man reference? You have the power to remove, I know that's in theaters, you have the power to remove Lindsey Graham from the United States Senate, decades in Washington. And what does South Carolina have to show for it? Open borders, endless foreign wars, and a ruling class that answers to donors before it answers to you. This is not about party. This is about accountability. Go to your polling place tomorrow and vote Mark Lynch for United States Senate.
Welcome, United States Senator Lindsey Graham.
You know how you make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell.
I get called all these horrible names by Lindsey Graham, who I don't even know. I didn't start it with Lindsey Graham. I couldn't care less about Lindsey Graham.
But when I need some of those liberal votes, he's always there to help me get them.
If you can't admire Joe Biden, you got a problem. What's not to like?
We have open primaries here. That's how Lindsey Graham and a lot of guys in our state house continue to get elected, is because they're being elected by Democrats crossing over. He's not a Republican. He's voting like a Democrat. He received money in 2016 from George Soros, and he's not a rhino. He's a traitor. This is treason. He's betrayed the citizens of South Carolina, America, Donald Trump.
Hello. I'm Mark Lynch, and I'm running for the United States Senate in South Carolina to replace the flimsy flopper, traitor to the Republican Party, 30-year warmonger, Lindsey Graham. South Carolina deserves a true conservative who stands on godly principles while serving you. It's time to dump Lindsey.
We love Donald Trump. We respect him. But his endorsement won't save Lindsey in the state of South Carolina this time.
We're ruining our country and our heritage and everything we all stand for, and they're just here taking advantage of it. No weapons formed against me shall prosper.
I'm from Greenville, South Carolina, born and raised here. My wife of 37 years. We have 2 children, 4 grandchildren. I'm an ordained deacon in our church at Burnsview Baptist Church.
And my wife and I, having done mission trips all over the world, we know the next mission trip is the swamp in D.C. Wow. We all want peace. We all want freedom. We all want the liberty to live our lives without government interference and without wars going on all around us. You know, we're paying for our own destruction in America.
I'm a successful businessman. I've worked for over 50 years supporting the great state of South Carolina, providing employment.
We dedicate our business to the Lord. We bring that into the political realm too. It's a God first campaign. We know that making God first again is what will make America great again. That's the only way this country works with the Constitution our forefathers designed.
I won't take a penny from AIPAC. We've got to have true conservative Republicans that will hold the line and not compromise and not take a paycheck and sell out, sell their soul to the devil and focus on themselves like Lindsey Graham has.
And he's never voted to close the borders. In fact, one of his nicknames has been Grandesty.
We've got to stop murdering babies inside the womb. We've killed over 63 million.
America will be furious if we don't start arresting people.
America First means stop funding endless wars, reversing disastrous inflation, and creating jobs for Americans.
Our government's gotten way too big. They've stepped over constitutional boundaries. People are starving for the truth.
I humbly ask for your vote June 9th of 2026. Together, let's bring true Republican conservative change to our great state of South Carolina and America. One nation under God.
So again, that's General Flynn posted that video on his Twitter account or his X account. Also, it's apparently raining, or I don't know if it's rain. It was raining earlier. Some people were saying, Ivan Raiklan was saying that the rain could potentially keep voters away from the polls. He said this.
Oh, look at that. You hear that, America? That's Lindsey Graham crying. See that? That's all of his voters sitting at home saying, you know what? It's a little too moist for me to vote for him.
You know, you hope that's true, but you also know it could go both ways. It's going to deflate Election Day turnout. There's no doubt. And I don't know how, I'm not really sure, if it's still raining there or not. But it is interesting that the city, let's see, so on Mark Lynch's own property, apparently we've got a video of the Greenville City Mayor and Greenville City Manager's office, or at least the Lynch campaign staff reached out to them because one of their trucks decided to pull up a Mark Lynch for Senate sign, and it was in Mark Lynch's own front yard of the business he owns. So there are people that are really worried about this. Here's Mark Lynch. Again, I'm highlighting Lynch here because, well, number one, highlighting him on these different videos, but this is Mark Lynch on Steve Bannon's show. He's on Steve Bannon's show and all these other shows because he's been banned by Fox News. Now think about that. Now why? Well, it's because Lindsey Graham is got a reserved time slot. He has a reserved time slot on Sean Hannity's show almost every single night. He did the last time. He did it 6 years ago too, when he was begging on Sean, please send me money. And so here's what Mark Lynch said on Steve Bannon recently.
First in D.C., and we'll get rid of somebody who said, what are the reasons he's a traitor? How about, the Russian collusion hoax when he tried to have Trump put in prison and General Flynn and all these people? And I heard Peter Navarro during the break. I saw him at a faith conference when we all prayed for Trump. 2,000 pastors came to a Franklin Graham event. Peter Navarro said, I've gone to prison for 2 years, so you don't have to. And we've got to stop this. And it takes somebody like me that has faith, that's not scared of any man, that'll hold the line, and we'll put America back on the offensive where it belongs and get these traitors out of our government. We will put God back.
Very well said there. Here's a radio ad. This is how hard. Listen to some of these. I just want to highlight this radio ad that's being played in South Carolina. It goes pretty hard. Listen.
For over 30 years, Lindsey Graham championed cheap labor and illegals. Graham accepted the La Raza Capital Award in 2007 and then said, shut up, bigots, to conservatives that objected. Lindsey Graham co-wrote the Gang of Eight amnesty bill for 11 million illegals, fought for the DREAM Act, backed DACA, and pushed H-1B visas that undercut American wages. It wasn't an accident or some Democrat that did it. Lindsey is responsible, drunk on power, and never married, with no kids or grandkids of his own. Lindsey Graham rejects our South Carolina values of faith, family, and America first. He was even booed in his own hometown. Term limit Lindsey Graham now. Paid for by courageous conservatives pack.
I've been retweeting a lot of these all day. That's pretty. They throw that in there about the grandkids. Hang on. Yeah, that.
He is responsible, drunk on power, and never married, with no kids or grandkids.
Drunk on power, never married, with no kids or grandkids. I mean, what do we have to do? Spell it out for you guys? I wish that's what the radio ad said. I wish the radio ad stopped short of saying, hey, a lot of people think he's gay, and this is South Carolina, and it's like, don't actually say, hey, a lot of people think he's gay, but literally the ad should have said, drunk on power, with unmarried, with no kids or grandkids. Do we have to spell it out for you? That's what it should have said. Do we have to spell it out for you? This guy doesn't belong in South Carolina. I know this is like the longest Graham watch ever. Hang on one second. A few of your comments here in the LFA TV chat. Let's see. Sly 57, rain in South Carolina is on the west side, moving north and east. Okay, thank you for that weather update. Let's see. Chicky Mama 69 says he sends kids to war is why. Okay, that's in response to something. Yeah, he said J6ers should be shot. 100%. I see the Carmelo. We're going to get to Carmelo, folks. I've got a whole nother hour and 20 minutes to cover Carmelo. We're going to get to Carmelo. I'm going to bring you the latest news that I've got, and I'll find some during the break. But Longest Graham watch ever. I know we got to get wrapped up here, but this is a big day, and I know I planned a whole show. I planned a segment on this, and didn't. The news is fluid here. So let's see, what else do we have? Let's see, we've got more on that. Here's Derek Evans.
Come on, South Carolina. You guys have an awesome opportunity right now. The best opportunity you've ever had and the best opportunity you ever will have to get rid of Lindsey Graham. If you want to get rid of Lindsey Graham, you live in South Carolina, get off the couch, get out, go vote for Mark Lynch, take a family member with you, call your friends, call your family. If you don't live in South Carolina, you know friends and family who do, get a hold of them, call them, tell them to get out and vote against Lindsey Graham and get him out of office. He's been polling below 50%. If he gets below 50%, there's going to be a runoff. I'm telling you guys, Mark Lynch is a patriot. He's a businessman from South Carolina who's spending $5 million of his own money to take out Lindsey Graham. He's put his chips on the table. The least you can do is get off the couch and go vote for that man. Let's get out here and let's retire Lindsey Graham today. Send a message to the rest of the country.
That's exactly right. I mean, even if you're somebody that's like, you don't like Lindsey Graham, but maybe you don't agree with Mark Lynch on every issue or whatever, the fact that this guy is willing to put $5 million of his own money into this race is a big deal. I mean, it really shows you this man's resolve and commitment if he's willing to do that. Darling Dempsey in the chat, I don't understand Trump on this one, meaning the endorsement. Yeah, I know. We don't either. So get out there and vote, South Carolina. Call your friends in South Carolina. Make sure that you do it as soon as you can. Polls are going to close. I'm terrible with this Central Eastern time zone thing. Right now it's 4:39 in South Carolina, and so they close at 7. So you've got more time, but just be aware of that. We'll remind you that periodically throughout the broadcast. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program, broadcasting on LFA TV, on Rumble. We really appreciate you guys listening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hello. Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show. We really appreciate you being with us. So, Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murder. The news broke shortly before we began our broadcast about 44 minutes ago. It's not really a surprise. Really should be a lesson to a lot of us out there about the danger of trying to hold the young black youths, and I'm speaking in generalities here, the young black youths to the same standard that you would hold other young people to. Apparently, when you try to do that, it's just a fact. This happens a lot. Hey, get out of our tent. Matt Walsh was talking about, hey, can you turn your music down on the subway? When you do that, it is just statistically there that you're taking your own life. You know, you're at a greater risk. You're at a greater risk because the reaction, especially if you're a white person asking somebody to conform to normal societal standards or just basic manners and politeness, that you could be stabbed to death, shot, assaulted, a victim of the knockout game. I mean, that can just happen by, being a person in space and time, walking down the street, and you happen to walk past a group of young, thuggish people, and they attack you over it. And so that's one lesson from this is just let's not ignore the statistics. But of course, that is not at all what's going on outside the courtroom in Dallas. That's not at all what is. The facts are, if somebody, I would imagine if an average black person were listening to this, especially one outside the courthouse, they would just assume that I'm a racist for talking this way, and they would assume that I don't know the facts that Carmelo Anthony acted in self-defense. And of course, I'm over here saying, no, actually, it's incredible to me that so many people don't know the facts at all. And it's really two options. Either they don't know the facts because they've been lied to by the liberal media, or they do know the facts and they're actually political activists who are intentionally, they just know. I'm not saying they're necessarily even paid. I'm just saying they are intentionally in some sort of the ends justifies the means mentality, just intentionally making stuff up because Carmelo Anthony looks like them. And like one black juror who was struck from the jury said, I can't send another black man to jail. Well, that's why he was struck. And there's going to be a lot of people making a big deal out about the all-white jury. They're going to be making a big deal that two black jurors were struck for expressing the fact, at least one of them expressing that I can't be impartial on this. So I don't know, man. They deliberated for less than 3 hours and they returned a verdict back. And you can imagine, you got to wonder what the Dallas Police Department's going to do. Are they going to allow rioting, things to get out of control? Let's hope not. Let's hope that any sort of law breaking is a response to the justice that was handed down today is going to be. You know, you also have these people who are saying, like, this was self-defense, and the same people who are saying that this was some sort of self-defense act are also the people who were anti-Kyle Rittenhouse when he was clearly using his weapon in self-defense. And he shredded that guy's bicep. But you're not going to get consistency here. Not at all. I've got a ton on Carmelo Anthony. Here's one clip. Let's start here. I found this during the break. This apparently is from Court TV. Johnny Maga writing, Court TV melts down over the Carmelo Anthony guilty verdict. Listen to this.
I mean, I'm questioning the jury. I asked them, how did you reach your verdict? How did you reach it so quickly? What happened? It was a 4-inch knife. He used it one time. He was pushed. I'm not saying that it was right, but what are you doing? How did you get this verdict? I'd want to know. My whole identity as a defense attorney would be in question, right? I'm questioning my identity right now, and I have nothing to do with this case. How could you come back like that? I would be enraged. I'm enraged right now. This is very upsetting. And then on top of it, to compound it, this dumb judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. What was your wisdom? What were you thinking? How you put on a robe? Are you that much of an imbecile that you won't let cameras in the courtroom in a case like this? This is not a rape case. This is something different. This is something that's clearly the whole community is enraged, and you knew that before the trial started. So, I mean, this is very upsetting.
Court TV meltdown, I would say that. Oh, I'd be questioning my existence as a defense attorney. Yeah, you mean that the defense did a terrible job, or you mean that the case, you just don't want to admit that the case was so ridiculous. The prosecution had 15 witnesses testifying essentially the same thing. This guy was asked to leave the tent, or maybe more than 15. Maybe I'm getting my facts confused. Multiple witnesses saying he was asked to leave 15 times. The defense, I mean, maybe the jury didn't buy the defense's assertions that, I'm not kidding you, that Austin Metcalf impaled himself on the knife. Yeah, maybe that's a dumb tactic. Maybe that's a dumb tactic when you have witnesses say, no, this guy stabbed him. Yeah, but I mean, you know, this just goes out to the masses and can enrage the right kind of people that will get enraged by it. Real quick, here's a positive note. Breonna Morello, it's not all negative outside the Collin County Courthouse. You do have some people out there urging people to come together and turn to Christ.
White supremacists, we calling you too. It is not God's will that any perish.
Okay, so moving on. Let's see. Juanita Broderick. Is this from Court TV as well? Here's some reaction outside of the courtroom. Viewer discretion advised.
What do you want us to do? That's right. What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
What do you want us to do? That's right. What do you want us to do?
Teach your sons to respect other people's spaces. To teach your sons to not pull out knives for being asked to leave a place that they don't belong. Just basic manners and politeness. Teach your sons to not think of it's like teach your sons to not think that asking somebody to leave is somehow cause for murdering somebody. Like teaching your sons that if a white person tells you to please do something or to just do something, it doesn't automatically mean that they're racist and they deserve to die. Maybe that's what you can do, but again, I know I'm literally just I know I'm preaching to the choir. Also, this was a clip from from Dallas, Fox News Dallas. This is a scene outside the courthouse where you have somebody who is clearly, wearing an American flag T-shirt, believes presumably that Carmelo Anthony is a murderer, You have this black guy who believes that Carmelo Anthony's not a murderer, and this was the exchange.
The judge as well in this case said it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case and what we've seen play out since then and what we're happening now is because the defendant is black, the victim is white, and that's the bottom line. But again, this is what I alluded to when I said this has brought out what's bubbling right beneath the surface. The judge as well in this case said it was.
So, I mean, how do you coexist with that? I mean, this is not a person that wants to coexist. It's not a person that wants to cooperate in any sort of society. I said yesterday when we were talking about this with Rob, and by the way, Rob and Eric are out today, obviously. I said this yesterday. I was talking to Rob, like, I mean, you look at all this and you're reminded, wow, I mean, we're the United States of America, but in a way we're just multiple nations, you know, trying to claim that we're all the same nation. And obviously I know this is not every black person, but you really got to wonder, like, how does this resolve in a peaceable situation? And I don't know the answer to this because it's getting increasingly out of hand. And one of the reasons it's gotten to this point is because you do have these female judges, most of them these woke liberal female judges that continue to put violent criminals who are black back out on the street because they believe their actions are a result of white systemic racism or whatever, you know. Literally, we wish the world were one way, even though it's not, and I'm going to just try to make it a reality by releasing violent criminals back into the streets to kill people like Irina Zaruska or anybody else. I mean, take your pick. The most recent example was the old elderly male teacher who was pushed down a flight of stairs and killed by a black man, and who had just assaulted a white woman a couple weeks earlier, but she didn't press charges because she didn't, quote, want to put another black male in jail. So he was released to then go murder a white old teacher, a white retired teacher. Forgive me for being disrespectful. I don't mean it like old in a derogatory term, but you guys get what I'm saying. Real quick, let's go to the comments. What do we got? We've got Sophie writing, you see how he's acting. When do we ever act like that? Unless it's a white liberal. This is a great question. Sherry Welch, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Let's see, what else do we have? They have really been getting crazier. Did you see the videos of New York City after the basketball game? So sad what they're getting away with. Will the state of Texas let this, spiral into some sort of riot? I don't know. We've got Chicky Mama 69 saying that he's on some drugs. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to the next one, shall we? So yeah, he has been convicted of murder. The Collin County Sheriff's Office is creating a line in front of the courthouse as tensions rise. This was right before the verdict was read. Let's see some of the same things. Let's see here. The judge warned everyone not to react. We have one about the tears. Allegedly, let's see, was that here? Carmelo Anthony. So when the verdict was read, according to reports, according to J.D. Miles, Carmelo Anthony broke down in tears inside the courtroom as the verdict was read. His bond has been extinguished. He is now in the custody of the Collin County Sheriff. I think they go into the sentencing phase tomorrow. What do I tell my 5 boys? What do we do now? Don't murder people. Yep. Matt Walsh, who's got some great takes on this. He's been doing really good work. He says Carmelo Anthony's parents wanted their son to live in a gated community, and now he will. So it all worked out. We're all worked out in the end. I mean, keep in mind, this story does. You can't really talk about this story without at least bringing up the fact that after this happened, you had, the GoFundMe page where they raised, what was it, $600,000, and then Carmelo Anthony's parents bought a new house with that money. They didn't spend it on, an attorney, or at least all of it on an attorney. I don't know. Somebody even said he had public defenders. I don't know. Is that true? I saw that. I saw that somewhere. Nick Sorter, I believe he's on the ground. More agitators are here outside the courtroom following Carmelo Anthony's guilty verdict. They're calling for blacks to handle white people exactly like Carmelo. Listen to this.
To protect black people. Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking hand.
What will the Anthony family do?
What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. We're going to stand behind them and we're going to fight. That's what's going to happen.
What is your relationship with him?
I have no relationship. We black. We're brothers. We're black. We're brothers and sisters. We're blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth.
Okay, so black supremacy. Okay, great. The indigenous people of the earth. Wow. The indigenous people of the earth. So it's black supremacy then. Black supremacists that are going to deal with white people who are demanding civility. I mean, I don't even want to rehash. I'm sitting here. I'm so over it. I'm so done with it all. And I know we're gonna cover more of it, but I mean, it's just one of these things. It's like I don't even know. I'm so tired. The whole black fatigue thing. I'm just tired. Like I'm to the point where it's just okay, whatever. Like, make your decisions accordingly, ladies and gentlemen. Make your decisions accordingly. Protect your family. Don't put them in unsafe situations. Because this is, these are the sentiments of people who just refuse to be held to any sort of standard, any sort of standard at all, just any standard at all. Just no, we can't do that because it's racist. And I know people are saying, some people on the right would say, well, Carmelo did this because Austin Metcalf was white. And I mean, I don't know if you could ever truly know that for certain, but I mean, you and I both know that if you have a scenario where you've got a black guy on a subway who's listening to really loud music and annoying everyone, or let's just take a movie theater example where you're in a movie, you're trying to watch a movie, and you've got a black man who is being very disruptive and loud. You and I both know that if I were to say something and say, hey, can you please calm down? I'm trying to watch a movie. If I were to say that versus, let's say, another black man who is also annoyed, the other black man approaching the annoying black man would be far less. It would be far less risk that he would be come under any sort of physical harm or physical threat than if I tried to say something. And I think you and I both know that that's true. And so in this situation, you have a black guy who's in a tent because it's raining, and he's in the opposing team's tent. His team didn't bring a tent, so he's got to stand out in the rain, doesn't want to stand out in the rain. So he decides to take refuge in a space that the opposing team says, no, you can't do this. Austin Metcalf says no. Now, apparently there was shoving. Those are the facts. According to, they think that it was some sort of attack, which it was not an attack. Man was being in the whole time, touch me and see what happens, touch me and see what happens. So he was touched, and then Austin Metcalf was stabbed in the heart, and he died very quickly. And yet Court TV says, oh, it was only a 2-inch blade. Well, that's enough to kill somebody if you stab him in the heart. I can't get past that comment, though. The indigenous people of the earth. The indigenous people of the earth. What else do we have here? We have a few more. So Carmelo Anthony breaks down in tears. Matt Walsh, hopefully it brings him some solace to know that his parents were able to cash in and they can go home to a nice house in a gated community while he goes to prison. $600,000 raised for his defense, and they cheaped out on a lawyer who basically said, well, maybe Austin just fell into the knife. I have that. I actually have that here. 1 second. Let me read. These were some of the things I had pulled before the guilty verdict came in. So forgive me. Some of this is going to be old news. Carmelo Anthony suffers a major blow in court after his defense attorney, Mike Howard, attempted to argue that Austin Metcalf was responsible for his own stabbing and had essentially impaled himself, prompting an audible gasp from jurors in the courtroom. So that did happen. Closing arguments. Let's see here. Here's J.D. Miles. This is what happened earlier during the closing arguments. 35 minutes each. Prosecutor Bill Werski waived the right to open, so lead defense attorney Mike Howard is starting. Quote, here's a few quotes from the closing arguments. Austin Metcalf had no legal right to use force to eject Carmelo Anthony from the tent. He had no legal right to put his hands on Carmelo. Carmelo is in a public place. We ask you this incredibly tough task, which is to follow the law. The government wants to make this case about Melo could have just left. You heard that a track event is a social event. It was completely common for kids to be milling about and go by and say, hi, stop into the tent. We know that it was raining. I don't know why he had to have this argument about whether it was raining. We know how Texas weather is, so it's easy to think, boy, I better get out of this rain. He says a witness testified we had no problem with him under the tent while it was raining. You have to put yourself in his Carmelo's shoes, so you start under that tent. You want to get out of the rain. Sure enough, one of the people at Memorial says, yeah, come on over. Then all of a sudden, Hunter Metcalf or Austin say, who are you? You need to leave. These guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance that these teenage boys with their raging hormones? What? This was an actual argument? Are you kidding me? Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did not have the right to use deadly force to make him leave. Now, if you're a juror and you hear a defense attorney say that, when deadly force is actually what was used by Melo, what are you even talking about? Melo had an absolute right to defend himself against that. How do you know in a split second of chaos when it's too late? Because if you wait too late to defend yourself, self-defense is meaningless. It's got to be a proper response in the self-defense case. And by the way, the facts just don't bear any of this out. So yeah, it's no wonder they did cheap out on a lawyer. If that's what the lawyer is saying, $600,000 you raised, you bought yourself a new house, and now your son's going to jail. But I don't think there's any amount of money that a defense attorney could have done to get this guy acquitted. Because people were there. They witnessed the event. They saw what happened. And what happened was that a white guy tried to hold a young black male to societal standards and norms, and he refused to leave and put his hand in a bag, looked at them all and said, touch me and see what happens. And then he stabbed Austin Metcalf to death when they tried to make him leave. That is not a proportionate response at all. All right, real quick, let me see before we move on from this, if I have anything else on this particular case. We got the same. It's just like the same stuff that's just like feeding the algorithm here. Let's see. What is this?
I don't know how true it is. That's what they saying. I don't know how true it is. It just broke. saying murder. They saying murder. They saying murder. They saying no manslaughter. They saying murder. I thought it was manslaughter too. I thought it was manslaughter too. They saying guilty of murder on Fox right now. They saying guilty of murder. They saying guilty of murder.
I swear to God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired.
So, to them, this is the civil rights issue of our time. And to us, it's not. It's not at all. It's, well, maybe it is, but it's not just totally two different planets. We're on totally two different planets. Now, in one of those clips that we played, you heard somebody bring up Trayvon Martin, you know. We all remember Trayvon Martin, you know, Obama. And if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. We remember this. And I remember that, you know, I was, this was back when I was on radio. And I still, I mean, I didn't trust the media, obviously, back then when George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin. But I will say this. What the media did in that case is very similar to what's being done here. But back then, the Associated Press, you know, and NBC News, edited the 911 call, and just, you know, of George Zimmerman saying he looks black, and then, you know, he shoots and kills him, and they edited out the part of the 911 call where the 911 dispatch operator asked, "What color is he?" He looks black. Not only that, the Associated Press, when it came out that George Zimmerman was, you know, not a skinhead Ku Klux Klan white supremacist, that he was actually Hispanic, the Associated Press created the term white Hispanic. So they got to run with the story that Trayvon Martin was killed by a, quote, white Hispanic. And I remember, to me, just personally, as a young radio host, journalist, whatever, that really took me to a totally different place of distrust of the media. I mean, I was already at a 10, but I could not believe the intentional deception to that degree, all to try to stoke some race war that, you know, Obama could use to further divide the country. You know, the post-racial president that was the most racist president we've had in the 21st century, for sure. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we go from this, folks. I do not know. But it's insane. Sound off in the comments. Let me know what you guys think about this. Let me see what we got in the comments real quick, but we're going to move on. Let's see here. Al Sharpton. Didn't he pass away? Sophie 1916. She's tired, meaning the lady. I'm tired of this excrement. She writes, she's tired. My oldest daughter is afraid for me to go out alone. My oldest said, what is that woman tired from? Screaming? Yeah, pretty much. Remember the guy that sliced the Ukrainian girl's throat on the train or bus? Exactly. Well, was it Jesse Jackson? Bad Moon, was it Jesse Jackson that passed away? So they're saying Al Sharpton is going to speak. Is that true? Is that actually true? Yeah, I think it was Jesse Jackson. Sorry, I'm getting them confused. Yeah, no, you're right. Al Sharpton is still alive, so forgive me on that one. Yeah, I don't see anything about Al Sharpton speaking about this. Oh, it says, somebody says Al Sharpton and the usual race hustlers will be on TV within an hour claiming. Okay, so that hasn't happened yet. But yeah, Al Sharpton is still alive. Sorry, that was Jesse Jackson. My apologies out there. Yeah. They are itching. So Angry Hot Dog writes, they are itching for a race war. They're still protesting about the Asian store owner killing the 14-year-old with a gun. Calpurnia61 writes, I've actually met a white Mexican. I was surprised. I didn't know there were any white men. Well, okay, but George Zimmerman. George Zimmerman. Okay, Sherry Welch says, no, I was making a joke about Al Sharpton. Okay, all right, sorry. But who knows what's going to happen. He'll be on MSNBC saying something, or MS Now or whatever. Incredible. Okay, so one more post on this. Carmelo Anthony, Matt Walsh writes, is yet another young black man who threw his life away, and more importantly, took away an innocent person's life for no reason. It was senseless. It's time for the black community to stop rallying around and defending these sociopath thugs and instead work on raising children who won't make these kinds of insane, self-destructive choices in the first place. Yeah, that's true, but that's not going to happen. I mean, you look at, if you really, honestly, listening to the reactions, listening to people who have bought into the self-defense narrative and all this other stuff, it is very difficult, and I'm not trying to black pill, no pun intended, but it is very difficult to look at that situation, look at that reaction, and again, some of it is going to be, the people are going to be the most radical. It doesn't represent, everybody in that demographic, but it is difficult to look at that and not black pill and not, like you kind of, where is your way out of this with this kind of division? Where, we're in a situation where you can't lie and say that the other side is right. We have to find what the truth is. We're not going to water down the truth because, so you're at an impasse. You're at an impasse. It's the same thing with the Democrats when it comes to the trans issue in terms of like, how are we supposed to work together when, one side thinks that a man can become a woman and the other side, let's work on tax policy together when the other side is like, no, trans men are men. Like, that's very difficult. Likewise here, like, this is an open and shut case that fits the statistics of what is going on in this country, specifically with young black men. And the people in their own demographic, that demographic just refuses to admit fault, refuses to admit that they're wrong. And the only answer is hard political power. The only answer is doing things like sending the National Guard to Memphis and these other things. I mean, it's to get rid of these white female liberal Karen judges that are sending these people back out on the streets instead of putting them behind bars. And there's also the question of like whether jail sentencing is actually appropriate. I'm of the opinion that with some of these cases, we need to bring back humiliation, shame punishments, like being put in stocks in front of the town square for a day instead of getting 3 square meals a day. Because I don't know what else. I mean, at this point, I think you have to do that. At this point, something's got to give. All right, real quick, hang on one second. Let's go now to HelloFresh. Have you guys heard about this? I could not believe this. Even I know it's June or it's Pride Month and it's June and we're kind of beyond all that. Last year Target did away with their Tuck It swimsuits and actually decorated for the Independence Day, decorated for the 4th of July. Instead of, shoving all of this LGBTQ, RSTLNE, would you like to buy a Val Enclave stuff down our throats. But it's still not over. It's still not over. And the question is why. And this is going to go into this actually goes into these white female leftist judges because that's who's running a lot of these corporations now. That's who's running the HR departments. And that's why we have so many of these really terrible decisions made by corporations. So HelloFresh is it's a company that will send you ingredients to make a good home-cooked meal. They'll send you the onions, the tomatoes, the chicken. That's what they do. I'm assuming, I've never gotten one, but I assume they pack it in dry ice or something if you've got protein in there to keep it from going bad. Well, so this is how I found out about this story. It's from Megan Basham, who's the author from a great book. It's called Shepherds for Sale. It's really good about how pastors have sold out to the evangelical agenda, carving out a safe space for Marxism in churches and denominations and parachurch ministries and that sort of thing. Megan Basham writes, well, here's our very last HelloFresh delivery. After being loyal customers on and off, mostly on, for 10 years, our faith and integrity demand that the Basham family no longer support a company that would be so disgusting as to promote their product, which is food, by the way, by suggesting it can be used by gay men to clear out their rectums of feces in preparation for sodomy. Yes, this is really what they did. It is actually going to be a little bit of a hardship on us as I continue to receive cancer treatments that require me to travel across the country every couple of weeks, but it's a small sacrifice. So we are looking for another meal delivery service. If anyone can recommend some that are easy prep, yummy, and reasonably healthy, thanks. As for me, in my house, we will serve the Lord, and we cannot support that. Goodbye, HelloFresh. For those who haven't been tracking this controversy, she writes, here is HelloFresh's Pride post, which includes the promo code Bottoms Up. Bottoms Up. Here is HelloFresh's official statement. We know eating isn't always a top priority this month. We respect that. But for those of you who are prepping, we have an extensive lineup of high-fiber recipes available. Happy Pride. How about a Pride Month discount code? Bottoms Up. Use code Bottoms Up for a Pride Month discount. You ask, we deliver literally. So, this is disgusting on so many levels. It has been said before by, according to studies, that, for example, heterosexual, straight, normal men, when they see two gay guys kissing, it's the equivalent of looking at maggots, on a carcass, right? The act of sodomy, I mean, it's incredible. The complete lack of shame that is evident in our corporations and secular institutions. It's really not a question of neutrality, or it's like, are you going to be a Christian nation or a pagan nation that allows everything under the sun that's evil and wicked to be promoted as good, and then you call people that are actually good and wanting righteousness, you call them wicked, and the Bible says woe to the people that do that. And here we have HelloFresh making a post about sodomy and sodomites engaging in their debauched behavior during Pride Month. Imagine how it's just absolutely disgusting. So if any of you out there have ever used HelloFresh or are using HelloFresh, I've never used it. I'm certainly not going to use it now, but this is outrageous. And you got to wonder, in what world do they think that this is acceptable, where sodomy is just it's just thought of as just nothing. It's just a way of life now, and we can celebrate it. And this is why that pro-LGBT book, or it really wasn't a T book, it was a book in the 90s called After the Ball. And it was a strategy that was written for the gay movement to try to become the next civil rights movement. The goal of After the Ball was to try to convince the American people that the plight of sodomites was the same plight as African Americans, as black people in the 1960s, or in slavery in the 19th century. That's what the After the Ball was designed to do, and they gave their foot soldiers specific instructions to never talk about the sex, never talk about the sexual acts, because they knew the people thought sodomy was disgusting. And you can go look this up. The book was called After the Ball. Their strategy was, no, you've got to focus on love. This is about love, 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 love. You know, civil unions, civil partnerships. We're going to work towards marriage, but never talk about the kissing, never talk about the actual act in and of itself, because when you actually do that, you're like, wait, that is disgusting. Also, to this day, you can go look at the CDC website and you look at sexually transmitted diseases and AIDS and why it affects gay men more than it does other people. It's because of the sodomy. So they've completely abandoned. My point is the slippery slope is real. They've completely abandoned where we were. It used to just, it's just love, just let them get married. Fast forward to, we're going to make sure that our HelloFresh meals have enough fiber in it to where sodomy is more enjoyable for the gay people during June and Pride Month. It's disgusting. It's sick. New York Post, HelloFresh faces backlash over suggestive Pride Month post accused of promoting explicit content. Excuse me. Oilfield Rando says, hi, HelloFresh. I saw your Pride-specific diet, and I'm wondering if you have a menu plan specifically for people planning on inserting live gerbils. So what's next? HelloFresh. Jimmy Kaufman, highlighting the slippery slope. We went from the first gay kiss on television to buy this dinner for better anal sex in under 3 decades. And it really took off after Barack Obama projected a rainbow on the White House. After Obergefell and saying, hey, states can't regulate marriage, gay people got to get married, you must embrace the sodomy. It went from there on steroids to, we've got to eliminate mom and dad, mothers and fathers. We've got to eliminate those words from our codes, from our statutes, to transing kids and calling it health care, to parents need to be protected so they can take their kids to drag shows for kids so that half-naked pedophiles can get up on stage and get some sort of satisfaction over being viewed by little children. All of that happened in lightning speed right after Barack Obama projected a rainbow on the White House. And so, you know, what goes on here in the physical that has spiritual ramifications. We lost a great battle when that happened. When the Supreme Court did what they did, we lost a great battle. So Megan Basham goes on to say, in response to a Lauren Chen tweet, now this is going somewhere, folks, so bear with me. And really, now we're going to get into the white liberals that are the ones in charge of all of this. She says, so I just watched a little Instagram reel with a gay influencer known as Common Sense Gay, and along with calling the HelloFresh post demeaning and grotesque and disgusting, he pointed out that for the most part, it's not gays cheering the post, it's women. I thought this was particularly insightful. It is mostly women, according to reports, that are all about anal sex and promoting this gay lifestyle among gays. I mean, that's why you do have some instances where, you know, you'll see these man on the street interviews. There'll be the latest rage bait, and they'll go to a black man. Can you believe how racist Donald Trump is? And every now and then, you know, somebody will say, a black man will be like, actually, that's not racist at all. That's not, you know, just that's what, it's not common sense or whatever. And then you've got the liberal white woman that's mad at the black man for not being offended. So the liberal white woman is offended on behalf of the black man who doesn't think it's racist. This is a problem. And if Rob were here, he would be saying things much worse. So what does this Lauren Chen post say? She says, women mostly base their opinion on consensus, not reason. That's why this woman doesn't bother making an actual argument or rebuttal. Now, this is a different story. It's a post from about what's going on overseas. She thinks all she has to do is signal that his opinion is weird and others will agree with her. It's shockingly effective. And so this is a post from Retard Finder who says, this is what we're up against. So it's just a debate over at the BBC where a guy who is not for all these immigrants coming into his country, flooding his country, killing people in Belfast and other people like Henry Nowak, just saying, hey, look, if we limited the immigration, then housing prices would be affected. We'd have more housing. It's a very reasoned argument. Dare I say, gender-biased argument, apparently, because her reaction, she doesn't have anything other than some sort of emotional shame game that is quite pathetic. Listen.
The idea of blaming our housing crisis on immigration is absolutely wild to me, actually. Robert, like,
that says more about
do you think
because
that
we've got an extra 10, 20 million people come in the country.
Do you think that if Do you think that
do you
if
not
we
think an extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing?
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
is that going to solve
the thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he?
Perfectly reasoned argument. The more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. Does not compute. Lauren Chin is right, though. And it's really not even consensus. Let's be clear. It's not that women tend to base their opinions on consensus. It's that women tend to base their opinions on the perceived consensus. And when you have every corporation, every major media outlet, in this point, entrenched government forces that are all saying the same thing, whether it's Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ, whatever, the perception is, oh, this is the consensus now, so now I'm going to fight. Especially if I'm childless, I'm going to turn what would be my mother hen instincts, and I'm going to find a cause. And I'm going to use that energy that would naturally be used in the context of a family and nurturing children and building a house, a household, and dare I say, submitting to your husband. You're going to turn that, and you're going to find. By the way, they'd rather submit to their boss at a soulless corporation than submit to a husband at home. Ever wonder how weird? Ever think about how that's weird? Like the modern feminist woman is like, no, I don't want to be married to a husband and have kids, and I'm not going to submit to a man, as Scripture says, but they will go and submit to a boss at work who is likely a man, and they'll work long hours. Even in a married context, even the women that want to work and still have a family and everything else, and I know in some cases economically because the CIA rigged our economy to double the tax base and funded the women's lib movement. I know that that's still a thing that happens in a lot of well-meaning good families. But if you think about how much that takes, you're going to submit to a man outside of your house, and all of this time and energy. It's quite odd, but specifically it's odd with the liberal Karen woke girl boss. It's particularly odd with that. And then there's the whole then there's the whole concept of what is the real. There's a lot of blasphemy laws out there that are unwritten. One of them is telling a woman no. In our society, telling a woman no is a no-no. So in northern Kentucky, there is a gym owner who's Christian, and they got tired of the women coming scantily clad, being a distraction, and so they decided to create a dress code eliminating the option. It's like, we're not going to have these women coming in here with their cleavage showing and basically half naked, walking around. There's other men here. We want to be a family establishment, and it's just getting out of hand. And you've seen this if you've been on any of the Instagram culture, TikTok culture, where these Instagram people, personalities, they like to film themselves while they're working out, and then they also like to shame the men who will look at them because they catch them on the camera. It's a whole thing. Well, I want you to watch this report from the Northern Kentucky affiliate, Fox affiliate here. Watch this.
Perhaps you saw this on social media. A northern Kentucky gym's facing a lot of backlash after women say a new dress code policy is targeting them.
I don't know if you heard about this, but an email sent to TAC Fitness members says the gym is enforcing dress guidelines to ensure people of all ages feel comfortable, free from, quote, inappropriate or revealing attire.
Alexis Martin spoke with some women who quit the gym after receiving that email and sat down with the owner as well. Alexis.
The two women I spoke with say they were members here for years until they got that email. Now, they say despite what the owner is saying, they believe that this was targeted and that in 2026, women should not have to worry about what they're wearing to the gym.
Read it and I was like, wow, this is straight clearly towards women and against women. It's very judgmental.
We expected the backlash for sure. We never wanted to lose anybody. We never wanted to hurt anybody in that way.
This email, titled Tax Standard of Modesty, was sent to members on April 16th. It says TAC Fitness is committed to a, quote, pursuit of excellence without vanity, strength without arrogance, and influence without temptation by exposure. This email highlighted a new dress code. Among the new rules, shirts must fully cover the torso, chest, and cleavage, and your butt must be covered by your shirt if you're wearing leggings. I spoke with the owners of TAC Fitness, Kevin and Kenzie Grantland. They say as a God-centered gym, the policy is meant to keep TAC Fitness a place where members of all ages feel comfortable and safe, free from inappropriate or revealing attire.
So that says, as Christ is our center, we practice excellence to serve those who desire a healthier lifestyle. Yeah, it's not a place for hookup culture or, like they even said in the email there, temptation. If we're going to have a co-ed gym, which, by the way, you might make the argument that maybe co-ed gyms are a bad idea, but let's not go down that road. If you're going to have a co-ed gym, we want to have some dress codes to where women are not wearing revealing outfits. Something that really wouldn't be controversial, really, even 20 years ago. But again, you tell women no now, and it's the last thing you're supposed to do in our society today.
Never meant to target any specific group. It was simply just to bring modesty and professionalism into this space.
Can you kind of see how women read this and were feeling targeted?
I don't, only because we literally covered everybody. We were generous in this and considered everybody on purpose because we want everybody to feel welcome.
Former members Valerie Mattingly and Michaela Beal say this policy made them so uncomfortable they canceled their memberships and never came back.
It was a direct shot towards women. I think it's perceived as not being a community. You're not a community anymore once you start judgment towards a certain group of people.
Mattingly says she worked out in sports bras because of how hot it would get at the gym and had never been told it was a problem. She was shocked when the email effectively banned much of her workout wardrobe.
And it's 2026, this day and age, women should be able to feel comfortable how they are at the gym. And I also really appreciated the men that commented, standing up, saying, well, there's nothing wrong with what you're wearing.
Beal says she's a God-fearing Christian.
The men are all, yeah, whatever you got to tell yourself, sweetheart. You're liberated up there on that on the stairs and the treadmill, yeah.
But takes issues with how these standards are being applied to women.
Control anybody else's temptations. I can't control what other people's thoughts.
Now, what did she say there? I can't control
how these standards are
Listen
being
to this. She's going to say, I can't control other people's temptations. Real quick.
To women.
Control anybody else's temptations. I can't control what other people's thoughts, their feelings, or where their eyes travel to. That is not my responsibility as an individual. I can only control myself. I am not responsible for anybody else.
Kevin's.
So here's the truth. You're not supposed to tell women no, but here's another truth. So men tend to struggle with lust. Newsflash. Men tend to struggle with lust. Women their struggle is the temptation to want to be lusted after. Men struggle with lust. Women struggle with wanting to be lusted after. Do you see how that's a recipe for disaster? Of course it is. But we can talk about the fact that men struggle with lust all day long. I'm not responsible where your eyes go. That's on you, actually. You might now. I don't presume this woman is a Christian. She may be, but this idea that this is only a one sex problem, a male problem, is just not true. And we would be wise to start to, rediscover modesty for those very reasons.
Says as a privately owned gym, they can make these decisions to build their community.
We're not going to appease to everybody, but I do think that, there is a chance for everybody to reap the benefit of the fact that we are applying modesty and professionalism in a gym setting.
Beal says the owners can run their gym how they want, but she's choosing not to be a part of it. She says hearing other women share her frustration shows why this conversation matters.
Sometimes we have been so conditioned to believe that women overreact and we're dramatic and we take things out of perspective, but not with this one. I think this one really shows where all women, or most women, I should say, have seen it the same way.
And that's because you're not supposed to tell women no. And these brave gym owners, a man and a woman, said, we're going to tell you no. We're going to say this has got to stop. It's getting out of hand. Somebody says, let's see, Bapalumbo 1958, truth, Paul. I'm assuming you're talking about me saying that women want to be lusted after, and not all women all the time, but this is a temptation that is very rarely discussed, and by not discussing it, we somehow absolve women of their responsibility when it comes to this. This is just a fact, but you'll hear sermons about men lusting, but you won't hear very often what I just said about the other struggle. Let's see. Jennifer 1333 says, yes, men lust after women, but not in a gym. Now, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm really glad that women don't know just how bad. You might not ever talk to a man again if you actually were inside our heads. Let's see, Bad Moon. The fact that this is a subject is the scary part. People need to guard their surroundings and who they associate with. Hang on, there was a few more. Let's see here. So she gets, let's see. Is this that at LJR 15001 says, actually they lust everywhere, churches, gyms, grocery stores, you name it. She also says these women, Jennifer says these women are overreacting. Let's see here. Yeah, not to mention, Deb Paul in 2020, not true. My daughter had a creeper watching her in the gym, very uncomfortable. Yes, Paul, you're talking about, so you are Bapalumbo, 1958. You are saying yes, that's what you were talking about. Women struggling with wanting to be lusted after. Okay, Jennifer says, I was being respectful to both sexes. Both sexes. Okay, I get you. I'm sorry. A lot of this stuff with texts and messages and that sort of thing, context can easily be lost. I'm actually the king of texting very poorly with people because I don't take the time to actually, it can really get taken out of context really quick. So anyway, let me know what you think. Telling women no is a no-no. And I just want to celebrate these Northern Kentucky gym owners, TAC Fitness. Anybody in Northern Kentucky, if you like what you hear, you have a new gym. If you want it, you have a new gym. This is weird. Texas Scorecard, which is a great organization on keeping track of the legislation in Texas and Republicans and Democrats in Texas and that sort of thing. They say this, Texas grocery store tycoon sponsors drag queen shows for kids. Charles Butts has repeatedly worked against parental rights activists. Now, this is an old story from 2022, and for some reason it popped up in my feed right after I was watching this, covering the HelloFresh sodomy promotion. So, but I thought this was very interesting because it's an old story, and I don't know if you guys have ever been to Texas. You can't really go to Texas without shopping at an H-E-B. They're amazing stores, but I had no idea that the owner, Charles Butts. So I think they say that H-E-B stands for Hear Everything Better, but I also thought it originally stood for, I don't know, the guy's name, which was H.E. Butts. All right, so what's going on in Belfast? Let's take a look. Oh, real quick, there's this new creepy Steven Spielberg movie coming out. A few stories here, short stories. Steven Spielberg says his new movie, Disclosure Day, it's about aliens, as we're in the midst of disclosure from the government. What a coincidence. Steven Spielberg says his new movie, Disclosure Day, which releases this Friday, will leave Christians questioning their faith in God. Pretty sure that's not going to happen. The same thing that was said when the people were saying, oh, the disclosures that are coming are going to make Christians question their faith. Yeah. Again, so much of that comes from people who are not Christians really not understanding what it is they've rejected as non-Christians. So much, and we covered this a few weeks ago, so many non-Christians that think this or that is going to make us question our faith really have no idea what Christianity is at all. Even the ones who consider themselves smart, intelligent, intellectual, they really don't understand what it is that they have rejected, and it really goes to show you how having a conversation can really, open up. We really, it's not, as Christians talking to non-Christians, we really shouldn't assume that they understand what it is that we really believe, because the gospel is, at every turn, the enemy tries to pervert it, obviously, but really prevent the message from even coming across. So, I don't know. I don't want to see this movie, Disclosure Day, at all. I don't really like a lot of Hollywood stuff that comes out, just because it's so bad at this point. But the advertisements for this movie, Disclosure Day, I believe it stars Emily Blunt. And I felt weird the first time I saw the trailer. Emily Blunt is a weather girl on TV, and her consciousness gets hijacked, and she starts to deliver a message in an alien language to the world. Like, this is the setup for this movie. And when I saw the trailer, I didn't click on it by choice. It was an advertisement that came across Twitter or something like that. And she starts speaking this language. I immediately muted it. Like, I got 5-10 seconds in, and I was like, ooh, that's gross. First of all, I don't know what's being said. I don't know what's being spoken. Obviously, it's supposed to be an alien language we don't understand. But I don't put it past any of these people to, get us to listen to spells that are pronounced against us. Like, that's how evil I think Hollywood is at this point. And maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist for thinking that, but I would not advise anybody to go see this movie at all, because I just think it's also too coincidental with the alien disclosure supposedly coming out of the Justice Department or coming out of the government. I just think this whole thing is a psyop, and let's see here. One comment. Bulldag. Politicians should stay out of religion. What do you exactly mean by that? Because I actually think one of the goals that I would like to see happen in our society moving forward is to debunk this phrase that you should never talk about religion and politics among polite company. Like, you don't combine the two. I actually think if you want to talk about religion, that's fine. That's okay with me. Just talk about religion. I can do that all day long. Just talk about theology. We can do that. But if you want to talk politics, You should be required to talk theology, required to talk about God. I think segmenting the two has actually been a convenient scapegoat to get us to vote for really terrible people that actually hate us. That if we were to dive down past the politics, well, you believe this way politically, but why do you believe? What about the character of God convicts you to believe a certain thing about politics? Because Christ is king over all spheres of life, all of it. It's all his. It all belongs to him. If you start pressing in to a politician and they have no theological basis for why it is they believe what they believe, you're going to find a man who has built his beliefs on sinking sand and not a rock, and that's why when the storms rage, they're going to let you down more often than not. Not to say that a Christian can't let you down. We all fall every day, but if you're going to talk politics, I want to know what you believe about God. I want to know who you think Jesus Christ is. And I want to know about these issues. What about these issues? How do you believe that? How do you reconcile that? And if you haven't done the work and thought about that, I don't really think you should be in public office. There's a reason in the 18th century, the 13 states had religious tests in order to run for office. There's a reason for that. And by the way, that was considered completely constitutional because it was constitutional to have religious tests, because it was up to Congress to not violate the First Amendment, not the states. Speaking of religion, the city of St. Paul has officially determined that the January 18th invasion of the church up there in Minneapolis, the one Don Lemon got charged for going to and organizing with radical leftists, they've officially decided that the desecration of our worship was a peaceful protest.
Mayor Herrell, on April 20th, in your address on the state of St. Paul, you said that you are committed to listening and to acting and to lifting St. Paul higher to its full potential. But I wonder, do you include evangelical Christians in that commitment? Or do you only care about those you agree with? You have left us to wonder this. Mayor Herrell.
City of St. Paul officially determined the January 18th invasion of the church was a peaceful protest. And that's why the feds got involved, because they knew that would always happen. And by the way, this confirms what I said. This church up there in Minnesota, City's Church in Minnesota, this confirms what I said when this happened. Because if anything like that happened in the South, in solidly Christian red states, where our worship, I can promise you that these people would have been dealt with physically and removed from the building. And basically, how far do you want to take it? Like, how far do you want to escalate? That's how far it would have gotten escalated if you would have tried. Maybe not every church in the South, but several churches in the South. If something like that was tried, it would have gotten ugly real quick. Righteously ugly, okay? If these people at City's Church had done that, all of them would be in jail right now by the state of Minnesota. They'd go after every one of them. Every one of them would be in jail who did anything. It would be a J6 all over again, but in Minnesota. So the feds got involved, rightfully so. And I don't even know the status of those prosecutions, but we need to make sure that they actually happen. Or we need to cover it. What can we do? Not really not much, honestly. Real quick, I'm going to take a break, reset here, and then we're going to end the show here in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. Just have to take a quick break.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough, right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light-emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Merrill Program.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. So we're kind of running out of show. I didn't get to Belfast today, so forgive me. I'm in a little bit of a Twitter spat here. Let me see if I can't check in on this post that I made that people seem to be upset. Let's see here. Yeah, so there's this YouTuber by the name of Mike Winger who generally I like his content. You know, I've gleaned a lot. He's a Christian YouTuber, pastor, a former pastor or minister of some kind. And so I really don't. I need to do my due diligence here. I don't even really know why he is deleting this app. But there's a Bible app. There's all kinds of Bible apps out there. But one of the most, at least in my circles, going back 15 years, one of the most popular Bible apps that you can buy on your phone is called YouVersion. The idea, Y-O-U version, meaning they got whatever version of the Bible you want. They've got it. It's, you can depend on it or whatever. Mike Winger says here, bye-bye YouVersion. People generally expect you to only host decent and safe Bible translations. At least that's what I expect. I'd recommend using caution if you still use the YouVersion Bible app. So to any of you out there, use YouVersion Bible app. Just so you know, Mike Winger is like, I'm out. I'm not going to do this anymore. Now, I don't know about the story. Like, I don't know why he's upset. I did limited research. All I did was just comment. I was just in passing, like, hey, I'll comment on this. And so I said, I quit YouVersion a long time ago, probably 5-6 years ago. I quit YouVersion. It was in the month of February. Guess what's the month of February? Black History Month. That's right. Black History Month. So I commented and I just said, look, I deleted this app years ago when they recommended that I should read Bible studies written by black Christians during the month of February. That's when I knew they were infected with the mind virus. And this is straightforward. Now, of course, this has triggered some people. The first comment on this is, wait, is that bad? I have so many questions on so many levels about why this would ever be a bad thing. And I said, because cultural, racial Marxism is promoted by pretty much every secular institution. I didn't expect to find it when I opened my Bible app. You could also say, yeah, like, first of all, I didn't even use YouVersion for Bible studies, number one. I used to just read the Bible. If I didn't have my actual copy with me, I had it on my phone. Number two, I don't care what color you are. Like, why during, oh, it's Black History Month. I mean, you might as well open it up in June and get, oh, well, you want some gay, you want to read Bible studies written by the gays? Maybe we've got those for you. So I saw that, and I was like, oh, gosh, okay, the cultural nonsense has infected YouVersion. It's just an app to read the Bible, and they're telling me, oh, this month, to be in solidarity with Black history this month, you need to read Bible studies and commentaries written by Black people. I said, no, thank you, and I deleted the app, and I found another app. I was done with it. Let's see, Varinka says, I've been using for years. I've never seen that. David, it's sad that you are offended because of another race. Again, not because of another race. It's because the gay race communism that is everywhere infected my Bible app. The people that run the Bible app have been infected by it, and I didn't want to have to. When I open the Bible on my phone, I don't want to have to deal with the nonsense. And it was there. So I'm being called fragile, a white fragile snowflake. What a strange way to say you're racist. I think somebody stood up for me on that one. Yeah, a guy named Ryan the Zealot said, that's absurd to assume someone's racist when they're sick of people pushing their preferred races. Exactly. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys. It's apparently for me, this is it's weird. Twitter doesn't really promote me. I don't ever really hit the Twitter X algorithm very often. So for me to just post a random comment somewhere and get 4,000 views within a couple of hours and comments critical is a rare thing for me. It doesn't really happen very often, and so it happened. Anyway, you can follow me at Real Paul Herrell on X if you want. Make sure you go to the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel and click the subscribe button and the little bell for notifications. Also, make sure, if you're watching on Rumble, LFA TV on Rumble, make sure that you subscribe to Rumble, like Rumble, and then subscribe to it. And share. Not only share when I'm on from 3 to 5, but I want you to share just when this all-day 13-hour stream is amazing. I don't know if there's anything else like it out there. And so you get great content, great show hosts, different perspectives. It's fantastic. So I want you to, guys, please share this channel. Share it with your friends. Share it with, on other social media platforms, whether it's X or Facebook or wherever, and let's continue to grow this thing together at LFA TV. Really appreciate it. Want to give a shout out to my sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. That is all the time that I have for this edition. I'm going to be back here tomorrow. I'm told Rob will be here. I'm not sure about Eric's schedule, but we're going to have a good show regardless. God bless everybody out there watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website, or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions, and there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees. No pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Yay, and welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast. We are so glad to have you here. Hopefully you have as much fun on this episode as we've had preparing for it. You know, the fun thing about working with your family is... working with your family. No, we have an amazing time, give each other a hard time, and lots of deposits. You know, working with your kids, nothing will keep you more humble than working with your very smart adult children, helping you figure things out, pointing out your idiosyncrasies and flaws. And, you know, we're called as a family. They all let go of careers, things they were doing, same as with us, to pick this up during what we considered kind of a crazy time. We saw, you know, death tickers on TV during the pandemic and started interviewing doctors that had answers, and same thing with the elections. And our goal is to kind of bring information to the table every day that helps you move the needle a little bit in your own life. We have a mandate to inject hope into any situation, regardless of what we're talking about or what's going on. And ultimately, we all want our children, grandchildren, those come after us, to be able to stand on our shoulders and see further than we did.
Amen.
And to do better than we're doing, to have a country that's at least as free as what we inherited, if not more so. And, you know, we're kind of at a pivotal time. Things could go sort of either way. There are some attacks on our freedoms in almost every nation in the world, specifically Judeo-Christian nations, Western civilization. There's an attack on it that has been disguised a little different than previous Marxist takeovers and things that have happened in the past. There's a World Economic Forum, and you know, about 1,000 billionaires that have joined in with them that have kind of worked against us, and it's kind of up to us. I don't know that people here are coming to save us, that they're going to fix it. Regularly say elected officials are kind of the worst among us most of the time. When you hear things that they do, and some of the candidates that are running, specifically in the Democratic Party this time, and I get disappointed with Republicans often as well. So it's kind of up to us to lock arms to say, we're going to raise the standards in our own life. We're going to take care and focus on our health. We're going to focus on our children's education. We're going to focus on our finances. We're going to focus on the things to move the needle. And you guys are partnering with us. You know, we love your comments, love your emails, love your text messages, helping us get better. We hope to give information, help you get better. And iron sharpens iron, and we work every day to make each other better and laugh a lot in the process. Yes. and learn and grow. So hopefully you joined today's show. If you've never been to flyoverconservatives.com, check out the website. It's got links there, and there's links down below that can take you to Instagram is smoking hot. A lot of reels from, if you don't got time to watch a full form interview, there's a lot of reels that have the nuggets on there, as well as our X account is growing rapidly. So if you are on the X, give us a look.
Some of the references and videos and some of the stuff we're going to be talking about specifically today, you can find on our X. So if you're like, oh man, I want to share that with my friend, I want to share that with my cousin, how do I clip this out of this Rumble thing or whatever, just go to our X. We usually clip things out and put them on X. It's a great way to kind of stay in touch with our feed. And the pulse of what we're thinking before it even comes out on the show.
Our Spotify
Right.
account now has video in it as well. So Spotify is rocking, Apple's rocking. This show's gone on 60 platforms, but Spotify now has video on it as well. So you can see me, which is a treat.
It is a treat. I sure like it. No doubt about it.
Have it available.
Hey, we've got some wins, actually, that we wanted to bring up with you. So obviously June is, you know, I don't know what year it started, but Pride Month, you know, for the LGBTQ. What is it?
As you're getting started, I was like, I had to Google search that, so I found it. President Clinton, ironically, was the first one to announce it. It was in 1999.
1999.
So not even the 2000s. It was just
late
right at the edge of
1900s.
it. Yep.
And I remember last year on the show talking a lot about Chick-fil-A 2 years ago, talking about Chick-fil-A and everything that they were doing with Pride Month and some pretty cool stuff we want to put up on the screen from Truth Social about Chick-fil-A and actually kind of what they are doing. It says there on their X there, we are proud to protect our values and stay grounded in what we believe. Respect for others does not require us to celebrate or endorse every message or movement. We will not change who we are to appeal to the crowd, and we will not compromise our beliefs for approval. Our position is simple, and we remain respectful, but we will also remain true to our principles.
Amen, Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I'm like,
Rock
that
it
is
out.
awesome.
As of right now, there are 9 NFL teams that have not participated in their messaging and changing their banners or any kind of things like that. I'll read them off. It is the Dallas Cowboys. They can do it either way.
Sending shade down to Dallas.
The New Orleans Saints, the Cincinnati Bengals, Cleveland Browns, Las Vegas Raiders, New York Jets, Pittsburgh Steelers, Tennessee Titans, and the Chiefs of Kansas City.
Come on.
So happy about that. It has really gotten involved where every major sports team has really kind of forced even their players, regardless of what you believe personally, you got to be all about this thing. And, you know, it kind of makes it complicated for those guys.
No doubt about it. And then there was a big one coming out about Target. So if you guys remember a few years ago with Target, what we were facing, you know, with that, and just it was so in your face at the time. And now if you were actually to look at it, Daily Wire put it out. You can see the article there. Target picks a different flag in June, and it's actually a family wrapped around. If you scroll up on that towards the top, there you go. You can see the family there with the United States flag.
Well, family pride action.
Yeah, it's like now for a little dose of good news is what this says for the 250th birthday, the Americana. And you can see there, as Avery had scrolled down earlier, the epic style there with the family. They've got the family there. You
Come
know?
on.
I'm like, wow, that's pretty good.
It's a compromise, but you know, it's kind of about trending, you know, and where's the needle pointing? They the past years they moved, you know, the onesies with the tuxie in it and weird all this
Just
stuff. And they
weird
put these
stuff.
things right in the front of the store. You can't even walk in without swimming through a seat of LGBTQ and sexuality and you know, trans children gear and
Very force-fed down your
Yeah.
throat.
it's very aggressive, and they still have a section, but it's, you know, where those things, it's in the closed section. It's not right as you walk in, and you know,
These are wins.
these are wins. It's trending in the right way, and I think it's getting back to a place where it's like, you know, I think people who are not okay with that are starting to say, you know what, I'm going to spend my money somewhere else. And everybody has the freedom of choice. You know, they say you have the freedom of speech, you know, but not the freedom of reach is something they use sometimes on the social media platforms. But you don't have freedom from consequences on something whether people want to do business with you. If you run a business, you have the freedom to be nice when people walk in or not. And they have the freedom whether they want to keep coming into your business or not. These are all, you know, the free market, you know, in my opinion, is better than government legislation. And things kind of work their way out where people want to spend money or not spend money and what they want to do. And I think Target has taken note of that.
And speaking of free speech, I can't think of somebody that's done much more for defending free speech than a great thinker, one of the best thinkers of our time.
Yeah.
He's one of the few people that's like not a musician and not a comedian, not really entertainment category, but can still fill like, you know, arenas and
He
stuff.
filled the Daimler Chrysler Center
That's
here.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he filled like a 5,000 arena here in Kansas City with just thoughts. Like that's a
yeah.
You know, a penny for your thoughts. He gets a lot more than a penny for his thoughts, and he's a really, really, really good guy. But he's talking about pride specifically because it's a really specific word that was chosen for this, and we got some other, some Bible verses and some other stuff that's going to be coming up. But pride is a really interesting word that was chosen for this month and what they're trying to celebrate, what they're trying to draw attention to. And there's a clip from Jordan Peterson that I think really draws that out really well. Let's play that real quick.
We have Pride Month. Well, what are we celebrating? First of all, how about we don't celebrate pride? It's a cardinal sin. And you might say, well, they don't mean pride. They mean it's a group of oppressed people and just finding their identity and getting some security in that identity. And so what they mean by pride is security in that identity. It's like the word's pride. That's the word that was chosen. And it's pride in relationship, as far as I can tell, to nothing but hedonistic self-gratification. It's like identity is going to be your sexual desire. That's your identity, your sexual desire. So that means it's an identity to the part of you. It's the gratification. That's your identity.
A very bad idea.
It is a bad idea. When we watched the video, the first thing it made me think of was the scripture that goes along with that. Proverbs 16:18 says, "Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall." And I was like, man, when he was talking, I was like, that is exactly from scripture, no doubt about it.
On the highlight, another word he said even exploit yourself. And that's not a new idea. That goes back to the New Testament. Paul talks about this a lot. Sexual sins are not just even a sexual sin in and of itself. It's a violation to your own body and your own spirit, even outside of regardless of sexual orientation. Sex outside of marriage, sex in an adulterous relationship, anything sexual, pornography, everything sexual is a sin against your own spirit. It's a sin against your own body. It's a violation of your own self. It's
outside of what God intended it to be.
Yes, yeah, outside of how it's intended to be, which is inside of a marriage. We've seen a couple of, this isn't even in our notes, but I want to mention it. There's a little bit of a trend I've noticed. 2 or 3 shows, we've had this little kind of a game going on for years. Anytime you have a movie or a TV show and they show a sexual encounter, or it's insinuated, or they're walking upstairs and they pan out, or but it's implied in any movie. And kind of do this for yourself, see what you think when you're watching shows. It's always outside of marriage. It's only couples hooking. They never show a married couple like, hey, and then that fades out. We've noticed 2 or 3 shows lately that I'm like, man, every time they insinuated this was happening, there's a sexual encounter coming or something, they're starting to show more of them inside of a marriage with a man and a woman. I'm like, okay, that's kind of a good trend headed in the right direction. So those are all, I think, kind of good wins.
And even just against yourself, I've never attended a pride parade personally. Never, not even to celebrate.
Yes, you have. With us.
When was this?
When we were in Austin, Texas in the month of August.
Oh, yeah.
We left an award ceremony, and oddly enough, it was
we were up for an award.
Yeah.
We were getting we walked out, and there was a pride parade going on in August. The streets were blocked off, and there was some guy in like leather and a jockstrap.
That's my point. It extra highlights the point here, which is, kind of that a lot of what they're celebrating is kind of this just debauchery in general. It's just,
it's what it felt like.
It's weird. It's messed up. And that's a lot of times what you're seeing is you're talking about like against yourself and stuff, like the things they put themselves into and the positions and just all that. You're like, oh, it kind of ends up being just a celebration of debauchery, of grossness, of just gross. If wholesome is on one side, there's this cute couple on Instagram and they're just like real wholesome and sweet, and they just play these like silly games. They like cut and cook stuff together and do stuff, and they just get this massive traction because people are really attracted to wholesome and sweetness.
Yeah.
And when you see something that's just kind of gross, debauchery, leather straps over the you're like, I don't know, I don't know what that is.
Get out of here. I don't want.
And you also see like I don't know necessarily here in the United States, but outside of the United States, where they're doing some parades and different things like that, where they truly are pretty much naked.
Yeah.
And there's kids, that are there, and it's like, wow, what happened? What is going on?
It's devolved. If in 1999 maybe the original intention was like a celebration of it's just devolved and devolved and devolved. And I think anything that's not centered in God eventually devolves. If there's not God energy on something, it eventually starts to.
There's no guardrail.
There's no guardrail, and it just starts to go down, which kind of brings me to an interesting point. I didn't know this until recently. I saw a post from a friend that was actually talking about how this was an absurd idea, but I was like, that is interesting. They're right in the middle of Pride Month. So you got the word Pride Month, smash the word together, in the middle of the word is the word demon, which is kind of an interesting, little thing. I don't know if there's extra to that or anything like that, but I just think it's an interesting piece, because a lot of times when you do remove God completely from something, the wholesome equation, the good equation, they're like, wow, that was really sweet, that was great, that was kind, it devolves dramatically. Again, there's no guardrails, there's no checks, there's no, I don't know if you guys have ever had this, but like a Holy Spirit conviction. Like you're doing something, you're like, oh man, Holy Spirit's kind of convicting me on that. My daughter, was kind of moved the other day, and she's like, oh man, I didn't think Holy Spirit was wanting that. And I'm like, man, that's so sweet.
Pretty good for 6.
It is, but just, the Holy Spirit as a Christian does convict you. It's like, man, that was wrong, that was messed up. And so it kind of keeps you on this path. And then you have the Bible and you have the church. I remember when I was in 3rd grade, you and I were almost in a car accident, and you're like, in case something ever happens to me, promise me you always stay in the church, because I know if you're always in the church every Sunday, you're not going to veer too far off the path and listen to everything that Jim Rohn has ever made. And those are the 2 things. But the reason you stay in church, here or there, anywhere else, there's weird people at church, there's bad people at church. We were talking this morning about, some corruption that might be happening in the church. And you're like, man, that's so messed up, that's sad. But if you're going to church every single Sunday, you're not going to veer too far off the path. When you're at a pride parade, you're just going to veer too far. And I think it's because the centering of it is very hedonistic. It's very, it's very demonic in general.
Well, there's corruption in the church. People make mistakes. There's things happen, but it's not celebrated.
Right.
It's called out and corrected for the most part. When that happens, it's not, yes, more. It's,
and when you see a breakdown of the family unit, you do see that these societies eventually do fall. They are destructed, in that process. And so something that you've done since the time that you were young is, I think, 10 years old, started reading a proverb every single day. So to go back to that scripture of Proverbs 16:18, pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. And it's like God is warning us, man, if you have pride, there's destruction. If you have a haughty spirit, there's a fall, and you look at that. And so anytime that you have a breakdown of the family unit, a fall is going to happen. You look at any society, when that happens, when the family unit is taken out, the society falls. And that's something we have to be very aware of.
And, you got to look at the bread and circus part of our society, the, sports and entertainment, kind of the Roman Colosseum, it's kind of always this distraction, and it is, distraction's good. I'm not this anti-sports person. If you watch this, I love sports. I love competing. I love playing sports. I love competing cornhole. We love just playing games. Anything we're doing, we love to compete in ping pong or whatever we're doing. Basketball, pickleball now.
Yes.
Yep. We love some pickleball.
Pickleball stars over here.
There's something like bird watching, collecting plates, and you start playing pickleball.
I know when you get older.
As an empty nester. You're picking one of 3 paths.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're kind of in the pickleball. So I love sports. You work hard and it's kind of a good release and get you moving. But what are when you work all day, and then you want to watch something and have it be kind of a distraction. There's a comedian does this whole bit about this cancer awareness thing that took place, at a game. And he's like, oh man, this is really heavy the way they did this message. It's like, man, so you just hey, I want to just turn this on and really just enjoy it. So when you go to something like that and you're like, man, I don't want to watch the news. Shows are kind of tough. And then sports are kind of the last sort of, there's no, racism in it. There's no anything. You got every different,
nepotism.
It's like,
it's hard to have
there's
nepotism in sports.
And so when they inject things into sports with Pride Month, it's kind of like, man, this was kind of my thing to sort of enjoy and exhale and get. And they make it very hard for athletes specifically. They have grace for everything that they could possibly do, as long as you're good, and it's not caught on film. Ask Ray Rice about that. As long as you're good, they have grace for it, unless you really hold a standard to biblical standards. If you're Harrison Bucker, they're going to come down on you harder than somebody who, domestic violence. They're going to come down harder on someone. And they've recently had this happen. And Josh Howerton out of Rockwall, Texas.
Love that guy.
Watched this show very long. We reference him a lot, play a lot of his reels. He covered this one here about the Chicago Bulls and their level of tolerance for somebody that is, want to participate in their debauchery celebration. Check this out.
The world can proclaim LGBTQ. They proclaim Pride Month and the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness.
That's it. Okay, so he says this.
join us for Pride Month, celebrate unrighteousness. First of all, that's 100% true. They make these guys during June, they make all these guys wear all the LGBT, all the pride flag stuff. I'd always been like, dude, if you're a Christian in the league, how are you gonna handle that? So Jaden is very fairly in this Instagram live, kind of sounding off on this phenomenon and the problem it creates from his Christian. So then the very next day, Bulls post this on their Instagram account. Chicago Bulls announced today the team has waived guard Jaden Ivey due to conduct detrimental to the team. Immediately, like didn't even take one day. You've got players all over the NBA who have beaten their wives, been found guilty of domestic abuse. Players can rob their families and they can beat women. They can make very openly anti-Christian comments from both players and coaches. They can make extremely polarizing political comments on things like BLM or how ICE are murderers. Zero consequences. All of them still got their jobs. But the second somebody voices a Christian belief about marriage and sexuality, you're gone. You say one thing that Christians have believed for 2,000 years or 5,000, including the Old Covenant, you're gone in a day. So I just want to point out the demonic double standard. Check this out. Now, before I read this verse, remember, what Jaden Ivey's objecting to is, man, they're making me as a Christian NBA player celebrate and promote Pride Month. They're making me publicly give approval to those who practice this unrighteousness. Now, that in mind, let me read Romans 1:32. Though they know God's decree that those who practice such things deserve to die, and it's just talking about sinners. Yeah. Sinners in general, sin deserves death. They not only do them, but they give approval to those who practice them.
It's a lot to think about right there. Wow.
Josh is great because he captures things and kind of cuts to the heart in a world where a lot of pastors are like, let's kind of just keep the numbers up. If you're tithing, we want you here. He's kind of like, this is a standard. I think that's why his church is growing.
Yeah. People are hungry for that.
They are.
That's biblical standard among young men specifically is one of the biggest growing demographics. Bible sales are at an all-time high. Bible apps, audio apps with scripture verses every day are at an all-time high, especially young men, because they're looking around and they're like, I don't know that living for myself, living selfishly, doing everything that I want, sleeping as late as I want, playing as much video games as I want, smoking as much weed as I want, drinking as much as I want, eating as much as I want. I don't know if all those things are leading to the life, and they're learning the value. And you know what? He mentioned death. Well, sometimes death happens in a moment. Sometimes it's gradual, and there's things that lead to death, and people are dying spiritually. And when they realize, you know what, Jesus came to die for my sins. He paid the price to cover that. He took the death. I didn't have to. And then all he asks is, hey, let me be in the driver's seat of your life. I have a better option for you. I have all the desires that you want, everything in your life that you want that motivates you, that brings pleasure. I have a place for that that's designed. I created every desire you have. It's just designed to be used here, and he has a plan for your life.
So in the middle of this, Pride Month, everyone's kind of going off. Man, we got some big wins here.
I was going to say that.
My hat's off to Jaden Ivey. My hat's off to the NFL teams that are just like, nah, we're not going to do that. Chick-fil-A, way to go. Jordan Peterson still out there, making stand and like, that's hedonistic, and it's hedonistic to the lowest, form of self to identify as that. And so I just. Looking across, that's awesome.
If you're aware of others, put them in the comments below. Let us know.
I was going to say even President Trump, because you do look at what's happened over the last few years of, on the lawn of the White House, whether it be Obama in the pride colors, on the White House, or you see the transgender guy that takes off his shirt and, all of that with his breasts going everywhere on the lawn of the White House. That's not happening with President Trump. So there are definitely wins.
He's having UFC on the lawn.
Exactly. That's exactly
win.
Win. We'll be right back.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
Has gold hit all-time highs already this year?
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with a MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
So good. We appreciate you guys partnering with us, and also, if we offer anything on this show, as an ad, it's something we believe in. It's a company that we support. It's something we know that if I was not doing a podcast, I would try to, I would tell my kids, hey, this is the thing you need in this category. So it's the things we believe in. If you find value in that, we appreciate you supporting them and supporting us.
We talked about on the last segment about pride coming before a fall. We're starting to see some nations come to a fall across the board. And one nation specifically, we're just so close to them geographically that it has an impact on us, is the nation of Canada. And this came across our feed, and I was like, man, I've got to show this, to the Flyover family, because this is something. Every now and then there's something that a move goes too far. You saw that with the Revolutionary War. Eventually they threw the tea into the harbor, and there was the Boston Massacre. There's some stuff that's like, all right, enough is enough. I'm hoping this is one of those moments for our brothers up north in Canada. This was shocking to me. It feels like just too far for a Western civilization to have gotten to this spot where someone could just be picked up off the street for their belief systems. It feels very, if you've ever read 1984, Big Brother, all of a sudden, hey, we need this new speak. We need a new, pull people out and change the way they think. This feels very similar to that. Here's a little video that kind of breaks it down. Check this out.
One Canadian political activist was detained and forced into a psych ward this week for trying to expose political overreach. Watch this.
Yeah. Okay. And this is Dr. Emery. He's a resident psychiatrist, senior resident. He's on a rotation with the CAR 87. We're part of a program that includes Vancouver Coastal Health and the Vancouver Police. Okay. Mm-hmm. And what we do is we go to people when there's different reasons that come up. Every case is a little different, and we go to people to see them where they are, especially if there's been issues with trying to find them and talk to them. So in your case, I think you were certified under the Mental Health Act just, I don't know how long ago, but like maybe 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. Were you aware of that? Dr. Taylor saw you in a cafe. She didn't certify you. I think you filmed part of it. And then she spoke with your family, got some more information, and, you know, you're going to have to turn that off.
So just one sec. What the officer just told me is that, you know, you and I can set up a meeting and we can chat then. So why don't we do that, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not turning the camera off. I have a legal right to keep the camera on. If you don't want to make the appointment now, we can do it at another time. But you know, that's what the officer just asked that we do. So why don't we do that?
So I'm going to certify you under the Mental Health Act. We're going to bring you to a hospital, do testing on you, and you're going to talk to a psychiatrist in a controlled environment because we don't believe that you're going to attend an appointment.
I won't attend. I've never been given a chance to attend an appointment.
So he's certified.
I've never been given a chance to attend an appointment. What is going on? I was never given a psych eval or nothing. He just looked at me and said, "You're certified."
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know why, but it's up to the doctor. So if you.
But no, he didn't even give me an eval. He just looked at me and said, "I'm certified." Man.
I get that.
You know, please consider what you're doing, and please think about the fact that I'm more than happy to come in for an appointment. I'm happy to go through and do everything properly. Okay, I've been completely compliant with everything.
Yes, you've been really good with me, Nicholas. But listen, that's his call, and unfortunately, we can't go back on that.
He hasn't
you have
talked
to
to
get
me.
checked out by a doctor.
You're
Dr. Christine Taylor, who recently just scrubbed all of her social media, certified him as needing to go to a psych ward after a 2-minute interaction at a coffee shop where he was hosting a meet and greet. All of this was done completely against his will and with zero reason other than the fact that a doctor arbitrarily certified him as mentally unstable.
So
whoa, that is scary.
Orwell wouldn't have done that. He'd be like, "That's not believable. I can't put this in fiction."
Just police pull you over, and the doctors are like, "Yeah, you're certifiable," which means you're not safe for society, and we don't trust you as a person that needs to be on the streets. And so we're gonna pull you, and we're gonna run tests and like double check, like how are you doing, because of his political stances. And that was all it was. It was 3 minutes at a meet and greet that he hosted. Like, we have meet and greets.
Right.
We talk to people all the time.
Yeah.
And so a doctor came up during the meet and greet and was just asking him about his beliefs and his thoughts. Left. He didn't have anything to say about it. Didn't know it was the thing. She certified that he is now insane. And so he gets picked up by the police and taken in. And now he's under check there. So his name is Nicholas Jordan Wagter. And this just happened like just a few weeks ago here, you know, just north in Canada. And you start to see, you're like, man, how could that have happened? How could this have happened? How could that have? Like, there's things that we push against on the show. Like, there, you know, Dad talked about when we first started the show. There's other careers that my sister and I have had. There's other things we've done. There's other opportunities that are great. But one of the reasons we started this podcast is I have little kids. I have a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, man. And I'm like, if they grow up in the kind of world where they could just get picked up because one doctor arbitrarily said.
It wasn't even an appointment. It was at a meet and greet.
At a meet and greet, this guy's insane, taken in all for his political beliefs and his political stances, and he gets taken out. I'm like, man, that is a really scary place to be at.
But again, when you remove God from situations, things slide and trend the wrong way. That was our whole first section of today's show. Canada, you know, 2016 implemented the MAID program, and it's like maybe there's an argument, you know, to be had for an isolated situation. They open a door. Now, 1 in 20 Canadians that die each year are from medically assisted suicide. That's a really large number.
They even run commercials for
they run ads saying, "Hey, you had a good run. You know, you're getting older. This, you know, make way, save the planet." I mean, these you can pull them up and look. You know, they're black and white, really well filmed. You know, ads talking about life. Like, if you're elderly and something's wrong, man, don't be a burden to your family. Step aside. That is a godless Darwinian worldview. Canada is really falling in a lot of ways. And anytime when you see the value of life pulled to the side, which, you know, you see it in that ad, you see it with, you know, pride, you know, you see it in all these different phases. But Canada is a nation that's fallen to these godless ideas and is suffering the consequences. There's 2,200 different providers that will help you end your life in the nation of Canada. It's gotten out of hand.
It is just crazy. So that's Canada. Let's move on to what's going on in Germany.
Germany, you know, all of these Western nations, and I kind of go back to the World Economic Forum. If you follow us on X, I basically said when I put out this video we're about to play here in a second, are there any, you know, Western civilized nations that you can say of that are thriving, that are not falling down. You're going to be shocked what you see with Germany here in just a second. But the United States kind of hanging by a thread. Could you imagine if we wouldn't have had Trump? And you may say, I wanted Trump to do more on immigration. I wanted Trump to do. They got rid of red dye 7, but not yellow dye this. I wanted Maha to do more of what I thought. You may have your beefs on certain things. I said no new wars. Now we're doing this thing in Iran.
Yeah.
Well, could you imagine the alternative?
Right.
If you saw the trajectory during 4 years of Biden.
Ooh, that was
can you imagine
scary.
if Kamala would have got there?
Accelerated
Can you imagine
quickly.
if Hillary would have got in 2016? The World Economic Forum has had a plan for you to own nothing, be happy. You're never going to own a home, but you can be in an apartment building with a gym. You're never going to have this. You have 15-minute cities. You can drive a car, but you can't get more than so far from your home, or your credit card won't work. We've seen all these things take place in Australia. Everything I just said, those are all real things. These nations are falling due to mass immigration, no assimilation in the culture, no assimilation of language and belief systems. And you say, well, they're pulling your heartstrings on an initial moment, but when things are not done properly, we raised our children. I couldn't have had 300 kids move in and be parents to them,
right?
With the time and resources we had available. So it's like, well, but aren't there 300 kids that could have had a place to live? I couldn't be a parent to the children that God gave me and have 300 more move into the home, and it doesn't. We understand that, but then we see what happens to nations. We're beginning to see the cause and effect dominoes down the road. Check out the status of Germany and the pickle they're in and their ability to even defend themselves in the future as a nation. Check this out.
Germany can no longer raise an army simply because of how many Muslims are now German citizens. Now, allegedly, and I will say allegedly here, Germany's Chancellor Merz has privately admitted that he's worried about the country's ability to raise an army simply because Germany doesn't want to put weapons in the hands of hundreds of thousands of Muslim Germans. And he'd be right in worrying, because a recent study of young Muslim Germans showed that nearly half expressed latent Islamist attitudes, which are, the kind of attitudes that turn Muslims into terrorists. And more than half said that their religious commandments were more important to them than even German democracy. And if you ask me, these don't sound like the attitudes of Germans. These sound like the attitudes of Germany's enemy.
Such a good point.
So when you can't even raise a military as a nation because you've imported or allowed to bring in, many times you're taking funds from the citizens that are paying taxes to bring in additional. It's the exact same thing as like, I'm letting my kids go hungry because I brought in 300 more children. It's not realistic. And you're not going to have the cohesion of a family that feels like a family. You don't have the cohesion of a neighborhood or a country that feels like a country, where the school systems work and function and they can all understand the same teacher up front. Like these things just don't work.
Especially if the 300 hated you, hated your values, hated everything you stand for.
Exactly.
They hate you.
When you can't bring Sharia law, fundamentalists into a country that has Judeo-Christian values and expect, well, this will work out fine.
So what happens when you do that?
Well, what happens, you end up with a country like the UK. For the last 10 years, the number one new baby name in the UK is Muhammad. And it's not because people are like, it's got a good ring to it. It's got, it's got a good phonetic flow. It's because they're being outnumbered. And I don't think under the current trajectory, there'll ever be a mayor of a major city in the UK that doesn't believe in Sharia law and is not a passionate Muslim.
I mean, that's like, you see that and you're like, oh my gosh, how do you go back from that?
Well, you don't vote your way out of it because there is a very active plan to get a hold of the lowest levels of power. And they've now moved up from the local cities, the city council, up to mayor, and are basically taking over the UK. And when you see that, it's like, man, okay, how does that work? Then does everybody develop their own neighborhoods, and do they segregate, and how do they get along well with one another? Well, we've seen what happens. In December the 3rd of 2025, a young man in the UK was targeted not for even his religious beliefs. He was targeted by the color of his skin, and he was put to death by an immigrant from another country that is not working cohesively under the laws of that nation. They don't recognize that because they have their own belief systems that are higher than the ones that are there.
And their the laws for them are different than everybody else. They actually get to carry knives. They get to do that where the public cannot do that.
Yeah, well, they eliminated free speech. They eliminate guns. You know, not that they ever really had free speech. America has the oldest constitution functioning in the world. There's not a country in the world that has a constitution. You say, well, there's all these old nations. They don't have an unchanged, working, instituted constitution that goes back as old as ours. It's amazing that it works as well. The only reason all of this stuff works is because of free speech.
Yep.
And you're able to hey, that's a bad idea. I can counteract that with another idea. When that's not allowed, then we're in a world of hurt. And that is exactly what's happened in the UK. I can't fathom the pain of a parent that would lose their child in the way that Henry Novak lost his life in the UK. Now we're seeing hundreds of thousands of people show up in Southampton. At some point, there's maps we could show you of the rise and fall and how this stuff moved. Bill Federer did an unbelievable presentation recently at Jack Hibbs Church in California, but it shows the expansion of Christianity from the resurrection of Christ. 100, 200, 300, 400 years. You went from a nation like Rome who crucified Christ and would throw Christians to the lions to now, if you visit Rome, there's crosses everywhere, and it became the capital of Christendom. That's a pretty major switch. And they did it not because they overthrew and killed all the Romans. They did it because of a conversion and life change in the power of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And then in 600, Islam comes along and it begins to be a very violent, we're taking down, based on the writings of their leader, that they should take out everyone that opposes them. And you see on his map, it just expands green, green, green. And it does until eventually nations have enough in Spain and all around the Mediterranean. And then there's a war, they push back and fight. Maybe that will be happening in the UK. I don't know. I hope this can be resolved peacefully. I hope they could say, let's all just get along. I don't know. But I think that they need to not have a two-tiered justice system like they have now that led to the death of Henry Novak. His dad came out from the court the other day, and the body cam footage has now become available. Some of you have seen it. Some of you have not. Maybe you've heard about it. But I want to play just a short clip of his father recapping what happened, because I think it's important for us to see this and look at it. If you have children, put yourself in his shoes.
Ooh, so
and
sad.
No young man should die the way that he did. And it's a travesty that I cannot imagine having to experience as a parent. But this is the reality of the World Economic Forum's policies that are infecting every Western nation that exists. Check this out.
My name is Mark Novak. I am Henry Novak's father. To my left is my daughter Olivia Novak, Henry's older sister, and to her left is Lucy Ross, Henry's Novak's mother. On the 3rd of December last year, Henry was walking home from a night out with his university football teammates when he encountered Vikram Digwa, a man openly carrying a large knife on the streets of Britain. That knife was used to take Henry's life. He should have been safe walking home. Instead, he became another young life lost to the brutal reality of knife crime in this country. Henry had been stabbed multiple times, and as his chest filled with blood, he tried to escape. He was chased, abused, and filmed by Vikram Digwa and others. When police arrived, Henry was lying on the floor, barely able to sit up and plainly in severe medical distress. With his final words, he told officers that he could not breathe. He told them he had been stabbed. In fact, Henry told officers that he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. The response from one officer was, "I don't think you have, mate." The police have said they were misled by the murderer and that the scene when they arrived was complex. Unfortunately, it seems to us the truth is much simpler. The police were told by our son himself and by a member of the public who called 999 that they heard someone shout that they had been stabbed. But the police did not believe them. Henry was pulled across the gravel, his hands forced behind his back, and he was placed in handcuffs. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights. That was the last thing he heard. Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him. Let me be absolutely clear. We hold Vikram Digwa solely and 100% responsible for the brutal murder of our son. But Henry should not have died on the streets of Southampton in police custody. The way he was treated was inhumane and degrading. His murderer, however, was afforded decency. He was believed. He was not handcuffed when arrested. He was not handcuffed when transported to the police station. As far as we understand, he was never handcuffed at all. And, as Vikram Digwa himself told the court, whilst under arrest for Henry's murder, police even took him to the kitchen so he could choose his food. The contrast is unbearable.
Oh, I can't breathe. Put the hand in the cuff, mate. Yeah.
This is like times this has happened to us. You've been walking, you can't walk with it. Can we get multiple times we've had people racist attacks and nothing happens.
He's saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think
him.
you've been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
Right.
In the face?
Just get these back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of them.
Should we
Right, keep you on your side, mate. You've got to retrieve then. I'm saying to him, I'm keeping him on his side. We were sat up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment you are under arrest, and that's for assault, so you do not have to say anything, may harm in defence if you do not mention when questioned. So to which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? You'll be sick, I think.
It's so
That
upsetting.
is
Just
heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking to know that your child died in that way, and the last words he heard as he left this life was his rights being read, because he was killed, and they were treating him like a criminal because the person when they arrived said it was racism. And when common sense goes out the window and you have a multi-tiered justice system, that's exactly what you end up with.
And as we were actually going through that story, it brought me back to the prophetic report of last week. Amanda Grace actually had a word on May the 30th, 2026. And in that word, there was a word specifically for England. And this is what it said: England, complete collapse, says the Lord, including a historic building, says the Lord, that will be a sign of what is about to collapse with the royal family, with Parliament, with the Euro, says the Lord. God is saying again, you know, what we've been talking about, this destruction, you know, it is so important that we keep Christ-centered and that there is fairness and justice in our system. It's so important.
Amen.
Going to end it on a up note here, and because I believe that there's a call to action required with everything. If you see something and you're just angry, you know, our slogan here, you know, on every piece of literature we got, cup, you know, coffee mug, everything's wake up, speak up, and show up. And if you don't take action, you kind of just get depressed. You kind of make angry, you know, or you maybe become an expert at just finding everything that's wrong in the world. And like, what do I do? I didn't learn a lot about what I consider maybe one of the greatest Americans in the history of our country much growing up. And for some reason, this name's not the front of most people's mind. And I want to highlight him because this is a really good story about what it means to wake up, speak up, and show up at great cost. And in a opposite of pride is a selfless serving those that are going to be sitting underneath of the shade of trees you're planting today that you're never even going to benefit from. And so I'm going to read it about a guy that you may not have heard much from our history. He was the richest man in America, and he signed a document that could have gotten him hanged. And when someone sneered that he was safe because no one would know which Charles Carroll to come for, he picked up the pen and told the British exactly where to find him. You may say, who is Charles Carroll? I'll tell you. His name was Charles Carroll, and the colonies were crawling with men who shared it. That was a very common name. His own father was also Charles Carroll of Annapolis. So when the Declaration of Independence came to him for signing in 1776, a delegate made a cruel little joke, and he said, Carroll risks nothing by signing. There were so many Charles Carrolls that the king's men would never know which one to hang. Carroll didn't argue. He leaned over the page, and he added 3 words to his signature: of Carrollton, the name of his estate, basically his address. He was the only signer in the entire room who wrote down where he lived, and he did it on purpose so that if the British wanted to come to hang a traitor, they knew exactly which door to knock on. That is who Charles Carroll of Carrollton was. He was the man. Here is what makes the moment even sharper. He was not a man with little to lose. He was the single wealthiest man in all 13 colonies. He was the largest private landowner among them. While George Washington and John Hancock get talked about as rich men, it was Carroll who topped them all. When he signed, he was wagering the biggest personal fortune in America against a noose. And he was the last man anyone would have expected to even be there at all. Carroll was Catholic. In colonial Maryland, a colony that was founded as a Catholic refuge that had since turned on its own, Catholics could not vote. They could not hold public office. They could not worship in public. The most educated, wealthiest man in America, in the eyes of the law, was a second-class subject, barred from the very government that he was helping to create. He had spent 17 years being educated by Jesuits in France, and he spoke 5 languages fluently. And back home, he could still not even legally cast a ballot. So he became the only Catholic to sign the Declaration of Independence, putting his name on a revolution that he hoped would build a country with room for men like him. That was its own enormous bet. Made by a man the existing system had already shut out. Then he simply outlived everyone. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams both died on the same astonishing day in July 4th, 1826, exactly 50 years after the Declaration. When they were gone, Charles Carroll of Carrollton was the last living signer left on Earth. For 6 more years, he was the final human link to that room in Philadelphia, the last hand that had signed, a living relic of the founding that ordinary Americans traveled to seek and shake. He finally died in November of 1832 at the age of 95, 56 years after he wrote his address on a treason document and dared the empire to come and find him. The richest man in America, the only Catholic, the last one standing. He had more to lose than any of them, every legal reason to stay quiet, and he signed his full name and address anyway. We remember the names that we were handed in school. We forget the man who made sure his couldn't be mistaken for anyone else's. That's a pretty powerful story. We put that on our X if you want to see that. That's on the Flyover Conservatives Twitter handle.
Charles Carroll.
And it's a pretty good inspiration for all of us. No matter what we have to lose, it's always good to do the right thing.
That is exactly right. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We bless you. We bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. We bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And we bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining us tonight. We'll see you again next time.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order from My Pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. A dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we finally got what we wanted. The verdict is in for the Carmelo Anthony trial. I believe it couldn't have gone any better for us, Jay, but there's a lot to talk about because it's not over yet. And for those of you thinking that the book is going to get thrown at him, it's not. In fact, it can't be. and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in just a minute. First, I just want to mention our sponsor real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got Father's Day coming up in just a week or two. You've got the 250th anniversary in less than a month. You've got the 2026 midterms. There is never a better time than now to purchase patriotic apparel or USA Pride gifts to show where you stand in America, show that you love America, and let everybody know it, because America needs all the love it can get. You can get anything that you can get anywhere else, you can get at Max Associates, only you can also get better stuff. And Jay, they have an absolutely great deal. Tell them about the deal.
It is unbeatable. $20 gets you, well, anything over $20 gets you 20% off, plus free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that anywhere. I dare you to try it. If you can beat that, that's news to me, because I used to run a t-shirt business, and it is almost impossible to do what he's doing. So 20% off of anything over $20 plus free shipping. You can't beat that. And like Jack said, no better time to go on maxassociates.etsy.com to get your patriotic apparel for Father's Day, for the 250th anniversary. Let's go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, incredible. Max, I talked to Max, and he says, he barely makes any money on this. You can't do 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States and make money on it. He's doing this to spread patriotism across America, which I really appreciate. All right, guys. Jay, the first thing I want to do before we talk about the verdict is I want to get everybody's opinion on the verdict. I'm going to put a poll up real quick, okay? Yep. And I'm going to say, what did you? I'm going to put what would you have voted for Carmelo Anthony? Would you have voted Carmelo if you were in the jury? Would you have voted Carmelo Anthony guilty or not guilty? What do you think, Jay? What would you have voted?
Yeah, absolutely 100% guilty of murder, not manslaughter, murder, because manslaughter was on the table and the right call was made here. This was murder.
Oh, absolutely. And the best part is that in Texas law, actually, you cannot consider manslaughter until you have acquitted them of the first murder charge. So they would have to acquit him of the first murder charge to even consider the second. All right, guys, I want to do this right here. So go ahead. I'm going to put this up right now. If you're in the chat, type 1 for guilty and 2 for not guilty. And that will tell you right there, if you type, you type 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty, would you have voted Carmelo Anthony guilty or not guilty in this particular instance? I mean, Jay, I'm going to leave that up there for a little while. The crazy thing is, Jay, that even though he was found guilty, actually, first, you know what? I got something funny I want to show you, Jay. People can keep voting. I'm going to take the poll down, but you can still vote. Just keep typing 1 or 2 in the chat. We will look at the, right now it's got 4 votes, and we will look at the guilty has the 4, and we will look at the rest of them later once everybody else gets into the chat. But check this out, Jay. I got something funny to show you. People are already making videos about Carmelo Anthony, just funny, random shit. And I want you to see something that is hilarious that somebody made. Okay, you like Price is Right? I love the Price is Right, personally.
Love it. Well, Bob Barker Price is Right, yes.
Yeah. Well, Drew Carey's, see, once you've seen the Bob Barker, once there's a person that's an original and is always on the show, whenever somebody replaces him, it's never the same. It's not Drew Carey's fine. Don't get me wrong. I actually used to love watching the Drew Carey show. Hilarious show, but he's not Bob Barker. Anyways, this is the Price is Right with Bob Barker. And guess who's the guest? Carmelo Anthony.
Oh.
Yeah. No, let's take a listen.
Anthony, you made national headlines with that courtroom drama. Now you're headed somewhere you'll really need to stay slippery. We've got a very special prize for you.
Guess, Jay, I want you to give just one guess. What is the prize on The Price is Wrong?
He said he needs to stay slippery.
Yep.
Oh, is it going to be something like KY or Vaseline or something?
Close. Think P. Diddy.
Oh, it's oil. Baby oil.
You just won a day's supply of premium baby oil. You're going to need every drop where you're headed, baby.
I'm definitely going to need this for what's coming next.
That's right, young king. Stay moisturized. I'll give you the full rundown on how we do it. Slippery is the only way to survive in there.
He said, I'll definitely need this where I'm going.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. That's funny.
I absolutely love that.
Jack, if you want, I have a quick Drew Carey story for you.
No, that's okay.
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding. Go ahead. Tell your Drew Carey story.
Drew Carey, he's not directly involved, but his fiance at the time was. I was in Las Vegas and playing at a blackjack table with a bunch of my friends. We were at a bachelor party for one of my friends I work with. And there's a bunch of girls at the table. And one of them's got a real attitude, but she's throwing money around like it's nothing, you know? So like, what is her, like, but an attitude, not nice at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not like having fun, but whatever. And somebody says to us, that's Drew Carey's fiance. I said, really? I said, wow, what a bitch. I
was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, but like a bitch, like, but
who marries a bitch?
It made sense because the money was just, it didn't matter. Like she was just pulling $100 bills out and throwing. I'm like, yeah, that probably tracks. I truly believe that is Drew Carey's fiance. And I
can believe that.
It was right when he took over. This is a while ago. It was right around when he took over for Bob Barker after he finally retired.
Yeah, that was about 2007. But I can tell you right now that I can believe that because the man works 2 hours a day, and he makes $30 million a year.
Yeah. And
that's why Drew Carey took that job. He gave up comedy. He gave up TV shows to take that job because that is the cushiest job in the world. You literally work 2 hours. Actually, you work 2 hours because you got an hour for setup and prep and then an hour, on the show. You work 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. You work 10 hours a week and you make $30 million a year. The best job in the world, if you ask me.
Yeah, great job, right? Good work if you can get it. And
who's not going to take that job?
No, I mean, he was on Whose Line Was It Anyway? That was the show he was on before that with a couple other guys. And
the Drew Carey show was great. Did you ever watch the Drew Carey show? It's hilarious.
I didn't watch it. I was never like a big Drew Carey follower, but I remember.
I wasn't either, but the show, it was just like a sitcom, like any other sitcom, but it was funny. It just had some funny. It was just funny. It was just like any other sitcom, like a Family Matters, a Boy Meets World, whatever it is.
Yeah. Listen, it wasn't Drew Carey. Drew Carey could be a very nice guy for all I know, but his fiance, now his wife, if they're still together, no, she was not pleasant, but yeah, had no problem throwing that money of his around. Tell you that.
Okay. So Jay, let me show you something. Okay. So, Carmelo Anthony, we all know that he was found guilty of murder today in a Texas courtroom in Collin County. The thing is, the black people there immediately started going crazy, even before the verdict. I mean, some of them were acting. Picture how black people act. What you're picturing is exactly how they acted. Okay. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, Jay. Mm-hmm. And it's not every black person, again, but it's this black person. It's this particular one. I have to try to find it in a second. But first, I want to show you, they all have sympathy for this guy, Carmelo Anthony, right? Only, Jay, only because he's black. It's got nothing to do with the crime, got nothing to do with anything else other than the color of his skin. If he was white, they would hate him. If he was white, they would wish death upon this man. But since he's black, not only did, get this, did you know that there was, I'm going to pull this up. I want to show you because everybody needs to see shit like this. There was exactly 1,000. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Actually, let me pull it up right here. There was over 1,000 people, Jay, that donated right here. He made $1.4 million on his GoFundMe or whatever. There was 18,000 people that donated to a black kid who brutally murdered a white kid. 18,000, $1.4 million.
Jack, I guess the economy's not doing bad. If people have that much money to donate to Carmelo Anthony, I that's what it tells me. I think
it just
things
doesn't
are
make
okay
any sense,
there.
though, Jay. I mean, they black people, and I'm sorry, this is what it is. I'm going to call it like I see it. Black people say that white supremacy is the problem. White racists are the problem. But if you ask me, black racism is the number one cause of racism. Take a look at this guy, Jay. I want you to see this. Would you fight for this guy? Would you go out and riot and loot for this guy right here after he murdered a fellow American in cold blood? This is the man that they raised this is the man who 18,000 people donated to. This is the man who they were ready to kill white people in the streets of Texas before the verdict was read. because they hate him so much. This is the guy only because he's black. That is the literal only reason, Jay. And there is no way you can tell me that black racism is not the number one cause of racism in America.
Well, you know what else those photos tell me? That we shouldn't be surprised that Carmelo Anthony did what he did. I'm sick and tired of hearing, oh, these were two good kids. No, this wasn't two good kids. Let's call it how it is. One of them wasn't a good kid. One of them bought a knife in his backpack to a track meet for whatever reason.
You don't do that.
One of them went into a tent that he wasn't supposed to go into. One of them didn't leave the tent when he was asked to repeatedly. One of them pulled out a knife when he was shoved and stabbed another person dead in the chest and killed him. So one of them's not a good kid.
Nope.
And the one that's not a good kid got convicted of murder. So
but one of them's black, so they get the sympathy of America.
Not me. No, they're not getting the sympathy of America. They're
I'm talking about the racist part of America.
Yeah, they're getting the sympathy of ignorant people. That's who they get the sympathy of.
They get the sympathy of the racist part of America.
And I saw a couple of white people out there wearing Black Lives Matter shirt. I'm like,
really? I did not see a single white person in this crowd.
I did. I saw it. The feed I was watching had a couple. And
well, let me show you, Jay. Let me show you how they acted before even the verdict was read. Okay? Take a look at this.
This case was not a case about race, but you cannot
look how he's
deny
acting before the verdict is even read.
This
This
the
is
facts
him.
of the case and what we've seen play out.
And then watch all of them.
What
Watch.
Watch happening now is because the defendant is black, the victim is white, and that's the bottom line. But again, this is what I alluded to when I said this has brought out what's bubbling right beneath.
That right there is exactly what you would expect at something like this, Jay. I'm sorry. I know people don't want to go over the line. They don't want to cross the line, but we are the ones that are the victims of racism now. Okay. So I'm going to call it as I see it. And, you know, that right there is what you would expect a wild animal to act like.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. What are you doing?
It's what they do there is they try to show dominance by dancing and saying, hey, you can't touch me. The police can't touch me. And everybody else starts dancing and listening to rap music. This is the new black culture, Jay. Why would black people want that to be their culture?
Here's the thing, Jack. I don't know, but you're not allowed to be in somebody's personal space like that. You're not.
If you're black, you can be.
No,
that's the thing.
I don't care who you are. And these are the same type of people who would say, "Oh, COVID, oh my God, 6 feet." Now they want to be right up in your grill, like like spitting all over you every time they talk. But that shouldn't be allowed. You are not allowed to get up in somebody's face like that. That is a threat. If he headbutts you, he's going to break your face. That's too close. You're in my PDZ, my personal danger zone. Get back. And I should be able to shove him back forcefully. And if he lands on the ground, so be it. Get out of my face. That should be allowed. And there's a cop standing right there. The guy was huge. He should be yanked back away from him and said, hey, you have a right to be out here. You have a right to peacefully protest. You don't have a right to get in somebody's face and try to intimidate them or be in their personal space like that. Sorry, not sorry. That's the way it is. I don't know what's happened in this country where it's now acceptable for people to get right up in somebody's face. They do it to the cops all the time. They do it to each other all the time. I don't get it.
Well, it's because they know, Jay, they've been raised. This new generation of black people has been raised to think of themselves as the victim and also feel entitled to something. Reparations, racism. We're victims of racism. We deserve reparations. They are victims and they are entitled. That right there creates a mindset of no accountability. I cannot be accountable for anything. If I want to stab a white man, I'll stab a white man. You cannot get me. That is it.
Everybody's a victim. Everybody is a victim. That's also a huge problem. You're 100% right. This this victim mentality. You're not a victim of anything. Obviously, like I just said, things are pretty good when they could raise $1.something million, and that was on top of the $600,000 already raised. I guess
for the man that murdered somebody in cold blood, a kid. He murdered a kid. Oh, by the way, Jay, I got to tell you something that really pisses me off. So since he was 17, and this doesn't make sense to me, I want you to listen to this. He was 17 years old. Actually, you know what? I got it right here. I want to pull it up because I want to make sure I get this right. I want you to hear this, Jay. This is unbelievable. So, okay, here it is. Okay, so Carmelo Anthony, believe it or not, he was 17 years old when the offense occurred. He was tried as an adult, right? But get this, even though he was tried as an adult, he is still considered a juvenile offender for sentencing purposes under Texas law. If you're tried, what's the point of being tried as an adult if you get a juvenile sentencing? What the hell does that even mean? How can you be tried as an adult and get juvenile sentencing? But listen to this. He was convicted of murder, not, quote, capital murder. In Texas, the punishment for murder, even if it's first-degree murder, is 5 years in prison to 99 years in prison, but you have to be eligible for parole. This right here, Jay, this is what I'm telling you. He will not get the death penalty, and he will not get life without parole. In Texas, you do not get the death penalty and life without parole if you're under 18, no matter what you do. You don't get it. Now, I'm telling you right now, he's going to be sentenced to 5 to 20 years in prison with parole after 5 years.
Well, what kind of parameters? I know it's 5, whatever. There's 5 years to 99 years. Now, can they do a minimum of 25?
They can do a maximum of 99 and tell him he has to serve the whole thing, but they won't.
When would we, even if let's say they give him 99 years, right? When would he be eligible for parole if he's
30 years?
99 years? In 30 years?
If he gets more than 30 years, he's eligible for parole after 30 years.
Give him 99 years. He'll get out in 30. He'll get out in 30.
In this particular climate, the jury, especially after this verdict, and they're not being sequestered, they are going to give him the lowest punishment possible. So I would say
they are
5.
Sequestered. They are sequestered.
They were sequestered during the deliberations.
They still are.
But they're still sequestered. You're sure they're still sequestered
they're
now?
Still sequestered, and they're saying they don't want to be anymore. That's why they want to get this over with. They want to get the hell out of there. They are still sequestered right now. The penalty phase started immediately after the verdict, and they were trying to get it done by 6. The court runs from 5 up to 6 p.m. Texas time. Whatever, so right now they might be over if they're an hour behind. I don't know if they're 2 hours behind where they are there, but they wanted to get this done today because I think this jury wants to be let free. If it's not done today, they'll be sequestered, and then they'll be done tomorrow. But this is a sequestered jury right now still, yes.
Well, listen to this. So did you know, get this, and the jury can do this too. So can the judge. The judge can even set aside the jury's punishment verdict and make his own. So really a jury doesn't even matter. It's really what the judge wants. But listen to this. If the jury finds that he acted under sudden passion arising from adequate cause in Texas law, he can get 2 years in prison for this murder.
Even being convicted of murder? Because that sounds like manslaughter.
2 years in prison being convicted of murder right now. His minimum sentence, if they reject a sudden passion issue, is 5 years to 99 years. But under Texas law, if you are guilty of murder, not capital murder, but even first-degree murder, if you are guilty of murder, no matter how old you are, you can get a minimum of 2 years if they find that he acted under sudden passion arising from adequate cause.
That ain't going to happen. If that happens, then the other side should be, dancing in the streets, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but there won't be riots from our side.
No,
because we don't burn down our own cities.
This kid
doesn't make any sense. You ever thought about that, Jay? The people that riot, they burn down their own neighborhoods.
It's been Jack. We've seen it before we were born.
What the hell is that?
And then I saw it in Los Angeles during the Rodney King riots, and then we saw
the Watts riots, the LA riots.
Jay, everywhere.
If you're one of them, why would you riot? Why would you not go to Beverly Hills and riot? Why would you riot in your own neighborhood?
Well, I guess because, first of all, in Beverly Hills, it'll be shut down right quick. They're not going to allow that to happen in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, but see, you're not going to put a message is not going to be sent if you're burning down your own shit.
Well, then they haven't gotten that memo, the people that do this, Jack.
No, they have not. No, they
because it happens over and over again. And a lot of people
light their own house on fire.
But you know what's changed now? All right,
What?
The LA riots, let's go back to Rodney King. That was an organic uprising of people who, whatever, did what they did.
And I don't blame them for that. That was horrible.
Whatever, right?
Sick.
The thing is now, like the Summer of Love in 2020, these are a lot of people being bussed in.
Yes.
A lot of this is funded. Right, so a lot of these people don't even. That's still not. It's not their city, so they can really care
none
less.
of them. I would say 90% of them are
That's
not.
what I'm saying.
The Watts riots were organic. The LA riots were organic.
Right.
But
right.
no, all these other riots, they're actually paid riots.
Exactly. So whatever is going to happen here, we already know that it's already been set up by Soros money and other money that, the Democrats complain about all the time. That's gotten, lessened because of USAID and everything else that's gone away. But we'll see what happens. The reason why I think maybe, I think there's going to be problems. I do. But maybe why it won't be so bad. Here's the thing, Jack. If this was the opposite, if Austin Metcalf, the white guy, had stabbed Carmelo Anthony, the black guy, and Carmelo Anthony died, and Austin Metcalf was either acquitted or even found guilty of the lesser charge, then you would see all hell breaking loose. In this, we have a little bit different. We have
Why is that?
The black person that did the killing, right? We know he did it. Now, they're saying he did it in self-defense or a passion. Right. But here's the thing. We know he did it. He wasn't framed. There was no knife planted on him. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't set up by the cops. This is a little bit of a different scenario where I think it's tempered a little bit.
But they don't care about that kind of thing. You're talking about logic, Jay.
You still got troublemakers, right? You still
You're
got
talking about logic, though. These are paid troublemakers is the thing. The logic is not going to enter into it.
Yeah, you're still going to have the race baiters and the grifters who are going to want to make money off of this. So I think stuff's going to pop off anyway, but I hope it doesn't. But I think it will. And it'll be mostly peaceful rioting, destruction, and violence. Mostly peaceful, though.
Yeah, you'll mostly peacefully burn down the city.
Exactly.
Exactly. So, Jay, I want to show you also, I want you to listen to this. This is, Court TV. They are supposed to be professionals that cover court cases and things like that. We all know that Carmelo Anthony was guilty of murder. He went to that tent to cause trouble because it was not his team's tent. It was not his school's tent. He went there with a knife to cause trouble. He was told 15 times to leave. 15. Okay. And he said, y'all can't make me leave because he felt entitled. He felt like he was a victim. So he's like, I'm going to go start trouble with the white man and bring a knife. So Austin got up. And he didn't push him. He kind of grabbed him and said, look, you got to go. Dude pulled out a knife, stabbed him in the heart, and killed him. Okay? That is what happened. Those are the facts of the case, and he was found guilty. Listen to what Court TV says. This right here, Jay, is what is the epitome of suicidal empathy. Okay?
Here we
Take
go.
a listen.
I mean, I'm questioning the jury. I asked them, how did you reach your verdict? How did you reach it so quickly? What happened? It was a 4-inch knife. He used it one time. He was pushed.
He was a 4-inch knife, and he used it one time. He only used it once, Jay, to kill him. It's not like he stabbed him twice.
That tells me he knew what he was aiming for, and he did a good job in trying to do what he did. He got one shot, one kill.
Jay, it was a 4-inch knife, not a 5-inch knife, so he shouldn't be found guilty immediately.
Well, Jack, it wasn't a Rambo knife, okay?
No. Right. I mean, if you stab him in the heart with one stab and your knife is under 5 inches, you should be found not guilty.
Exactly. Well, well, Jack, no, at the very least, it should take the jury longer if that's the case.
And in fact, this might have been the quickest deliberations ever. It was obvious to everybody that dude was guilty.
Exactly.
All right, let's listen.
That it was right, but what are you doing? How did you get this verdict? I'd want to know. My whole identity as a defense attorney would be in question, right? I'm questioning my identity right now, and I have nothing to do with this case. How could you come back like that? I would be enraged. I'm enraged right now. This is very upsetting. And then on top of it, to compound it, this dumb judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. What was your wisdom? What were you thinking? How you put on a robe? Are you that much of an imbecile that you won't let cameras in the courtroom?
This is Court TV. This is supposed to be a professional organization that a lot of people watch to cover court cases. This man is saying the black man used a knife that was under 5 inches, only stabbed him once. So how did you reach a guilty verdict? And how did you reach it so quickly? The judge didn't even allow us to film it. He should be found not guilty.
Jack, did they pull that guy off the street? Who was that?
Sounds like it. It sounds like it. It's unbelievable the stuff he was saying.
That guy makes like Jasmine Crockett or Cory Booker sound like a genius, whoever that is.
I have to say,
what is he talking about?
He said he's a defense attorney, and he is dumbfounded that they found him guilty because the judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom and because the knife was 4 inches and he only stabbed him once.
No, he's not dumbfounded, Jack. He's just dumb.
Yeah.
That's it. That you should have
It's
stopped it.
unbelievable.
Just dumb. Do not add the word founded, because that's what he is. The judge didn't allow cameras. Okay, listen, I would have liked cameras too, but what now? Are we saying now that something happened in the courtroom that was below board because there was no cameras? You have no proof of that. Zero. Nobody said
and
a word about it.
Reporters in there the whole time.
Exactly. There always are. There's always reporters in a courtroom, regardless of whether or not it's televised or not. You got to be kidding me.
I absolutely love our thumbnail. You see Austin Metcalf looking down from heaven, and you see Jay as the dumb judge, as the court TV called.
Well,
so I guess
right.
Jay is the dumb judge.
I'm the dumb judge.
And I am the jury who found him guilty, and that he's dumbfounded how fast I came at my verdict. And then you've got Carmelo Anthony, French fry head, crying right there in the middle of the courtroom.
Oh, listen.
I love it.
Great job, Eli. Great job.
Excellent job. Excellent job.
That guy, we got to find out his name, because that guy's a defense attorney. He might as well have been one of the defense attorneys on this case, because I think the defense in this trial, just looking at it from out here, was awful. They screwed up to me.
At the very beginning, dude,
the jury.
Some of their witnesses actually helped the prosecution.
Right. But Jack, they should have put Carmelo Anthony on the stand. That's what they should have done.
No. You never, ever.
Hear me. No, wrong. Hear me out. Hear me out. Here's where, just follow me for a second here.
That's like somebody representing themselves.
No, it's not. It's different when you have an attorney asking you questions and coaching you. Here's the thing. They knew, like I said, there was not a question of who committed this act. We knew it was Carmelo Anthony. They had their defense was this was done in self-defense, a quick move, the passion thing, whatever they wanted to say. The witnesses, as you said, helped the prosecution. The prosecution witnesses were rock solid for the prosecution. And like I said, most of their witnesses that said Carmelo Anthony was the one who provoked this were black. The prosecution witnesses were black, who backed up the story of the prosecution. At that point, you're going for, and now that you know that manslaughter was on the table, or this passion thing is on the table for a 2-year sentence, right? At that point, you got to go out with your boots on, and you got to go, you know what? I got to coach this kid and put him on the stand. Maybe he comes across as sympathetic. Maybe he comes across as just dumb, or something where the jury says, you know what? Maybe
you know why they
really wasn't. Jack, you got to take your chances there.
But you know why they don't do that?
Well,
It's because you cannot predict. You can even think and you can even prepare, but you cannot predict. Cross-examination of the person that is the defendant is massively pressure filled. I mean, you don't know what he's going to say or do.
I know, but my point is, Jack, we are looking at this trial. We're looking at the same thing. What at that point where we just said everything that they screwed up, from the jury selection to the witnesses to the prosecution witnesses being rock solid, even ones that were friends with him or black, the whole race thing went out the window, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you got to throw a Hail Mary. You have to. And it turns out
I'll
they
agree
should've.
in this one
They should've.
situation. I'll agree in this one situation, Jay, because normally you never, ever put a defendant on the stand when it comes to a murder trial. You never put a defendant on the stand. But here, you actually have nothing to lose. You have no way to go but up, because everything that could have been wrong for you did. I mean, the defense helped the prosecution. It couldn't have gone any worse for him. And of course, get this, Jay. This is the best part about it all. You want to know why he was found guilty? This is the best statistic you'll ever hear. He was found guilty because that $1 million was spent on houses and cars, and he got a public defender. That's why his trial, that's why his defense was terrible. He had $1 million, spent it on a house and cars, got a public defender.
I didn't even know that. I didn't know
Love
that, because I remember they had all that money, and I remember there were people flying in from all over the place to stand by him. Like, none of these like grifters or charlatans, whatever lawyers would want to take this for pro bono, or not pro bono, pay me later. I'm going to get rich off this anyway. But here's why, Jack. Here's why. It wasn't on TV. If this trial was on TV, it changes everything. Defense lawyers, prosecutors, they love it, because that's how they make
the
their
judge
name.
was smart to not put it on TV.
Absolutely. It was smart, because in this case, we didn't need this trial to be televised. Tyler Robinson, different story. There's so
I
much
want to see that
controversy
shit.
around it.
When is that damn trial?
I don't know, but whenever it is, I'm glad it's going to be televised because we need it televised. We need to
Well, I'll
see
be
everything
watching
going
every
on
second
there.
of that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But that's what I was saying, Jack. They had nothing to lose here. They needed a Hail Mary in this case, and I totally agree with you. But in this case, it wasn't like Carmelo Anthony was going to stumble into a question like, "Oh, it was him that did it." No, we know who did it. He just had
But he had a public defender.
He had to convince a jury to have empathy on him. That's what he needed to do.
Well, see, that's where this comes into play now, Jay. Now he will testify. He always knew he was going to be found guilty. What matters now is the sentencing phase. He's going to testify in the sentencing phase because if he can, he can. And if he agrees, if they can get the jury to agree that it was a sudden passion thing and not something that was instigated, he can get 2 years in prison. He always knew he was going to be found guilty. So that's why the defense didn't even care about any of this. But I can promise you the sentencing phase is where they're going to do their work.
Hold on. The only person that they put to speak, witnesses. Now, you could look up if Carmelo Anthony does get to speak before sentencing. All right, I'm sure he does get to speak. Maybe he does.
No. He can take the stand during sentencing phase.
The only person that the defense put as a witness to plead for him before sentencing right after this trial was his mother. Nobody else. You're telling me there's nobody else other than this kid's mother that could get up there and speak, go to bat for Carmelo Anthony?
What I'm saying is here, they conceded the fact that he was guilty. They were just going to, this trial went quickly because they were just saying he was guilty. They were going to let it happen. It's the sentencing phase that they're more interested in.
But the only person that they closed out, the witnesses, the defense only had one person speak
but
for
they
him.
didn't try hard is what I'm saying. They're saving all their witnesses for the sentencing phase.
No, you're missing my point. In sentencing, the only person that the defense put up there was the mother, and they closed it. Check that.
You're telling me sentencing has already been happening?
Yes, sentencing started as soon as the trial ended. Yes,
and they already that's quick. Usually sentencing's like the next day or something.
The sentencing phase, and that's why I said with the jury being sequestered, they want to be done. They want to get the sentence done today. If they didn't, they'll get it done probably tomorrow. But it started right after. Go ahead, look that up. The only person that spoke for Carmelo Anthony at sentencing was his mother. Nobody else, which is amazing to me.
Extremely worrisome, but that I tell you right there,
Check it.
right there. Oh, listen to this. As of the latest reports, the same jury is now deliberating his sentence, including whether the killing was committed under Texas's sudden passion provision, which could significantly reduce the sentencing range. And quite honestly, if he had a good lawyer, you could make a case for a sudden passion right here. You could make a case that, yes, he instigated it. He didn't expect it to be a killing, even though he did. He brought a knife. But if I'm the defense attorney, if I'm playing devil's advocate here, I say, look, he went over there to cause trouble. Yes, he was an idiot. He's dumb. He's young. Okay. He did not go over there to kill anyone. He didn't bring the knife itself. He had his book bag. Okay. But it was a sudden passion because everybody was yelling at him to leave. Guy got up and shoved him. And, it was just a sudden thing that happened. That's why he only stabbed him once. And the stabbing him once is going to come into play big here, Jay. Big. Because if it was something where he was trying to kill the man, he would have stabbed him many times. He stabbed him once. Yeah, he hit him in the spot that killed him. But that tells you right there that it was a sudden passion thing. So I'm telling you, Jay, he could potentially, if he has a good defense attorney, I could get this guy 2 years. I could get this guy 2 years.
He doesn't have a good defense attorney. I think we've seen
terrible.
that already. So
spent all his money on houses.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, though, the mother was the only one that spoke for him. I don't know if Carmelo Anthony now gets to speak and say his
Not
piece
if the
to the
defense
jury.
rested. No, if the defense has rested, he can't speak.
Well, then again, I don't know the procedure. If he was allowed to speak, you usually are. You're usually allowed to
yes, definitely.
show remorse, right? Whatever you want to do.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I feel bad for the family. Blah 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 blah.
Now, he will be able to give a statement right before sentencing. Once the jury reaches the verdict. Yeah.
It's already decided at that point.
Well, it is. But see, the thing is, he can give a statement before the jury goes to deliberate. Or when the jury comes back, he can give a statement before the judge renders the sentence. So the judge does not have to take the jury's sentence. The judge technically can do whatever he wants.
I don't. Yeah, the judge can. I don't think the judge wants to do that. The judge probably wants the jury to just do it and be done with it. But I will be shocked if they come back with a 2-year sentence. I will be shocked. I will be
honest,
shocked if they come back with
I
anything.
could get him a 2-year sentence.
Well, that's you. What we have here hasn't been doing anything for him so far.
No.
So,
Public defenders are terrible, man.
well, I mean,
That trial was over in the first 10 minutes.
I'll be shocked if I think this is a minimum of 20 years. They're going to give him 15 to 20 minimum. Minimum.
It
15.
should be. It should
Minimum.
be.
Minimum.
But, Jay, you got to remember, and this is the weirdest thing to me. Even though he was tried as an adult, he gets to be sentenced under juvenile law, which makes no sense. Why are you trying him as an adult if he gets sentenced under juvenile? What the hell does that mean? So,
I think
remember, Jay, that he's going to be sentenced as a first-time juvenile, first-time offending juvenile. I am expecting 10 to 20 years. That is my sentence I think he'll get. What do I think he deserves? I think he deserves 50 to life, but he's not going to get that.
Yeah, I would say the minimum he should get is 30 to life. Minimum he should get is 30 to life.
In the United States, a life sentence equals 25 years. So I think he should get at least 25 years. That would be nice.
Yeah, he should not be getting out. And he'll still, listen, even if he did 25 years, he would be, he's 18 years old.
He'd only be 42 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, 42, 43 years old. I mean,
he'll be let out to kill another white man.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, Jack, he'll be rehabilitated in prison because that works.
His butthole will be rehabilitated. Jay.
Oh God.
That's why he needs the baby oil. You know, that's why Bob Barker gave him the baby oil.
Yeah, I'm glad P. Diddy could help him out. You know.
Oh yeah. What if he gets in the same prison as P. Diddy? Wouldn't that be awesome? I would love to see him in prison with P. Diddy and who else is famous that's in prison over there with P. Diddy? I would love to see them all together.
But this is a state. They're federal, aren't they, P. Diddy? This is state.
Yeah. His was federal charges. Yeah.
Yeah. So that ain't gonna happen. But listen, I'm glad it's over. I hope things don't go the way we think they probably will, but we'll see.
He's gonna get a low sentence, yes. But Jay,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the other stuff we talked about.
Oh, the riots. Yeah, that's gonna happen also. But Jay, did you know that even if he's given a low sentence, and there's precedent for this. This has happened before. The federal government can charge him with civil rights violations for stabbing and killing a white. They can't charge him with murder because he's already been charged with that on the state level. But they can charge him with violating federal civil rights legislation, and he can be given another 20, 30, 40 years for that if they want to.
Yeah, no, they could charge him with civil rights violations. If it was the other way around, that would be a guarantee.
Oh, guaranteed. Just like in the Rodney King trial, they were found not guilty on the state level, but the federal government stepped in and said, all right, we're going to charge you with civil rights violations. And they all got like 3 or 4 years.
Yep, 100%. 100%. And
so they can, if they want to, they can do that.
Absolutely. They can. We'll see. And other people saying this should also be, is there evidence here for a hate crime? Because again, if it was the other way around, it would automatically have been a hate crime. We know this.
There is no evidence there's no evidence he targeted the man because he was white. Now, do we believe that? Do we think that? Is it obvious? Yeah. But there's no no rhetoric, there's no written words. There's none of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no slur. But again, it wouldn't matter. If it was the other way around, it wouldn't matter. They would just be tacked on anyway.
No.
Because,
logic does not matter to the left.
No, does not.
It doesn't factor in.
There's no logic train. Well, you know what the logic train is for the left? It's Gavin Newsom's train that he can't build in California. That's their logic train. It goes nowhere.
Absolutely. Hey, Jay, real quick, I want to talk to you about this new scam that people are saying is going on. Have you seen the new scam with the screw that they put into the gas pumps? And apparently, when you lift the pump and you pump gas and you put it back in there, the flap doesn't come down all the way. So then when you leave, somebody else can pick it back up and put gas in their car from your debit card.
Interesting.
Well, anyways, I am here to dispel that myth. Okay, that scam has been going on. They've been talking about that scam going on all over social media. But let me tell you, it's not true. And I'm going to tell you why it's not true. Okay, when you put the screw in the gas pump, the flap does not. If the flap doesn't come all the way down, that doesn't keep the thing open. That does not keep the debit card and the gas line open, okay? It's when you put the pump in there and the flap goes up. When the flap goes up and the pump is inside, that is when it stops. So if there's a screw there and the flap comes down and doesn't come down all the way, that is not going to do anything. You can ask Grok. Whoever made up this stupid scam is an idiot, because putting a screw there, having the flap stop coming back down, is not going to keep it open. Okay, it's not going to keep it open.
So why is this gaining so much traction?
Because people see screws in there and they think that that's what's happening, but that's not what's happening, Jay. What happens is a lot of gas stations, sometimes at a gas pump, Jay, when the flap comes all the way back down, it'll shut off the gas pumps for them immediately. It doesn't shut off the gas pumps. Hang on one second. What did it say it does? It does something. Let's see. I can't find it. But anyways, what happens is there's something that happens to the gas pumps when it comes all the way in. Like sometimes it'll do something to the gas pump. So rather than replace the entire thing, what they're doing, oh, wait a minute. I know what it is, Jay. Hang on. I got it right here. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on with the gas pumps. I have it right here.
All right. So while you're doing that, Jack, CNN is now predicting or declaring that Steve Hilton will advance to the November election in the gubernatorial race. So
he did. Luckily, he did win that. Okay, now listen to this, Jay. Okay, apparently, I'm going to let you. Actually, I'm just going to let you listen to this video right here, because this tells it all. This tells exactly what I was talking about. And this, Jay, I'm surprised you haven't heard of the scam, because it is all over social media.
I have not.
I can pause the damn thing. For some reason, the internet is like frozen. I don't know what the hell's happening.
It must be cloudy.
All right, here.
Is it cloudy?
Yeah, I know, right? All right, check this out right here, Jay. Let me pull it up. I want you to see this, and I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't heard of the scam, because it has been a massive thing being talked about on social media everywhere. But it's fake. I'm here to dispel that myth. It is a fake scam. It is not real. Okay, so people need to stop being scared about that shit. So listen.
After a social media post alleging that people are finding ways to make you pay for their gas. Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us tonight at 11. I'm Tracy Carlos. Your Cuyahoga County reporter, Kaylee Olivas, took these social media concerns straight to the county.
Something as small as a bolt in a gas nozzle dispenser.
I thought it was a scam for sure.
I do think it's kind of like a hoax to try and scare people.
Causing mixed reactions over social media. I've seen a handful of posts on Facebook recently claiming a screw like this keeps the pump from resetting, allowing thieves to swoop in and fuel up on your dime once you drive off. So I wanted to know.
Is it true or not true?
So this is completely false.
Cuyahoga County Weights and Measures Supervisor Sean Bland describes the screw as an unapproved, inexpensive fix for gas station owners.
If the flap comes too far, which it tends to do occasionally, the customer can no longer select what grade of octane of fuel they want. Instead of replacing the entire receiver, which is expensive, a cheap fix is to put a bolt in there, and that bolt will catch the flap, allowing the pump to operate in the way it's intended.
That right there is exactly the extent of the entire pump scam. There is no pump scam. Okay? That right there is it, guys, for but Jay, I want you to see how crazy people are acting about this. Watch this, Jay. People have gone so crazy to believe what they see on social media. Listen to this. This guy goes apeshit over something he actually knows nothing about. He sees it on social media and assumes it's true. And this is how people end up getting shot and killed. Take a look at this, Jay. This is how people get shot and killed. Take a listen.
No screw.
Take that the fuck out.
Oh, God.
You see it right there.
You bloody motherfucker!
What is this? You know what that is? No, what is this? You know what the fuck that is? You know what the fuck that is? You're stealing my fucking car. Take that fucking shit out. Take the fucking shit out, or I'll get the cops.
This is exactly why I say that fake hoaxes like this can cause problems. They can get people killed. That man could get killed by the gas station owners, or the gas station owners could get killed by him, all over something that is not real. For everybody out there, that screw is in there as a cheap fix to get the pump working the way it's supposed to, so the flap doesn't come all the way down and make it so you can't select your grade of fuel. It is not something that keeps the flap open So that way, when you leave, somebody else can come and keep pumping gas on your dime. Think about it, everybody. If the screw is there, it's keeping the flap from shutting. That doesn't do anything because the flap has to be all the way open. You know, when they put the thing in there and the flap goes up, it's still going to stop it. What you want is a screw that stops the flap from going up when they put the pump in there. Instead, you have a screw that stops it from going down. That does nothing. The scam is fake.
I've never even seen a screw in like that in any gas station I've ever been
only
in.
if they break. Only if the thing breaks.
I've never seen it. I guess
I
have and just never paid attention to it. But now I guess I will. I'll see if they have it just to be like, oh, not a scam, just a broken gas pump that they, repaired cheaply.
That's the thing. I mean, rather than buying a whole new flap set and all that costs thousands of dollars, all you have to do is put the screw in there, keep the flap from closing, and then it works just like it's supposed to. I don't see how people don't realize that in order for you to keep it open, you have to stop the flap from going up. Think about it, Jay. When you take the nozzle and you put it in, the flap goes up as you put the nozzle in. What you want is a screw to stop the flap from going up. That's how you stop the pump from resetting. The screw that stops the flap from coming down does nothing.
Look how he threw the gas pump. Like,
dude's a douchebag. That's why I say these scams, Jay, these hoaxes are dangerous, man.
Even if you thought that it was a real scam, would you act like that?
No, that's what I'm saying, though. There are people out there that get so worked up over this stuff that they will act like that. And that is exactly why I say these hoaxes are scary. They can be violent. These hoaxes are dangerous. People need to stop spreading this bullshit over social media. I mean, if it's not real, what the hell are you even spreading it for?
Good luck with that, because it gets clicks. That's why.
Yeah, but that can get somebody killed, man. Right there. If that dude was pissed off enough to pull out a gun and kill both of those people, that whoever started this has that on their conscience, on their mind.
They don't care. Nobody cares.
They don't care.
Nobody cares. Oh, well, yes, that's right, Hickser. New Jersey, it is illegal to pump your own gas. That's insane to me, Jack. You ever go to New Jersey? You cannot get.
Oh, Jay, you froze again. His mouth's wide open again, looking like P. Diddy. Oh, no, it looks like Carmelo Anthony now. Oh,
yeah, here we go. And here we go. You cannot get out of your car in New Jersey and pump your own gas, Jack.
Is that true?
Yes. No, 100%.
I got to look that up. That sounds insane.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Look it up right now. Go ahead.
That sounds insane. How is that legal? They tell you can't do that.
You cannot.
Has somebody challenged that in court?
You cannot pump your own gas in New Jersey. Go ahead. Look it up.
How is this legal? Yeah, it says, yes, New Jersey is the only U.S. state where it's generally illegal for customers to pump their own gasoline. Yep. And it says it's legal because states have broad authority to regulate businesses and public safety under their, quote, police powers. The New Jersey has long argued that the requirement promotes fire and fuel safety. How does it promote that when somebody else is still pumping the fucking gas? Somebody's still pumping the gas by having a train. Yeah, listen to this.
It's the only state. It's the only state. Oh, is there like fires everywhere because every other state allows it?
Yeah, it makes no sense. And they say, oh, it preserves jobs for gas station attendants. Who in the hell is making, a lot of money, getting rich, pumping other people's gas?
Nobody.
Jay?
It's minimum wage job.
It's ridiculous. I mean, and it's a Democrat state. The Democrat states are run like third world countries.
It was like that for a while, Jack. It was like that when Chris Christie was governor. It was like that before him. Chris
Christie is a Democrat.
Well, yeah, we know that right now, of course. And he's been even more exposed since President Trump came along. But Chris Christie ruined New Jersey's gas prices. New Jersey's gas prices used to be way cheaper than New York, and then they tacked on another tax on that and ruined it and made it even worse than New York. So
well, Obama did the same thing to me for cigarettes. When I was 18, cigarettes were $3 a pack. Obama comes in, he puts a $2 tax on cigarettes, goes up to $5, another $1, another $1. Before you know it, in New York, cigarettes are $20 a pack.
I wouldn't know.
Insane.
I wouldn't know, and I never understood how people keep paying for that. I mean, it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I don't pay $20. That's New York prices.
Still, God,
what?
How much money per year?
I pay about $8-9 a pack.
How much per year?
I don't know. I buy one carton per month, roughly.
Okay. What does that cost
So
you?
it's probably less than $1,000 a year. But I tell you right now that I don't ever. I mean, I want to cut down on smoking, but I never want to quit. I would like to get to where I smoke 1 to 2 cigarettes per day. I enjoy smoking. I'd like to get up and smoke 1 cigarette and then smoke 1 before bed. That would be my ideal situation, but it's not easy to cut down like that.
What about nicotine patches or something?
No, it's not the same. You got to have the smoke in your lungs. You got to feel it, baby. You got to feel it.
Sounds great.
It's wonderful. Oh, man.
Yeah.
When you take that drag and the smoke fills your lungs, and then the buzz goes right from your nerves right up into your brain, and you feel relaxed. You feel wonderful. You suddenly go from sad to happy. You go from angry to chill. Then you take that second drag, smooth smoke, right into your lungs. You lay back, you relax. You still got a half a cigarette to smoke. And there's nothing better than smoking a cigarette.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, sorry, not doing it. But yeah, look, Raina says, look, yikes, you need to quit. Good advice.
Well, like I said, I don't ever want to quit, but get down to 1 or 2 cigarettes would be ideal. All right, Jay, we only got a few minutes left. I want to show you the James Tallarico ad. This is a 6-figure ad that a pro-Trump lobby spent on an anti-James Tallarico ad. I also want to show you what happened when the people who they thought he was Somalian, but he was actually Sudanese. I want to show you the video of what happened with this guy actually stabbing and killing someone in Belfast on live video. But first, let's watch the James Tallarico ad. This is going to be great, Jay. I personally have not seen this yet, but it is a 6-figure ad that a pro-Trump lobby put out.
Boys in white dresses with blue satin sashes, girls stuffed with hormones till they grow mustaches, changing the gender of all your offspring. These are a few of my favorite things.
I love it. That is paid for by Citizens for Sanity. They are an excellent group that has some of the best commercials you can get, Jay.
Yeah, and they're attacking the right thing. Just like the killer ad against Kamala Harris was she's for they, them, President Trump is for you. But there's trans stuff. They're attacking the trans stuff, especially in a state like Texas. It's just, are you kidding me? How they think if this guy wins Texas, then the country's over. That's that simple.
Absolutely.
If this guy can win in Texas, the country's over.
Jay, have you seen the black African migrant that stabbed that guy in Belfast? It was a white British man, and it was an illegal immigrant, and he tried to behead this guy on television or on camera. Did you see it? Did you see the video?
I saw something about the story, but I stayed away from it because I was waiting for you to put it up here. Let's go.
Yeah, it's terrible. There are now militias forming in Ireland that are walking down the streets with guns, white militias. So that's the only way white people have to band together to protect their race in Ireland, because the government will not. They are allowing black people to kill them in the streets. Jay, watch this video. It will shock and awe you, is what I'm saying.
And annoy me.
Yeah, take a look.
Daddy still killed him. Hurry
Yep.
up. Dad is completely dead. No, he's not.
Look at the blood on the guy's face. Look at the blood on the. Look at him.
Shoot him.